out of the darkness and into week number 7 here in the LCK. Welcome, everyone. It is time for the pre-show. Dgon here, alongside a new friend of the broadcast that you can get at home too, over at the Riot Store. Hello, Tibbers. LCK, little patches here, and oh yeah, Wolfenwood are here as well.
Does look like he may have gotten a little bit more magic penetration. Looking a little bit big. That's old patch Tibbers. And the one next to Dgon's new patch Tibbers.
It's so cute.
Mid-viable Tibbers.
Patches on the foot too.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's so
when one wins, we'll only put one, but for now, it has 2. So we take a look at the standings so far in the LCK. Gen G's patch would definitely be the one there if you could only put one, but thankfully we can make multiple. They've been really, really good so far.
They certainly have. I think it's really now we've kind of separated the murkiness that was sub Hanwha Life Esports to T1 is in its own tier, and then the murkiness continues. You know, T1 has, I think, solidified their spot as clear third, but after that, it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, and it is still shocking that DRX is on the top 5, even though they lost 6 games in a row. And I'm wondering if they can bounce back after that huge losing streak.
Yeah, you and I were talking about it earlier. There's still 5 and 7. They're still in the running, and they're still, if we made the cutoff today, they're still in the Legend group despite a 6-series loss streak. So started the season and the year really strong, but need to kind of have a strong finish as well.
Yeah, well, a lot of these POMs are in the Legends group as according to the standings. Chovy leading the way with 800 palm points with it.
Wait. We're going to give the award at end of the year, right?
Yeah.
So Chovy is going to reach like 3K points. The newest ranking.
He certainly could.
Yeah.
He has 2 matches a week to play.
Right.
He just keeps getting every single one. I think he's on that trajectory.
New record.
Yeah. Chronicler and Valdez really care and all that, but I did better than I thought. At the beginning of the week, I was like, oh, bro, DK, disappointments.
Yeah, one of the big ones was the DN Automotive freaks.
That's
getting the
true.
upset. Ox tried. He tried to game it, but instead didn't quite work out for him at 6 and 10. And here's what some of the players had to say about that match. We agreed to keep communication to the basics, like in solo queue.
Wow.
Life and I took charge of decision making. Under those conditions, the scrims were the highest quality in the last 6 months, and that one coming from World Champ Piotrek.
I mean, this is the thing that I was talking about, because that you already know what's going to happen in the team fight, so you don't really need to talk about like many detailed things about the team fight. So yeah, that makes sense.
Due to also mentioning they went to a sauna together, so spent some time bonding. I did mention that several times throughout the season, like fixing this isn't necessarily coachable, isn't really something that you can necessarily just suddenly wake up and now the shot calling is better, but taking time off league, like Wadid has been suggesting as well, and actually trying to do some bonding together.
I told you!
Smart idea. You and I have been on the same page about this all year, and it looks like they finally are starting to get it together. Although I did watch those comms in the win at the end, and I was like, okay, it's cleaner, but we still got a lot of work to do. Baby steps.
Have you ever suggested a sauna in your pro career? Like, guys, we need to just hang out.
I mean, I guess we did a lot of room escaping, so we improved our communication skills about it. So I think it helps. It actually helps.
Escape rooms in the West, saunas here in Korea, and it works here for the DN Automotive freaks, which led to the Profit Power rankings now splitting up. Chronicler at first with Valdez, but I'm sure he's still ticked that he has to share that with Valdez or did.
Yeah, congrats, Crony. You take this so serious, and I'm really happy for you. Keep it up, bro.
My gap is closing a little bit, little small gap close. If only my first 2 Preds of the week went through, I would have felt a lot better about it. But still, small gap closes, baby steps.
Lucky. Well, you know who is trying to close the gap in this week's Uribank Gold King, the player that had the average highest gold earned. It's this week's from...
It's aiming, no?
No, it's Viper down in the bottom lane. There you go.
Much deserved. Viper is carrying this team across the finish line right now. I strongly feel that with some of the drafts we're seeing from Hanwha Life and some of the play we're seeing in side lanes, which is not great, and how many times Zeus and Zek are getting caught there, Viper is winning games that I think if he had played even 10% worse, Hanwha Life would not win. he is just popping off. He's like, oh yes, I guess I'll carry again. And he's getting big wins here in these team fights. Early game, mid game, late game, doesn't matter. He's been the most consistent part of this roster, in my opinion. And I'm glad he's finally getting some flowers for it.
The points that makes Viper even special is that he's good at every single champion. He can play early game champ, he can play for hyper carry, and he can even play AP picks. I mean, he's not even playing AP picks for now, but
You know he can.
yeah, we all know that he's good at every single champion, so that makes Viper even special.
That's right, Viper, the lead AD carry of the league so far, and our winner of the Uribank Gold King. And if you want the opportunity to win a signed Polaroid from Viper, make sure to download the app and follow the instructions there. This one's of Chovy because he's had, a lot of different performances, but you could also win the one of the week when you predict correctly. Now, speaking of gold, we have a graph here organized by gold difference at 8 minutes for all the teams, and then the different standards.
There's
after
some
that.
really interesting stuff to look at here. Like, obviously, DNF at 8 minutes are actually still in 6th place. Like, their laning phases are fine. And even when you look at 10 minutes, like, it doesn't get that much worse. It's when we go to the team fights later on where things really fall off for this team. But good to show they've been pretty stable there. Also to see Nongshim at 10th and have some really rough gold averages, across the board, even when you look at 25, but are still able to clutch out team fights and win the game anyways later on. So very interesting stats to see here. And obviously Genji and Hanwha Life and T1, no surprise there at the top.
Yeah, this clearly shows that even if you have good early game, if you cannot manage to snowball well about the objective control at the mid game, then you cannot really win a lot. So I feel like if DNF can fix that issue, I think they deserve more than this.
I just want to know what's happening between 15 to 20 minutes. What kind of magic and voodoo's happening where wins turn into losses and then massive gold differences?
So yeah, I mean, it happens about the Drakes, I think. I think for second Drake, I think you can give up 2 Drakes, but after that you have to fight for it. So that's a point where the team try to fall and try to fight. Yeah.
All right, well, from the team gold standings, we take a look at the standings in terms of draft presence here in pick and ban, and right there at the top is one that sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, there's 3 that stick out, right? Obviously, Varus, the Gwen, and the Pantheon, but Varus is the big one, the outlier here being at 100% presence, but 1 in 6. I think we're seeing a lot of on-hit Varus. It's not very safe in this meta. Look at the other champions in the list and how good they are into on-hit Varus and how immobile he is as a champion. I think it's a high level of mastery and good team fight coordination you're going to need to make this pick work.
Yeah, we already talked about the Talia and Azir as well. Azir having a really negative win rate means that Talia has really low risk about he's trying, like his spells is just you throw it out, and then if it doesn't work, it's fine. But Azir, you have to dash in. So I think that's all about the risk, and that's what Talia makes Talia really special.
Yeah, well, for those of you that really like to dive into the LCK, maybe you saw in Hanwha Life Esports' I think it was like behind the scenes coverage of last week, where Peanut highlighted that maybe currently in the jungle, this is a Cuz meta with a lot of focus on Drakes and early fighting.
So yeah, I want to talk about the jungle meta right now, that you can actually gamble a lot in the early game. I think last few years, if you try to gamble in a jungle, like you try level 2 gank, level 3 gank, if you fail, you're doomed in game. Or even if you success to kill them, you're still doomed because of the jungle pathing. But right now, the jungle camps are really easy to clear it up, so it's actually not that high risk to gamble in the early game.
To me, that highlight, though, is a Chovy highlight. To be honest, he has so much mid-prio that Canyon can do that.
But this one...
Yeah, I mean, the Poppy obviously can't do much without prio in that situation. This one is just a risk-taking scenario here for Canyon, right? He comes over here. They play around the additional ward vision that he has. He's also then going to come over here and gank Calyx. So getting a ton done in the early game. There's a lot of power with a lot of these jungle picks that we have in the meta right now around lane prio. And we're seeing less lane swaps. So those pressure points really get extended, as you can see here as well.
And again, back in the day, you trade 6 grubs with 2 Drakes, right? So there's not many fight in the early game, but right now, 5 minutes Drake into 8-minute grubs into 10 minutes Drake, right? So it's all about the early game snowball. If you miss that cycle at once, then you cannot do anything. You cannot trade your Drake to turret or grubs or anything, so you have to be able to have an early priority to get that cycle on it.
To me, I think this is all symptoms of laning being so much more important in this meta. And now that you don't swap necessarily topside to try to get the grub control or trade, you actually have the ability to fight for both. And if you have that early game advantage, you can continue to snowball. You can take the dragon, then get the grubs, and transition that to the second dragon as well.
Well, the jungle pathing will be something we definitely keep an eye on. But last week was one of the big topics that we want to keep an eye on, which is the topic for this week's Dgon's Fact of the Week. It's me, Dgon. But participating today, we have coming straight from a pumpkin patch in his patented orange, it is Wolf. Paksu, everyone, please clap. Thank you. His opponent, straight from solo queue and bouncing around all the world of League of Legends. He's played in every different region, so he should know this fact of the week. It's Wadid. Me? That's you. All right, let's get to it. Last week, we had a big piece of history made. T1 Faker achieved his second pentakill. So with 2 pentakills in OGN and LCK Tier 1 only, it ties Faker with which former LCK great?
So you're saying one of these 4 players only has 2 pentakills?
In LCK, correct. Is it Crown? Is it Bang? Is it Prince? Or is it Easy?
So 2 of them are AD carry, 2 of them are mid lane.
Yeah, I think the 80 carries are tricks, like Bang and Prince.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to go Crown.
I'm going to go Easy Hoon, I think. Because he used to play a lot of DPS.
He did play a lot of aggressive picks back in the day.
Like DPS. I think you need DPS for to get pentakills, right?
When you're playing Malzahar all the time, you're not getting a lot of pentakills.
That's right. It's Crown with 2. Bang had 4, 3 in the LCK. Prince, one of the only players to get 3 pentakills, so 1 in LCK, 1 in LCS, and 1 in LPL, and Easy Hoon had 1. So that was the warm-up. Let's go ahead and modernize it now. Now, these players are all currently playing. Who did he tie out of all 4 of these players?
So Pioshik has a pentakill on Kindred that he achieved recently, and I don't think it was his first pentakill, but I have to think about this for a second. It's definitely not Showmaker. Dgon is an 80 carry. Keen has, I feel like, pented a lot. I think it's Pioshik. I think it's another kind of tricky question. I know Pioshik got at least one, so all he has to do is 1 more, so I'm going to guess Pioshik here. I remember that Kindred penta that he had.
Tell me what's the answer.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know, I don't know. But I'm gonna gamble it with Keen. I think he played so many games. Maybe there's a chance.
Mine's Pioshik. C, Pioshik.
All right, here we go. The answer is...
No, 100%! That's right! I may be worse at Preds, but I know I can figure out these multiple choice questions. That's right!
I tried to confuse you with the multi-region Pioshik, who did get 1 in the LCS, but he has 2 here in the LCK.
I don't remember what his other one. Do you remember what the other one he had?
Keen has 0. Keen has 0. No, it was way back in DRX.
Okay.
And then Showmaker has 5. He has 5 pentakills all in the LCK. Great job here, and we'll figure out what prizes we can give you for winning Dgon's Fact of the Week. But the prize for doing well here in rounds 1 and 2 of the LCK is an opportunity to go to MSI as we take a look at the road to MSI, where the top 6 teams from rounds 1 and 2 will play in a qualifying bracket to make it to MSI here.
Yeah, split finalists normally goes to MSI, but this time around, it's all about the gauntlet. So you gotta win that tournament, you deserve to go to MSI.
Getting it, of course, first or second gives you that huge advantage of going straight to round 3. Everything else is gauntlet-based. So really exciting tournament we're going to have. We're 3 days in Busan on a road show where all those stakes will finally be realized.
Yeah, those last 3 days going to be a whole lot of fun, so make sure to check it out and join us over in Busan. Now, as we close the chapter in round number 2 and look forward to rounds 3 through 5, we want to explain how it works on out. So the Legend Group will be the top 5 teams from rounds 1 and 2. The Rise Group will be the bottom 5 teams from rounds 1 and 2. They will play 3 round robins against each other, so 4 matches each round, so once, 3 times against each team. And then this is the results of those matches. Rounds, let's see, first and second will go straight to round 2 of the playoffs. Third and fourth will go to round 1 of playoffs. Fifth in the Legend Group will play 1, 2, and 3 for Rise Group for 2 slots. And 4 and 5's season will be over.
Just to clarify some things too, obviously the results from rounds 1 and 2 do carry over, so your stats don't get reset here. And if you're 5th place in Legends, you go to play-ins regardless, right? So you're going to be with those top 3 over there on the Rise Group, and 4th and 5th, which you can kind of look at the Rise Group results as if they're 6th to 10th in terms of overall standings, although there is that cutoff line there. if you're 4th or 5th, you don't go to play-ins at all. You're
Yeah.
just eliminated. But now we have a bigger playoff format where we actually have 8 teams involved with that play-in stage. So it's pretty awesome.
Well, most interesting thing about this thing is that I just want to see if Legend Group 5th can win against Rise Group 1st. I think it's going to be banger match.
Yeah.
you know?
And we've talked about the pros
Yeah.
and cons of being in both of those groups. Is it better to be in the Legend group and kind of, you know, maybe you're learning through stage matches, but maybe losing a lot and your confidence might be low? Or is it better to be on a hot streak and being the first place team out of the Rise group? We'll find out months down the road. But for now, let's take a look at Week 7 schedule here of the LCK for round number 2. It all kicks off with the BNK FearX Fearless Foxes against the Nongshim Noodle Boys, Nongshim Red Force in a very important mid-table matchup.
KT Hype Train? KT can win against HLE?
KT can win against Bro.
No!
KT can win against Bro. Humble
think
Life one. I think it'll be an interesting match.
That's crazy.
I'll be honest with you, Wadid. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah.
I went for the pretty standard
I think
rivalry.
it's gonna be
Gen G T1,
sweaty.
but
Seriously.
I think it'll be a good series. I do think that we're seeing Hanwha Life not punished fully for how they're playing, but I
Yeah.
don't know if KT is going to be enough to get it done. Saturday Showdown pretty interesting as well, with Nongshim slumping a little bit, losing to DN Freaks being the first team to do so. So they have a match this week against BNK starting today right after the show, and then later on against DRX. So I think for Nongshim, either the slide continues or we see them bounce back to full form, which is what my guess is.
Yeah, same kind of thing here for D plus Kia as well. Important matches against DRX, who they did take a loss, but it was an expected loss against Hanwha Life Esports. They've made the change to Lazy Feel. Where do D plus fall? Is it below DRX? Is it below BNK FearX? And then how is today's match for BNK FearX going to affect their matchup against D plus? It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this one. Here's our predictions for it, and it's a little spread here.
Wadid and I are on the same page, though.
Yeah.
We think it's going to be a bit of a bounce back week here for D+. And even though he says maybe KT have a chance, he predicted Hanwha Life as well on that one. Surprised to see not a single T1 Predator into the Genji matchup. I think Genji is the safer Pred, but I think that one could go either way. And one Bro Lever over here for the KT Bro series. Not sure about that.
He didn't pick Bro over T1, so I don't call him as a bro leaver, man.
That's not true. That's not true. That's
No,
not true.
no.
You know what? You know what, y'all?
You don't deserve it.
No one on the Korean side either picked Bro. I'm the only Bro vote in all Bro games for Week 7. There's only one Bro leaver here on the broadcast. Don't
Does
get
it
your
deserve-
news from people that don't believe.
Okay, so you're saying
doesn't
there's a bunch of
deserve it,
0
right?
Bro believers, but then there's a 0.5 Bro lever.
You're
Only a
fake,
0.5 Bro lever.
The chat bros got me. Okay,
You're
base.
fake.
Okay, bro, Dgon.
You're fake,
That's what I'm
Dgon.
saying. We need to figure out who's going to be on this one.
I think, on a serious note, I think D+ are going to bounce back this week. I think they had a rough set of games. I think they were having a lot of problems with their shot calling. Showmaker and Barrel not having the greatest time, as I don't know what Dgon's doing.
We have D+. We have D+.
Yeah.
Okay,
This
there we go.
comes with the tippers, by the way.
All
But
right.
more importantly, we have Bro. Bro's
All
here.
right.
Okay. Yep, T1's here. See, we show T1 on the broadcast sometimes too. All right, here's KT.
But anyway, like I was saying, I think D+ is going to bounce back this week.
Yeah.
I think aiming's they're going to play through aiming again. I think they're going to play through the bottom lane, play through what's safe, like they did in the past. And I think it's going to be a 2-0 week for them.
20 seconds, we did. Last thoughts.
Yeah, about the meta, I just want to see more ideas on the red side. I think the international in the team, I think they are trying to pick more on red side to like have a more space about the creative picks. So if LCK bring that in, I think it might be really interesting week we can have.
Well, you know what? The first one will go to the DN Automotive Freaks because they're on a 1-game winning streak. Boom. Cheers. Let's kick off Week 7 with our first matchup. See you in a bit.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose, counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Nongshim 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are back here on Wednesday, the first day of the week. I am Valdez, with me is Ox, and we're going to be jumping into BNK FearX up against Nongshim. This one definitely pretty contentious, right? We have some votes for BNK, we have some votes for Nongshim. You and I did go for Nongshim. What are your thoughts on this one, Ox?
We went for BNK for Rex.
Yes.
You said we went for Nongshim.
Oh.
Yeah. In the other direction.
BNK FearX, yes.
Yeah, so I think based on, you know, maybe the LCK Cup performances or the early season performances, I think a lot of people have been leaning Nongshim, but they've really fallen off the horse a little bit and struggled quite a lot. I will say, though, BNK FearX, they're not in their best form now either. I think they definitely had a peak, and they're trying to recover that peak. I think their performances recently have been fine, which is why I think it's quite a contentious one. I think at their best, Nongshim have shown a higher level than BNK FearX, but I think where they are right now is really what you have to judge them based on, and it's hard to scope out exactly where they're going to lie.
It's a fierce mid-tier battle, a narrow win-loss gap between 4th and 8th. It's time, 8th rather. It's time to lock in a crucial victory, and it really is. You know, BNK, they want to keep their hopes alive of getting into Legend Group, whereas Nongshim, same thing as well. Nongshim takes a crushing blow from DNF. I think this is part of why we see some votes for BNK. BNK are looking great, especially their bottom lane, but at the same time, Nongshim lost to the one team that hasn't won until they beat them. So it's definitely going to have to be a reset button moment for Nongshim. They're going to have to come back strong in this week 7.
Yeah, and also BNK FearX, their most recent loss was to Gen G, and to honestly, they look bad against Gen G. So I think in decent form. And talking about the support matchup, the oldest members, I think very different in what they offer in terms of support. I think Kellen recently, his lane performances in particular, his engages have been phenomenal, whereas really the Hens has been praised so much for being that mastermind behind this team who's elevated Nongshim to a much higher level than we've seen for them for a long time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see the matchup between the supports and who's going to make a bigger impact. I do think that the mid lane has to be something we have to look at as well. Not necessarily because they're the highlight members of the team, but also because they have good moments, but also they have big kind of throw moments for both of them, for Vikla and Calyx. We saw that happen actually for Calyx up against DNF, and then he immediately turned it around with a big game-saving play and gave Nongshim that game #1 win. But it's kind of up and down. I feel like both of these mid laners need to find some consistency here in the LCK.
Yeah, I think a matchup I got my eyes on is really the AD carry matchup, because this is obviously, I think Diablo, everyone has looked at him as the strongest player on the side of BNK FearX. Jiu has been the opposite. And it's been rough to see because we've seen highs from him in the past, but he really hasn't shown that same level recently. And right now, I think that's where the biggest disparity in this matchup is. So if Jiu has a good day, that could make all the difference.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree with that point. We're taking a look at the mid lane matchup, the key player matchup here. And, you know, we do have some stats. You know, Vikla's got some good damage per gold, but also he's very much losing lane pretty often, just based on the stats of, you know, CS difference at 14 and gold difference. Whereas Calyx a little bit better in that, right? But definitely not the standout players, as I mentioned before. Certainly a couple of players that are having their moments, and they are looking good at times, especially I think in the side of Calyx. He has been much better than when we saw him seasons past. But yeah, they need to kind of strip away some of the bottom tier moments from their play.
Yeah, and I think jungle as well. Gideon has been in a really consistent position. There's been a couple of mishaps, but which player hasn't had them? But Raptor, I think, could be a good match for Gideon when he's playing at his best, but I think it's, again, a lot of inconsistencies to the side from BNK FearX. It's only really Diablo who's been that consistent AD carry, strong performer for this team, so we'll see what they're able to bring out on the day. I think as well in a contentious matchup like this, draft's really important, especially with Fearless, you know, making sure you set yourselves up well. It is BNK FearX with blue side game 1. And we're going to see what they can do. Then Widid was talking about on the desk how he wants to see more teams utilizing red side effectively, because I think that's something we've seen a lot where teams kind of just, it's almost like they're accepting the fate of, oh, we're on red side, we can't do much. And then you have teams like HLE who are like, okay, let's just slam Nidalee.
Yeah.
And what? What are you going to do about it? And the answer in a lot of situations have been not much.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some teams are definitely able to utilize that counter pick a bit better. You know, I think you did highlight maybe the best team at doing it, where you've got this top laner that's just an absolute beast, and top lane can be very important for getting that counter pick. Whereas, you know, for these two teams, maybe not as much. You know, King has shown that he's willing to go towards some of the weird picks. He has played in Italy. He's played Anivia a couple of times, so maybe he wants to utilize that here from the red side. But it hasn't been as impactful as someone like Zay's. But, you know, it depends on the team, depends on the individual matchup as well. So, going to be interesting to see. I've been impressed as well by BNK's drafting recently. I think it's gotten a lot better.
Yeah, I think it's been pretty solid. And I think, you know, draft isn't going to win against a really good opponent.
No.
Like, it's very hard to have a draft that's good enough to win against Shen-Chi unless they really fumble the draft. But it can definitely help. And I think the closer the matchup is, the more impact it can make. And I think when teams have been consistently putting out solid drafts, they're cohesive, despite Fearless obviously making it more difficult, that's always something where you want to take note of and praise. Because that's the thing, when you load on the Rift, if you've made your team's job significantly easier, going to give them a lot more power. Now, starting off with the draft, immediately getting the Yone ban coming out. And I feel like bans have gotten a bit more normalized. We see some variations, so teams are willing to let through specific picks. But, you know, Taliyah getting banned very frequently now. Vi, Kalista, Varus, very popular bans. Then normally we see a sprinkling off the top laner ban pool, things like the Gwen.
Sion even going to be banned here. So will be interesting to see what does happen. I think that does raise the stonks of something like a Jace, because Sion has picked many times in the Jace just for a neutralizer. But interesting to see it banned from the red side.
Yep. They end up banning the Gwen as well. Yeah. So
yeah.
Varus, I mean, again, we've seen Varus' win rate recently not do so hot, but Varus, Kalista still open and available. Xin Zhao still open and available, which we've seen banned a decent amount more recently. Azir still open and available, and with Taliyah gone and Yone gone, that could be pretty high priority. But instead, opting to go for... No, not looking at the Rumble. I think it depends how confident you are in clear, because, you know, we've seen Rumbles do okay in a Jace. Even though Jace is favored in most matchups, we've seen Rumbles able to handle the matchup. Kingen might just lean on the Rumble himself. He's been so good on the pick. And if you're happy playing Jace into the Rumble in reverse, then I think the Azir pickup, especially with the Yone and the Taliyah, the standard response is gone. Gives a lot of value. It looks like Kingen leaning towards that Jace and will secure that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Sion ban, so I kind of thought he would be leaning towards it. It's just interesting to see that they prioritized the Azir, as you were mentioning, with those two bans in mid taken away over the top lane or anything else. We're not going to see a Nunu. We almost definitely could see a Pantheon. Has been prioritized by a lot of teams, even ahead of Xin Zhao nowadays.
Yeah, so I think Pantheon set pickup makes complete sense here. I think for BNK for X, you probably just go Rumbles and Zhao in this situation in terms of like the tier list picks that are left available. Could see them going a bit of a different direction, but it looks like the Rumble definitely going to lock that one in. I think especially given that, you know, if you do end up in a situation where you win this game one and Nongshim end up on blue side, they could prioritize that Rumble themselves in the next game. If you leave it open, they will take that one. One of the more contentious matchups in top, but I do give the edge to Jace in the early game for sure.
Yeah. There's Rumble. Always love to see it. Xin Zhao coming out here. Does feel like if you look at this first three, you're really loving your draft already from BNK, but same can be said for Nongshim. You know, Jace and Pantheon oftentimes very highly prioritized. Alongside the Ahri, which Ahri Pantheon definitely going to be making some plays, but you are going into Xin Zhao, so it'll be interesting to see how that 2v2 works out.
This just feels like a very tier-less draft. Just like, what are the best picks open and available? We're locking them in, we're securing them. That's not necessarily a bad thing, by all means. Like, you know, these are strong picks in the meta for a reason, but this is kind of what you expect from a game one draft when everything's open and available. Start to see the bans coming in. The Xayah taken out. I wonder if we get an Ezreal ban as well here. It makes sense. Often when you're trying to be aggressive on the enemy AD carry, punish them, which makes sense playing into Diablo, you ban Xayah, Ezreal as just safe picks you can lean on. Elise comes out as a denial from the Hens. I feel like the second rotation Elise ban, probably one of the most common things we've seen against Nongshim. I swear, every game they respect that. They take it away from him.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen some Shen bans from time to time. But yeah, Elise is a lot more common. There's that Ezreal ban you were talking about. No Xayah, no Ezreal. A lack of safety potentially for Diablo in this game.
Yeah, obviously you can lean towards some longer range picks, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee your safety. It just means you can play from a bit further away. But a lot of those longer range picks are pretty immobile. Now, deciding what they want to do here. We often see the Alice I was going to say, you see the Alistair come through on R4 after the ban, so I think it makes sense to take that one away. They end up going for this Kalista. So one in that early prio, one in that early power, and with counter pick, this puts BNK in a really comfortable position. I think they have to take Nico here because, yeah, it looks like they might go for the Kai'Sa Nico, because if you give Nico over, it means that basically if you pick another engaged support, like, I don't know, a Rel, and you play in a Kai'Sa Renata, you're cooked. It's really rough to play. Whereas if you go Nico, even if Renata's taken, you're feeling pretty okay about that. So, you know, they could still just go the Renata. I think it's still fine, even though the Nico does make the matchup more stable. But instead, they're looking for the Shen. So I think this is a pretty smart call. The expectation is I think a lot of teams would just lock Renata anyway. But the Shen here gives you that Rowan potential. You have double globals between jungle and support. This is a signature pick for Lehens. And also, if you end up in an all-in and the taunt connects, you just win. If you land like a taunt flash, by the time the CC's ended, there's enough Ren stacks in you. Even if you flash away, Duo flashes after you're dead. So I think Nongshim, their draft, really aggressive, but a lot of tools to play with. I think they put themselves in a great spot.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, this is a very scary draft. This almost feels like, it's not a solo queue draft, but it feels like you're in solo queue and there's like 5 different threats on the enemy team. Anybody can kill you at any time, or at least lock you down, and then they have amazing follow-up with their CC. And yeah, I think it's just a great draft from the side of Nongshim, very comprehensive. On the side of BNK, maybe a bit more tier listy, a bit more, you know, taking picks away with the Nico and stuff like that, but still some comprehensive tools for them.
Yeah, I will say though, you know, the Nico into the Shen early and also the Azir in the mid lane, I think definitely if BNK FearX play out these lanes well, could end up in a position where they have, you know, the ability to make things happen early on. So as much as I really like what Nongshim done with the draft, I think BNK FearX, they've got tools as well. We just have to see how it plays out. I am concerned though, those early skirmishes, those global ultimates can be a massive headache to play around. If you're trying to make something happen and immediately you have Shen ulting in, you have Pantheon ulting in, it can be quite a pain.
Definitely requires BNK players to be on their toes and to really understand where the enemy players are at before they take any kind of engage, because there are so many global threats. We are ready for game number 1. Let's hop into it right now.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right.
Here's the one thing that's giving me a little bit of
Yes.
concern. We saw some stats on the pre-show of teams' gold leads at different stages of the game.
Uh-huh.
And there was a team who were pretty low down in terms of their gold leads early on.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Well, that's Cleanse, and the Charm comes out as well, but the Cleanse does help with that.
A lot of patience not to flash there, I feel like, from Diablo. It's still a good resource burned by Nongshim, but definitely could have been worse. Did lose a bit of HP though and doesn't have time to reset.
The Hens is also
The
taking...
Hens, yeah, he's HP is a resource, and he's using a lot of it. But now, Diablo has to walk around. They're just not letting him come through. I think if he just walked around already, would have been there, but I guess he's thinking eventually they have to go to lane. Does wait it out, is patient, but this does give G1 Hands first access to the wave to shove it in. But sorry, the point I was making before, so we saw in the pre-show talking about gold leads at different points of the game. Nongshim very low down, I think they're actually at the bottom, the early leads. This is a comp that kind of needs a lead, right? Jace, Ahri, and Kalista are all picks that really want to be ahead. You don't want to play Jace or Kalista in particular from behind. And yes, they have tools to facilitate that, but I feel like this is going to be a volatile one.
Yeah, definitely should be. We do see that level 2 is going to be hit here by Lehens and Jiu, got to the lane first. And Lehens, you know, uses his pots, and he does hit full health once again. Basically, they're looking for a dive, actually, to flash on in. There's no cleanse, and they might just get this kill. There it is, first blood. It does go over to the support, but they deny a massive wave in the bottom side.
A ton of XP denied away from Diablo here. And this is kind of what we saw a lot with, like, Kalista Renata, especially when it was into, like, Lucian Nami, where you go for that early dive. Even if you trade it down, even if someone died, it's fine because you denied so much. But a big hit, and I think Diablo, it was pretty telegraphed. Maybe he was worried that, like, Lehens would be able to match his flash with his, but I think he could have outplayed that. I think there was more window to outplay. It does save his flash in this situation, but this is showing the cost of that cleanse being burned. because not only can you cleanse the CC, but also the ignite damage as well, which really limits the ability to go for that dive. So Lahen's doing a good job to capitalize early on.
Yeah, he's leading the way, and that's what you would expect out of a guy like Lahen's. And all eyes right now are on this bottom lane because of those burn summoners, including Lahenz's. So we'll see if Raptor does want to pay a visit here. There's a nicely... Oh, I thought he put a ward. He actually didn't, but Lahen's just kind of personally warding with his body.
Honestly, I think one of the most OP things you can do in League of Legends is you walk towards a brush that you typically want to ward, and you just don't ward it.
Yeah.
You know, and just mind game the opponents.
Very tricky. So he just steps up and has to flash now. And they're not really going to get too much, especially because the root doesn't connect. A lot of damage does come in. I suppose you could call it a tempo flash. But who are we kidding? That's a massive cooldown taken away from Diablo.
That's the thing that's kind of frustrating, is that like if you're saving the cooldown for a good situation, then 100% like there can be scenarios where maybe it was... Oh!
Okay, he's just going to flash away barely. And you see that very, very close on that one. So, tempo flash indeed. They trade flashes eventually.
This is kind of how I expected the lane to go a little bit more so. I will say they are bearing the brunt pretty heavily. You don't typically get to see a Kai'Sa paired up with a range support who can harass this much, but yeah, I think especially given the fact that Nongshim were pretty low in the health bar department and Lahen's had no flash, there's just limited threat. But yeah, here, it was a very short taunt in a flash, so maybe Diablo was just like not completely ready for it. It's like the quicker you flash in like the process, because you can taunt and then right at the end flash, it's a lot harder to react to if you do it in that manner. We've seen a lot of abilities. You know, Vi is a good example of a champion where you use the flash to make it harder to react to hers. So Lahen's obviously with pretty good mastery of this champion. But I think overall, given that we saw Jiwoo's flash be burned and be chunked out, lane is honestly positive for BNK FavorX. You know, you can see in terms of CS, they've really caught up and they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, Diablo's still a little bit behind on XP, but it doesn't look like that's going to be too big of a deal. It is a very small lead here for Jiwoo. They are going to go for the Drake. Just a Hextech Drake to start this one up. BNK are looking to come down.
Alex just hit 6. They can't fight this.
Yeah, and he gets here first as well. I mean, Vicla's not even moving. So, I mean, he's trying to hit 6, but it's too late. They already got the Drake, so... BNK take a long time just looking at them. They're going to land a root, but still no roam from Vikla, so not really overcommitting to this fight.
Yep. I mean, I think it's the right call not to contest it. Obviously, oh, they are still lucky. This is dangerous.
Yeah, about the right call. They're still going in. A lot of damage. You know, the root comes in. They're threatening it. They're trying to push the Pantheon off of this one. Calyx is coming in, and now the Spirit Rush used. They want a pick on someone. That is a Xin Zhao. It's only level 5. The taunt follow-up is huge, but now we got Vikla with a 3-man knockup. Isn't enough damage. They're going to get one. The flash on in for Calyx blocks the W. That was insane. And now the follow-up comes in. Vikla super low. He's running away from a Kalista. That's never going to work. He goes down, and Kellen is the only one left. Nongshim, a big fight.
I just don't know why BNK FavorX are going for this. They weren't forced into this play. They just opted into a scenario where Nongshim were heavily favored. You know, even though Vikla now had his ultimate, the value of the Ahri ultimate in these early skirmishes far outstrips the Azir's ultimate. You can see, they're like, oh, well, they're low, but who is actually low? It's not Calyx, right? He's the most important person. He's not low on health. He lands his charm. The immediate follow-up's there. The ult doesn't actually get as much value as you'd think. And Diablo takes so much damage finishing off these targets. That flash from Calyx as well to block the Void Seeker. He did so much in this fight, and he keeps getting these resets. You know, it's Kalista, Ahri are the ones who are healthy. Of course they're going to carry that fight.
Yeah. It's kind of weird, you know, Calyx very much just ran straight at them and Spirit Rushed in their face, and it was very telegraphed, so maybe BNK are like, okay, we can handle this. We've put ourselves in this situation. And then he just kind of styled all over them.
It's like when Ahri started ulting, they were like, oh wait, this is actually bad. But it's like, the signs were there well before Calyx pressed the button. And again, I think the emphasis was really on Nongshim to get the ball rolling in this game. And BNK FavorX are the ones who have kind of given them this opportunity. Now, they are looking for a play here onto Jiwoo. Ult comes in.
Yeah, Jiwoo, no flash. He does have cleanse, so he's going to cleanse that root. And they say, well, we can't chase the Kalista in there.
Honestly, considering Jiwoo only burns cleanse, I mean, yes, BNK FX got a summoner, but if you think about the time invested, the setup, the fact they had 3 people there, the ult committed from Clear as well, just Cleanse doesn't feel that rewarding for the setup that went towards that play.
Yeah, absolutely. Spent a lot of time up there. Now, they are going to get onto these grubs. We do see that Gideon is nowhere near this. Meanwhile, Diablo is getting dove, and this is where Gideon was. He wanted to go for the dive onto the solo Kaisa. So you identified Diablo's the issue. You've already killed him 3 times. Nongshim, they have their sights set on this guy.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously grubs you're probably going to get anyway given Gideon wasn't there, but which would I rather have, a cleanse and some grubs, or all this gold onto this Jace and shutting down this Kai'Sa as well? You know, King and getting play. Oh.
Yeah. Song comes in, Clear. Surprisingly, Tanky's got plated steel caps already. The root comes down, but Fate's call comes in, and now Clear does have to flash away. A lot of fast and loose play, it feels like, in these lanes.
Yep.
And Nongshim are just winning, it feels like, almost every time.
I mean, yeah, they're finding these advantages, and, you know, especially between Shen and Pantheon, the setup these picks have. Like, we see so many times Kellen lands a root, and it's like, okay, well, I can't walk, but I'm still dealing damage. Whereas the taunt and the stun from Pantheon, so much impact, and we really haven't seen Raptor able to achieve much yet in this early game on this Xin Zhao.
Yeah. Definitely does feel like BNK, you know, they're a team, they're never going to back down from action and from fights, and I feel like that's actually hurting them a lot in this game, where it's like, you don't have to take all these fights. You could have just sat back. You know, the bottom lane I do understand where you do want to put the pressure on the Shen, but some of the other plays have been pretty rough in that regard, shot calling wise. And now Nongshim have a 2,000 gold lead before 10 minutes, which is gigantic. They only lost the grubs, but they have the Drake as well.
And one of the problems is how much gold Gideon has. He is the first person in the game to have completed first item, and it's his Sundered Sky. If you look at the meta in the jungle at the moment, so many champions are actually utilizing this and just the power it gives in skirmishes, because not only do you get extra birth damage, but you can proc it repeatedly and fight for that healing.
Flash comes in, the charm as well, and Viklas is dead! It's enough damage, and Vikla had no chance. He didn't even have flash. Didn't see Lahen's coming, and Lahen's again makes a good flash taunt play.
And still has his ult, you know? I mean, there wasn't really any position for BNK FX to make a play somewhere else, but even if they had a window, you'd have to deal with the Shen ult on the back of that, so I feel like just so much value being gained from this Shen pick right now. But yeah, as I was saying about Gideon with this Sundered Sky, you compare that to Raptor just not having a completed item. Any fight where both junglers are there, Nongshim is just going to win.
Yeah, I mean, he's over 1,000 gold ahead, as is the mid lane. So, huge gold leads across the board.
나 도와줄 되고.
Oh, look for this.
Okay.
I can look for this taunts.
Yeah, and you see him flashing quite late in the taunt to get the full range on it, and able to catch Vikla out before he can dash. Obviously, he doesn't have the flash himself. There's great setup there, and Kingen is getting plates again on this Jace. Not a good omen.
So they're trying to cross map here, and Clear just essentially abandoning the lane.
Gideon's coming with ult.
Yeah, Gideon's coming over, and they back away already. So maybe looking to trade turrets at this point, but the Jace is just enjoying so much free gold.
They might push back in here, though.
Yeah, Lahen's comes on over, just trying to survive, I guess. Not really sure. Very early, very broken up here from Nongshim. It's just 2 free kills given over to Diablo.
Yeah, and then a TP comes in top to defend the tower as well.
What was that?
Felt like a bit of overconfidence. You know, we talked a lot about the power of the Shen ult. Can't really use the Shen ult there in that situation. And also, Lahen's and Jiwoo got so split up, you know? The Fate's call, I don't even think Lahen's was in range for Jiwoo to use it. So just very questionable, I think, in that situation.
It looked like they were on 7 different pages here.
The thing is, the wave is still there, so they have ample opportunity to move in. And Jiwoo is trying to walk in range to ult him, but eventually realizes by trying to walk in range to ult him, he's just setting himself up to get ulted. It was very odd, and then Gideon ults, it just clears the wave, because like, well, this is cooked. Yeah, so for what was a huge advantage for Nongshim, squandered a little bit in this situation. Still very strong, still got some great spikes on their mid and jungle, but a needed injection of gold for BNK FX, who are quickly losing control of this game.
Really, the biggest issue, I think, is that Diablo got so much gold. Like, a double kill on this Kaisa now puts him almost 1,000 gold of his opponent. As now Vikla in a bit of trouble. Just going to sweep away the Shen. Nicely played. Gets ahead of it early. Still a nice group up here from Nongshim to get even more plates.
Yeah, they are really milking these plates right now and get a lot of value from them. And that's the thing, you know, BNK FearX, they got those 3 grubs, but how much value do you actually have from the grubs if you're not getting towers, getting plates? And, you know, you look on the map, you can see, yes, I got 3 plates on the bot side, but none taken mid and top. It is really Nongshim have been managing to capitalize on those advantages. But still, a 2,000 gold lead, it's still comebackable from this point. I think it's a thing to say for BNK FearX, but the game is in a volatile spot. And as the map starts to open up, as we see towers taken, this tower is obviously going to go down. That top tower, only 1 plate left on it for BNK FearX, means the more open the map is, the more value the Shen ult has, the more value the Pantheon ult has.
They even deny CS on this turret. I mean, Nongshim, they made a big play on the bottom side. It was just not answered at all. We saw that Raptor was top lane, wasn't able to gank Gideon, who had flash and is still ahead. He eventually came down bot, but the turret's already gone. So this feels like Nongshim were ahead of the play, and there wasn't really a reaction here from BNK. And now we got a Shen on top of the Submarine Ahri, as Vikla not going to respect the brush. They might be able to trade a kill back on Lehens. Maybe give this one over to Raptor, or even just Diablo again. No, they're not going to waste Diablo's time. He's got farming to do, and they'll just give that kill over to Raptor. So a little bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah.
Vikla, though, does go down for the 3rd time.
I think you're kind of okay with that if you're BNK FearX. If you're trading 1-for-1 and Lehens is using his ultimate, that's kind of okay. I do like when teams use those ultimates more proactively rather than just defensively when you're playing the Shen, but unfortunately didn't have the exit plan needed to get away from that one.
The grub power getting to work. BNK finally going to pick up their first turret.
Picking up the flower, though.
Yeah. Misplay.
Yeah. A little bit of lost value there.
Yeah. We do have the feats of strength given over to Nongshim, by the way. They got the feats of warfare, and then they got that first turret down in bot.
A lot more value now with the cheaper boots. I think seeing more upgrades off them, just because, like, even though some of them got nerfed, the difference between like 750 gold and 500 gold is so much. There's times, especially if you're going into like an Adakan fight and you have 500 gold, it's a great investment. I feel if you're not going to hit like a full item spike, and obviously you can't always plan around that.
It's better than a component you would get for like 435 gold or something, you know, or 450. So
yeah, and some of them, like, it always depends as well. Like, some champions sync with some better. I think especially when you're playing into a team which is heavy loaded. So for example, in this situation, if there's a lot of AP damage in the enemy team, which there really is because of the Rumble, the Azir, and the Kai'Sa, then the upgraded Merc Treads, that magic damage shield, has a ton of value.
I'm sure they're going to be getting at least one of those, if not more.
Cannon!
No! Yeah, I think that's it.
You know what?
I think it's over.
His equalizer is on cooldown. Would it have been? No, it would not have been with. Would it have been
to
with
flash?
No, to equalizer for the cannon?
Yeah. No, I think for sure.
With Dragon up in a second and Herald up?
It's Chemtech Drake. I think the cannon's better. I'll take one cannon over one Chemtech Drake any day.
Valid.
At this point in the game, like if they were about to hit Soul Point or even Soul,
you're so cannon-pilled.
Maybe then. I am very cannon-pilled. I've been casting with Jonah Strong for a very long time.
You know who else is cannon minion-pilled?
Jonah Strong?
Chovy.
That makes sense. He Chovies them all the time.
And you know what? They're not even fighting the dragon, so what does it matter?
Yeah. He'd have his ult back already. Rumble's OP. Well, he's just going to start up the Rift Herald here. There are about 3 wards that are all seeing this at the same time.
Yes, I think they're somewhat aware.
They know this is happening. They're just going to ult in, and they're going to try to turn on a Calyx, who is running away, but instead it's just Diablo left in a really rough spot, and the objective does go over. Now they're going to sweep on a Calyx, looking to get this kill, and they might just be able to. Charm comes in. BNK, eventually, they get the shutdown. That's a lot of gold over to Vikla, who does pick up the kill.
Yeah, a lot of gold going in. I mean, Diablo nearly got blown up immediately in that play. And fortunately, Vikla's going to be in position to be able to defend this tower. But that Rift Child being secured means this tower likely going to go down soon.
That's fine. He looked for it.
Yeah.
He knew people were backing.
They will be able to take this mid-tier 1. Not much can be done. Can BNK FearX find a fight afterwards, though? That is the question. They look to be...
Lehens? Okay.
That is a very Lehens move.
All plans. He might actually get chased down here. You can see that they are looking to poke him down. Lehen's barely surviving after whatever that was.
Yeah, no summoners on Raptor, Vikla, Diablo, or Kellen. So, Lehen's is really testing limits. I was going to say no summoners, so going in there on Lehen's, probably not the right move, but did threaten him a little bit there at least. And so I think Nongshim, they gave over a lot of the gold that was on Calyx, but they do get that mid-tier 1 thanks to the Herald. Goldie's still about 2,000. Definitely not enough to sort of write off being KFRX, but still positive. We'll see the play coming out. Look at Diablo's health. He's full, and like he cleanses pretty immediately. And look how much health he loses. And from a Shen and a Pantheon, it's a support Shen. This Pantheon just with so much burst. If he hesitated, he might have just died. They do manage to turn onto the Ahri. I feel like going on the Ahri is always risky because she's so mobile. If you commit onto and chase it, she gets away, it feels bad. But Calyx didn't really have anywhere good to go to. And so they get that influx of gold. But no summoners on a lot of people on being KFRX does make things scary, especially with Dgon coming up in a minute. I think Nongshim could maybe set up a play around it, set up a trap around it, and bank on not only the fact they obviously have a bit of gold lead, but there's lack of summoners.
Yeah. Especially for the 80 carry difference in summoners. Jiu can play very aggressive. He's got a Shen to back him up. He's got his own flash and cleanse, whereas Diablo has nothing. So I feel like they should set it up, especially with just having Kalista on your team and this gold lead. So are they going to do it is really the question.
The thing is, with Dgon being on the bot side of the map and Dragon being in 2 minutes, you lose nothing for setting up for it. If you don't find an angle to do Dgon or threaten being KFRX...
Missed the cannon, by the way.
I'm going to choose to ignore that. Because you're setting up on that side of the map anyway, even if nothing comes from it, you still have that same setup for Dragon. So control on that side of the map absolutely going to be what Nongshim want to do. And then if you see an angle to get a kill or to get Dgon, that's just a bonus.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while they're setting up for this, we do have Kingen pushing the top lane. Finally, Clear is going to match it, but might be able to get some big shots into this turret. So, I mean, a decent amount of control on the bottom side of the map, but also it just feels like Nongshim aren't trying to start this immediately. They did, as I was saying, that ping the Dgon, though, so feeling a little bit confused about exactly how they want to tackle this. Top laners do have TP, so you could just look to continue the push on the top side and just push in here with 4 and try to get vision.
I think setting a trap with the vision, really good. If you force someone from being KFRX to face check, eventually someone's going to walk into a Shen and a Pantheon. You can see here the river is just completely dark for the side of being KFRX. Even pushing beyond like that red buff line, very difficult at this point. They have that one control ward. They get no ward in there, but it's been spotted. So you can see Lehen's just gets the recall off. He's going to base and we'll pick up some more wards. And this trap is just going to keep getting, more and more vision cleared out, more and more vision consolidated until Nongshim have just completely found a way to choke out being KFRX. So Dragon is approaching in about 30 seconds though. But again, like I said, they're setting up on the safe side of the map. If you take the Dragon, that's fine too. And if you force being KFRX to walk in, then potentially you can get an Dgon off of one fight.
Yeah, you do see Nongshim are trying to get some deep vision here, and Raptor is essentially just saying no. Now he's going to go in. He's taking a ton of damage, and now the follow-up comes in. Finally, he gets his ult off, though, at the very last moment. Raptor also gets the kill. He's kind of not a person at this moment. He's so low, so it's not like they can turn this into an objective, but still a one fight for BNK. Nongshim immediately going to start this up. They still have the Shen ult. Yeah, so Lehen's, he's only 15 seconds away. He'll definitely be here in time for this fight. They're going to start on this Dragon. It's just gone. It's already gone. A great read from Nongshim to have the confidence to go for that, and now BNK hesitantly positioning around the Dgon. I say hesitantly in a hopeful way. Positioning, not actually doing it.
Please, not the time. It looks like Nongshim potentially going to start it up, but I think just prodding and poking.
Look at King, and he's going pretty deep behind them, but now gonna get the flash out of Calyx. Vikla holding onto his ult smartly. And now Lehen's taking a ton of damage. He just got here. He just ulted in, and now he's dead. Again, a very broken up play, I think, from Nongshim. They're not really all on the same page.
Yeah, that first death, not a big issue, right? Lehen's can ult back. That second one, a lot more of an issue. This Dgon gonna get secured.
Yeah, I mean, Gideon's not here. Now he's gonna ult in, and maybe they win the fight, but no, Raptor stays alive once again. And a kill did go over to Diablo as well. They don't have their Callista. Calix still pretty scary, as is Gideon, though. Big equalizer onto that Pantheon, and now clear! Looking to clean up this fight. It might just be able to do so. Still on the chase, but they say, hey, we got the objective. We got a couple of kills as well. Let's just back away and take our wins.
Ooh, man, Kellen.
Yeah, still playing with their food here, and I think Nongshim are going to pay for it. Not sure about this one. Trying to stop the backs. And they get punished. Just another kill on the board.
It's one of these situations where, you know, you lose your objective, you want to get something from it, and you just end up giving over more in this situation. As I said, this first death for the Shen isn't a major issue. Nongshim can play around it with the Shen ult. The ult is very late from Raptor here. Quite nearly dies, but gets the healing.
21.
Yeah, from Triumph and from Sundered Sky, keeps him alive. But then this play, you know, the ult comes out on a Kingen. Kellen misses his route, otherwise Kingen might have just died earlier. But they're not really in a position with Jiwoo. Look how far away he is from the fight. This Callista just not even there. And then here they try and make something out of this. They're like, okay, they're low, but because they did the Atakan so fast, it didn't actually do that much damage to them. They get this charm on a Vikla, the follow-up is there from Gideon, but Raptor survives again, fortunately. But it's clear the fact he has his ultimate makes such a big difference in this fight. I don't think they factored the Rumble having the equalizer available again.
I think pretty clearly they did not. And, you know, Vikla dies with ult, flash up. I think, you know, kind of unfortunate, but also he's not really the most fed member on the BNK team. So they used a lot to go deep for the Azir, and then they got themselves in this weird spot trying to force the fight afterwards, and it just did not work out. As we have a pause.
I mean, the two things I will say is, one, not only will Jiwoo be in there and make a big difference in the fight, but he can also ult Lahens, you know, and save him for that situation. And the second thing is, that's how the fight went when Vikla didn't use ult or flash. If he'd used those, I mean, it would have been a world of difference. And now we're in a situation where, you know, I said with Nongshim, you have a Jace, you have a Callista, you have an Ahri. These are champions that want to be ahead of the curve, that want to snowball. And you did that. You have this Pantheon, the Shen for the global setup. Everything was going right. And a couple of fumbles, and now BNK have a 700 gold lead. They have a lot of gold on the carries. Diablo is starting to take over in the
Atakan as well.
Yeah.
Permanent.
The extra stats, the extra experience. I think it's one of these things where, like, you know, you look at the gold, and even though it's only a slight lead for BNK, the XP difference they'll have gotten from the Atakan, the free stats, and also the scaling aspects of the composition, I'm starting to worry for Nongshim in the position they're in.
Yeah, so we have a reported peripheral issue. It is the mouse. I'll get that translated for you guys. So we'll see what's going on with this mouse, or if you can just change it, or what the actual issue is. But pretty obviously it is clear.
Yep. Clearly it is clear.
I used that one before, so I didn't want to double down, you know.
Usually with these situations, peripheral issues don't take too long to resolve. And hopefully we can get this sorted out pretty quick, get back in a game. Obviously, never ideal to have a pause. But, you know, wait until after the fight. And it looked like in that fight specifically, he did pretty good. I think what would be frustrating is if in the fight, like, his equalizer just went miles away, and then it's like, well, clearly something was wrong there, but it looked like everything went right for Clear, so hopefully he doesn't feel it impacted the fight, and maybe it was something he noticed after. Yeah, I think pressure's on for Nongshim, and particularly with the position they're in. They're higher in the standings quite significantly. They're 4th right now, but was talked about, you know, going into this game, into this match. There's not much difference between 4th and 8th. You literally, a couple of bad results, and you could just slip down so quickly.
They're only one series win apart, these two teams.
So they need to break this loss streak. 3 loss streak right now, and one of those being to DNF as well. It's not looking good, and I think this game has shown kind of some of the issues that can happen.
Yeah, you know, you begin to lose confidence in your team, and now Lahen's kind of out here by himself once again. At least Jiwoo is there this time. And they are going to use that Fate's Call just for a Nico route, which doesn't feel good, but at least he's there. At least Lahens doesn't die for free for nothing this time.
This is the thing. Oh, connect. But they're still looking, are they?
I mean, it is Ahri.
Oh, he has a knock-up stacked up. He stacked it up on the ward, was going to look for the knock-up there, doesn't find it. And then that would obviously set up Jiwoo.
They're still hounding this Ahri down. I mean, Shen will come in eventually. The root comes in, though, and now Calix in a bit of trouble. But it's a trade of ults, and it's a maneuver by BNK to come up here and take the turret down.
Yeah, forces him back, and no ult for Lehens available there, so had to kind of disengage from the situation. We'll see Kingen getting some value, but TP is going to come in to respond to that, so you won't be able to take that tower. But yeah, you know, the tools like the Fate's Call, the Stand United, the Grand Starfall, is that what it's called? The ult for Pantheon? I think so.
So they changed it at some point. I think it might just be Starfall?
I don't know.
Or
Whatever.
Grand Starfall.
Those three ultimates, they always feel better when you're using them proactively. You're making plays with them rather than, oh, we stopped them from killing us. Never feels that ideal.
Yeah. Oh, we just barely got away as I used my ultimate. Yeah.
And that's kind of the position. You can see just how much it's flowed in favor of BNK DRX now, and how much more confident they feel. And if they're burning these resources consistently, it's not going to feel good. Now, setting up some vision around the Baron area. It is Dragon in a minute 20. It would be sold for Nongshim. Their composition's pretty squishy, though. Like, how valuable is a Hex?
Yeah, so Calyx is just going to get rooted here. Has to use Spirit Rush again.
Yeah, and with him being about half HP, no TP, and no ult, I think it's a good signal to start this. At minimum, you force the TP from Kingen.
Yeah, that's what you should be looking for. Another control ward in the pit, going to be cleared out. Kellen on the left side, ready for his engage. His ult just comes up right now. Charm, though, onto Raptor, and now their jungler's taken away. They have to go for the fight to BNK. It's not getting low enough, and that's a couple of kills, and they don't even need the smite. As Blasts come in, barely clipping Kingen with that ultimate, but Diablo, ooh, just barely saved by Kellen. And that should be enough. Gio also being hounded down here. Should eventually just burn. There it is. Really takes out Clear. Kind of a close fight, all things considered, but still BNK come out ahead big time.
Little scrappy there, and Raptor making a pretty big mistake, but the rest of the team held strong so well here. Gotta give credit to BNK DRX not panicking. This is a situation that very quickly could have got out of control. The Charm connects, doesn't have time to ult, blown up, but the equalizer from Clear is fantastic. And the follow-up, the patience, making sure they're focused on a single target, not AoEing the Baron to give him a slight chance in this. Kellen with the redirect, turning to the side to ult Kingen. Lands the root as well to save his AD carry. And here, pretty close, but the burning comes through from Clear. Clear, you know, we talked about this Rumble-Jace matchup, how it's a bit more of a contentious one. And you have to have confidence in your top laner to like give over the Jace and take the Rumble.
Yeah.
Confidence has been so well placed for Clear. Even though Kingen does have a gold lead, has been getting a lot of value in the side lane, Clear has been a monster in these team fights.
Yeah, he's been huge. I mean, his Rumble is pretty much the first champion that I really enjoyed from this player when he first came in LCK, and he had a bit of a slump, but he's back. It really does feel like his Rumble deserves the respect that he's getting. As now Fate's Call. Well, by the way, Lehens was the one waiting on the bush, waiting for the play. And now he's the one that has to be saved once again. Diablo in a bit of trouble, but he's got cleanse, and he does get away. Kellen getting low as well. A ton of damage coming out from Kingen, but again, they're just not finishing off the targets, and Diablo's just able to go ham in this fight. Has a triple kill. Could look for the Penta, but it doesn't look like Nongshim want to give that over.
At this point, they have to commit so much, and sure, they get Diablo summoners, but they're not in a position to capitalize on that. The game is looking to be ended right now with that Baron push coming in. It's Calyx and Jiwoo to try and save it, but it might be a tall task.
It is crazy that Nongshim, they were holding on to the lead for so long, and now it just looks like BNK were winning the whole time in this game. Jiwoo in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down, nuked by Diablo, who's got 10 kills in this game. And, I mean, there's nothing much that Calyx can do alone.
Just used Equalizer. He has it again.
Yeah, that's Rumble. He's level 17 now. And Lehens trying to buy some time. You see Calyx is just backing up on the top side. The game is over, guys, as just a couple of extra kills are given over. There's the Nexus. BNK take the first game.
And I genuinely think you look at that early, even the early mid-game from Nongshim, and you think they did everything right, you know? And then a couple of mistakes, and their composition started to show holes. And with a comp like this, you get ahead of the curve, you have to maintain that. You could definitely see a team, some of the stronger teams in the league, do that successfully. Real big fumble here, and BNK DRX were there to sweep it up. And I think moment showing how complete this team has sort of become was that Baron moment, right? Raptor makes an individual mistake, he ends up getting caught out. No hesitation for the rest of the team. The calls are very clear. They know what they need to do. They secure the Baron. And you kind of forget the fact that their jungler just died with Baron at 3,000 HP because it seemed to not even bother them.
It's crazy. I mean, there was maybe a way for everybody to commit, for Nongshim to get in there, do enough damage to the Baron, and maybe smite it down before the Pantheon dies, but that is not what happened. BNK reacted quicker, and Kellen's flash over the wall, the double root, and the follow-up damage from Clear, I believe it was, just burns them down.
I mean, remember the fact that Diablo was 0-3 at one point in this game. They
So
really targeted him. It just didn't matter.
It just didn't matter. BNK able to take a big game number 1 victory. Probably going to have to move over to the red side for game number 2. We'll see what that looks like. But for now, enjoying a 1-0 lead. We'll take a break and we'll have the space and we'll be right back.
아리 공도 없거든? 그냥 오른 거 치면 돼.
아 내가 전멸로 질러줄게. 나
나도 이거 3타로 질러.
아 죽일 생각하자. 죽일 생각하자. 내가 전.
가다.
아 내가 먼저 지를게. 나 전멸.
럼버리 그냥 지를까 봐.
아 먼저 봐줘. 그냥 짜오가.
밀어버려? 다리 높여? 빨리 받아 빨리. 뭐냐?
아 괜찮아. 아 그냥 시엔 노플이야. 시엔 노플. 그냥 해봐.
3타. 라인 해봐. 바텀 라인 들어가. 라인 들어가.
원거리 들어가게.
라인 해봐. 라인
있어. 한태호 있어.
나와봐.
나공 있어.
다우다 밀게 이거. 한테 보자. 펜 보자 쉔. 야 오른 거 보면 돼. 오른 거. 나무로 봐.
everyone, and welcome back to the space after the Fearless Foxes battle back here against the Noodle Boys to take a 1-0 series lead in the battle at the middle of the table and potentially a very important matchup for the Legends group standings. Dgon here alongside Wolf and Woodid to break it all down for you.
I mean, they had so much control, Nongshim did in the early game. They had a draft that gives early game control. They played around the Pantheon. They pulled the advantages out early. Lehens was playing great early game Shen, but they really lost themselves on the map after that. They got lost in the sauce and tossed this one away. This is such an important match, like you said, for Rise Legend because they're both right on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, everyone expected that Nongshim could win this game, not only just because about their early game. I think we don't really care about the last game that Nongshim had. I think they really had great performances in general, but somehow they, I don't know, like in the mid game, they try to defend their plays so many times, and which makes them really in a bad position. And I feel like they should have just played their tempo, play their game. But I think it was really horrible that they kind of failed after that early game.
Well, here in the LCK, we are an entertainment place, an entertainment channel, and thankfully we got a couple channels here for us. So I'm gonna go ahead and let's do that. Let's turn on some WA TV. WA TV, as Woodid breaks down how the early game went for Nongshim.
Yeah, there we go. Here, I think BNK was really great of using their pressure on the bot side. So I think it's really great to push them out and having a pressure on the Gromp, which makes sense because of their HP bar. Look at their HP, it's really low. And I think in this case, they really need to involve their mid lane who has early prior. I think it was really great usage of Trinket, so you can roll the clip here. And I think here, Vikla has responsibility to block Ahri or at least match, or you can move earlier for the team. But he didn't do anything of that. And I think that snowballed for Nongshim to have a chance on the team fight. But also, I think in this case, look at the HP here. I think they have really great chance of winning the team fight still. But I feel like Raptor kind of hesitated to dodge the skill shot. If he flashed here or back out, I think it's a really great chance for Bigla to look for the opportunity in the tri-bush, but he didn't actually react to anything, so that's why Nongshim could look for the plays. I feel like BNK was having a great tool of using their early priors, but it was handled poorly.
Yeah, and the shove there at the end is like, here you go, Diablo, here's 3 people to kill you. Well, you know what? We've leveled up here at the LCK because now we have 2 channels. It's time for WoW TV with Wolf. Wow!
All right, so let's take a look at there's a lot of tempo control here right now for the side of Nongshim, right? They have a big advantage, but BNK are going to rotate over and look for a dive here. Now look at what's happening in mid and in top at the same time. You have Jace pushing solo, getting solo plate gold. You have an Ahri who's pushed under turret, but actually can rotate over to potentially join the fight. And you have 2 global ultimates. You have a Pantheon ult and you have a Shen ult. They could have decided to either A, go in with Lehens, or go into the Pantheon first, and then have Lehens ult him to try to defend the turret. But what Woodid and I actually preferred that Nongshim do here was actually instead play for this angle here with Calyx and Vikla. Because if you look at where Pantheon is on the map, he actually could have ulted down here towards Vikla. They could have played for this. They could have played for a mid push. But instead, Lehens goes in first. The Pantheon ult is not synced up here with the rest of Nongshim. They lose a ton of control. Sure, they still have this pushing Jace on the top side. It's okay to let this turret go, though. You could have just played for mid. You could have played for a more synced up play with Gideon and Lehens there, but they kind of ended up doing neither. And it was at this moment in time where a ton of tempo was lost here for Nongshim, and BNK got back into the game.
I'm a big fan of Wolf TV, man. He's so good. He's so good.
Yeah, WoW TV and WA TV.
I mean, I learned from the best, you know?
Yeah. It was a great job by both of them. Also, they learned from each other because now WA TV is wearing glasses as well.
Yeah, I prepared it. And
Right.
it's going to be a regular content for it.
Yeah, well, those are some of the highlights there from that last game. It was a snowball into the lead here for BNK DRX, a 1-0 start for them. Will Nongshim be able to come back, or will it be a nice mid-table result for the Foxes?
Thank you so much, Spacers, for that breakdown. Loving WA and WoW TV for the highlights this time around. We'll see if we one day can get the TV. Aux TV? I think Aux TV works better. Makes a lot more sense.
My name's short enough already.
Yeah, you don't have to... Even Wolf. Could just say Wolf TV. It didn't have to be Wo TV.
Yeah. Why did Dgon do that?
Wolf is also one syllable. Wow, that's scary. Why does it look like he's got like a grill in his teeth or something? It's like very shiny ink.
That's an intimidating fox. You know?
That was a raccoon.
That's a raccoon?
He's hunting the fox.
Oh.
Let the fox hunt begin.
Okay.
It's a raccoon with the gun.
I did think it looked like a raccoon, but I was like, is it just because I'm thinking of, I don't know, Brendan.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm an expert in League of Legends, not so much in animals. I'm glad I have you to back me up.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Well, we have a draft here. Nongshim are moving to the blue side as expected. We didn't get any crazy kind of counter pick with Kingen in game one, especially because you know, Jace and Rumble were open, so it just makes sense. And now he's on the blue side, so it's not even like you're going to be in a good spot unless the top laner is picked early. We'll see, you know, maybe they leave something up that is high tier like a Gwen, and then they try to counter pick that. But for now, we're going to have Nefiri banned and Vi. Vi definitely still the mainstay on the red side ban. Still the most banned champion at the LCK.
Yeah, so in this situation, probably like Vi, Gwen, Yone from BNK FairX is maybe, I mean, maybe they're not concerned about the Yone with the Azir gone. Maybe that was a more, that was why they banned it. Maybe they have to ban the Varus actually on 3.
Yeah.
I feel like you can be so much more targeted with your bans on blue side. And with Nefiri gone, and the Xin Zhao gone, and the Pantheon gone, you know, maybe like Wukong is one of those bruiser junglers that are still prioritized a decent amount. We are still seeing Skarner and Sejuani, but I feel like less so. I feel like we have been very much focused around these sort of bruiser picks. Ashban comes through, you know, wanting to remove one of those ranged options. Are they trying to really force the Varus ban here? I mean, I feel like there are picks that are still playable into Varus that are available. We're still very early. And, like, neither Kalista or Kai'Sa really has fun into Varus. So I'm not... We haven't removed any of the matchups that are good necessarily to him, but they'll still take it off the cards and remove that one.
Yeah, I think especially with Yu not playing his best game nowadays, could have considered it, but they're just going to give respect to the pick itself. What is going to be the first pick here from the side of Nongshim? Yone available?
Yeah, they will just look to pick it up. Kalex feeling confident on that one. If they do secure this, honestly, I feel like a Poppy Talia rotation could be kind of crazy. Instead, looking towards his Sion, you know, the Jace is gone. We've often seen Sion picked in a Jace, but maybe thinking, you know, what answer do they have necessarily to the Sion pick? I guess you could probably just go on Bessa if you're a King into it. Or, you know, Nah, also fine. And I still think Talia pretty high priority, and you'd be happy to play it into the Yone. But instead, looking towards the Lucian.
Okay. You know, I said earlier that I was very happy with BNK's drafting nowadays. The Blind Scion with a lot still available, and the Lucian priority, not exactly very high on my tier list.
Yeah, Lucian Scion, certainly a rotation.
It's not very tier list, but also they're not very known to like work amazingly well together. They don't take away the Sejuani either.
Oh, like Sejuani. Oh, and they're going to go the Elise as well. I was thinking Sejuani and Bessa, but Sejuani, Elise, that combination, you can see Lehen's laughing. Like, you can stack up the Sejuani passive so quickly. This is a trio that works so well together. We are seeing the Milio come in. Really good synergy with the Lucian, one of his better pairings. And that removal of CC, very powerful into the Sejuani and the Elise.
Yeah. I think it's definitely much better than the Lucian Nami, which unfortunately we were seeing popping up once again.
Lucian Nami was so much about the interactions with the items that came through, right? And it was about that burst potential. That's gone. Let it go, okay? Lucian Milio, very different, more so around the fact that you give Lucian a lot of freedom, you give him that mobility. It's very easy to proc his passive as well. Much more stain damage focused, which is why during the older meta it wasn't as effective, I would say, as Lucian Nami. But now, if you're going to play Lucian, I think it's one of the good pairings. The other one would obviously be the Braum, but I think the Milio pickup here makes a lot of sense. We do see the Lilia band away. I think Nongshim thinking, right, they'll want a more carry-focused jungle with the Scion. BNK4X ban away the Jax in this situation, I think it's the fine ban, but I still think there's a lot of picks that Kingen can go for in this situation.
I think they're just banning away, you know, top-tier melee top laners at this point to go with the Sejuani. Stuff that could work into Scion, given enough time, but as you're kind of alluding to, there are a lot of things that you can still pick in a Scion. The Annie ban, which has popped up after some recent buffs. I think Vikla also has a game on it, so not a bad choice. It does feel like it's a little bit from left field, but with mid picks still available.
I think they could go Talia, they could go Victor. I think there's still very good options for the mid lane here. Maokai coming in. Little odd, I would say.
Doesn't Poppy just feel really good into what you're looking at?
Well, my issue is, because the thing is, you have this Lucian, Lucian is not a hyper carry, right? He is the only damage threat they have so far. And you're going to play a mid laner into Elise, Sejuani, Yone, who, if I know Lahens, is going to gank you no matter what.
Yeah.
And the safe mid option is like Azir, who's gone. So I'm really curious as to what Vikla's going to bring out to round out this composition. But I'm very concerned, if I'm going to be real.
Oh no.
The Tristana. We haven't seen it for a while. You know, it's decent into Yone. Definitely has the sustained damage output they need. But this is a composition where you're so reliant on Vikla and Diablo performing. Very much front to back. Very much, you know, we have this sustained DPS to punish through people. My concern is that you have so many damage threats on the side of Nongshim. If Calyx dives in and he trades 1-for-1 with Diablo, he wins, right? If you trade 1-for-1, you're left with just a Tristana who's going to have a hard time. I also think in terms of early agency, Maokai Milio does not sound like an intimidating combo. I think, you know, I praised Nongshim's draft in the last game and said I thought BNK4X's draft was fine, but Nongshim I give the edge.
Yeah.
This time, I have stronger opinions. I think Nongshim have a big edge. I think BNK4X are really relying on not making mistakes so they can get to the point in the game where that composition is relevant. I also just think they lose a lot of the fights they could potentially take. You know, if you're playing like jungle support, you lose that. If you're playing mid jungle support, you lose that. If you're playing, you know, just jungle mid, you lose that. If you're playing top jungle, would you believe you also lose that? It's just like, it's very hard to have an early game setup where you win a skirmish based on the champions you're bringing. That's my big concern with this composition.
Yeah, it's a very confusing one. Maokai is your EP source. We'll see how that works out for you as we're getting into game number 2, Nongshim versus BNK.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
I do wonder if Diablo was like, pick me Lucian. We're playing Lucian Milio. We're crushing scrims nowadays.
Maybe I was too harsh. Okay, here's the cope, right? I said mid jungle. For Yone Sejuani, it's very good, but actually Maokai Tristana, not the worst. I think that is a potential avenue. But the bot 2v2, I actually think if played well, BNK4X can find an advantage there. Maybe jungle 80 carry support is the angle. Maybe they have to just play through bot.
It is Diablo.
He is pretty good.
And at first...
Oh, are they going for some cheese? I love it.
I mean, I guess so. A late invade on the red. Maokai just wandering in. And this is a great way to allow your Lucian Milio to play very aggressively.
All in on bot, baby. Double or nothing.
This is like...
Double or nothing?
Diablo or nothing, yeah. It really is. It's just, okay, we're playing around Diablo. Either he carries us or we lose.
Nice.
And Vikla's an 80 carry too. Maybe he can do something.
Oh, I love this. I love this so much. How are you already been?
I mean, the draft we weren't sure about. But if you're going to play like this, you're feeling pretty good. Let's see how it goes to go in on the Dew. There's the Q, and he just accepts fate. He says, no, I'm dead. And that is the kill over to Diablo at 2 minutes in.
You know, a lot of drafts can be resolved by just getting enough of a lead. So just do that, you know. Great play set up here. They get the 80 kill in the Jiwoo. And the fact is, you saw from how Jiwoo Lahens were playing, they wanted to be aggressive. They were like, yeah, we're gonna challenge. We even beat the barrier to try and have an advantage in the trade. And it ended up backfiring. Now level 2 achieved for Diablo. Big spike for the Lucian. And Vikla also, you saw him warding, defending Raptors. Obviously the concern was maybe we would get a invade coming in from Gideon. Not sure what happened there, that Vikla had the flash. I don't know if he rocket jumped in aggressively. We didn't get to see the full picture, but any time a Tristana is forced to flash like that, you're like, okay, well, something happened here. And now
any Raptor fights?
Is Raptor going to fight for his Raptors, or does he just not care?
That is the question. It's like he just doesn't care. It's just the Raptors after all. He's got himself.
Yeah.
So he can run this way and just put a Treant in the brush. And a ward.
No prio mid or top, so Gideon will get a little bit spooked. But Raptor's like, you know what? I got Diablo ahead. If you want that red buff, you can have it. And Gideon's like, nah, I'm good.
I'd rather not. Expend the energy.
You already took Raptors.
That is the main prize. He might be able to double scuttle too. Depends on... Okay, no, he's just going to go straight at the red buff.
Raptor's about to get it. He will get it in time. It's fine.
We'll see how the smite fight does go. Oh, it goes to Gideon, and now Raptor super low. Pass to just Q and flash.
Why is King in there?
King in through the turret, takes down Raptor. And yeah, he was just proxying right in the right position.
Yeah, so sometimes you might see, like, you know, let's talk about priority and how important it is. This is a great example of why.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to get a Cocoon in on the Diablo. Do they have the damage? Well, they're going to trade kills for now, but the kill does go over to Kellen. And, ooh, even the knockback as well. Lahens. Million doesn't do much.
What's the funniest thing about this? In so many situations, we saw this last game, right? The early dive, where the kills are traded and both supports got them. You know why usually supports get the kills in those situations? Because of Ignite.
Yeah.
But in this situation, Diablo has Ignite, so he got the kill. So he got the kill gold.
Yeah. And
there wasn't actually that much of a wave for him to miss. This was just... Raptors not had a good day. Even though they won game 1, Raptors kind of been struggling. And you know, I think he made the right call, saying, I'm just going to let it go. And then he made the wrong call by not letting it go. And here, you know, Lahens wasn't the one who ended up getting aggro.
Kellen got the kill, by the way. With his auto.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because Diablo had the kill from earlier. Okay, well, I'm just trolling. Ignore me.
I mean, I think it's still a good point, even though it didn't pan out that way this time.
I was just wrong. Don't try and defend me, Brendan.
Just absolutely wrong. Diablo now in a really rough spot, has to flash away, but the follow flash here from Gideon is good, and that is a free kill over to the Elise. Lahens now 2-0, down on the bottom side.
Yeah, not sure about that one from Diablo. Maybe a little bit overconfident. Maybe hoping that his Kellen was level 6. Maybe like he was just hoping that out of nowhere he'd be able to ult him. Maybe he had Mikhail's already. Seemingly not the case.
So Vikla gonna get hit by the ult somehow, just running in a straight line, and that is going to be Calyx setting up the kill for Lahens, again, who has 3 kills.
What is happening this game? Like, how does Vikla never have his rocket jump in these situations? You know, what is he doing with? We always just tune in.
Right as he's dying, yeah.
Yeah, and we're like, what happened? You know? It's just, I'm left a little perplexed. We just need more context. Additional context is needed.
So, Nongshim from this lead with this draft, surely they can close out this game.
Surely. I mean, it's the fact that he dashed in and then he's hanging around like, yeah, I've got him in the bag. Raptor's here, and he's not really, he's like miles away. And then Kellen, you know, I guess...
Oh, we're diving again, by the way, looking for Kellen. It looks like this time Lahens getting pretty low, but he is Elise, and Kellen actually gets away. I don't know how they managed to let him get away that time.
able to survive, showing some of the power between this Melio Lucian, a lot of healing, a lot of shielding, and also just the constant procs of the Lucian getting a lot of value. Raptor is going to take this opportunity. He's like, oh, thank God. Gets to steal away some camps.
By the way, this is not the Baus. It is just clear at the inhibitor turret.
Taking some inspiration.
Yeah. I mean, he's got his Maokai in there. Maokai just backs. There's like,
no,
oh, hello.
Clay, you need to get out. Clay, I'm being serious.
For real this time. Oh, he's going to use the disengage cone. He knew.
Oh, the ult to block the stun.
That works too.
Flawless play. Cowards, he shouts.
Yeah.
He ults away.
And, I mean, he is ahead on farm right now, barely on Kingen. I guess that's good. The Scion priority was extremely high, and they even used 2 top bans as well to try to get clear a better lane so that he didn't have to play into Camille or Jax, which they managed to do. But Kingen's just playing his world's MVP Aatrox instead. So,
Yeah.
Raptor trying to take Raptors back.
Also, it's a pretty short-range composition from being K4X. So, like, this is prime Aatrox spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jax would have been really good if they knew that Tristana was coming through. So there is that, but
Also, it's a very AD-heavy composition from being K4X.
Yep.
When Kingen gets a Death Dance, well, it'll just be called Dance because he won't be dying.
Yeah. Also, when Sejuani... Yeah, that's it. They're not going to do damage to Sejuani. Raptor, once again, just kind of... This game is weird, man. I don't know what's going on. And now they're just going to turn on to Vikla.
Guys, how does he not have his rocket jump again?
Didn't see it coming this time. And now Diablo, no dash. He's just dead. And they're going to give that kill over to Kalix. Just going for a little walk in the bottom river, it seems.
How is he dying as a Tristana?
You know, I wish I had the answers, but I don't. I don't, Ox.
Just jump away. It's that. I have no. The thing is, we're missing this context, and I'm just so confused. I'm just so lost. How does he keep putting himself into this situation?
That one, it seemed like he was just. I don't know. Like he was surprised by the Sejuani, maybe coming out of the darkness. No.
He has vision on Gideon. He sees Gideon. Press W. What? What else is that to say?
That's the extent of our analysis, guys, because that's literally all you can say. He saw him, he walked up, he didn't respect, and yeah, he's obviously trying to time buffers, and he's just mistiming them. Like, Tristana isn't a mainstay like she used to be. We see her every so often.
You don't even need a time buffer with Sejuani. Just press W.
Yeah.
You know, I get it if it's like the Yone. Like the Yone, you know, you have to time it right.
Yeah.
We've seen some great timings in the past where, like, you know, things like timing the Viol. Like, some of our players make it look easy, but it's not like the easiest thing to get right. But you could have just pressed W at like any point there and you're chilling. So, I don't know, Vikla. Not the best Tristana. The thing is as well, it was this final Tristana pick where I was like, okay, what are they going to bring out to make the whole draft work? What's going to come through to really solidify what being K4X has picked? And I'm not feeling it so far. I'm really not feeling it.
Yeah.
Not going so hot. Diablo 1 and 3, Vikla 0-2. These are your carries in this game. Game is not going super swimmingly.
Yeah.
The carry for Nongshim, though.
Exactly.
Lahens. Oh, no.
The main carry is the Elise in this game.
Lahens has just said, look, you guys didn't do enough with your gold leads last game. I am taking the gold lead this game.
Yeah, I mean, at least Elise is one of those supports where you don't feel so bad giving gold over.
That is exactly what Lahens said to his team when he took those kills.
You guys don't feel too bad giving me the kills, right? I'll just take them.
He was like, no, it's okay, my young.
Yeah, so we'll see what Lahens can do. I think, you know, with Protobelt, he's going to be hopping on people and setting up plays. Save the Drake is this time Chemtech does come up, so it's not Chemtech Soul. Perhaps a Cloud? No, just Ocean.
honestly not a terrible Ocean game, because it will just become ridiculous. The amount of like sustain, like it's actually going to be so hard for them to kill Nongshim if they get Ocean Soul.
I don't think they were going to be able to kill Nongshim before. Oh, he did it! He did it! And now he might just die anyway, but no, he's tanky enough. And you know what? Third time's the charm. Vikla gets away.
Rocket Jump is just OP. This it's a shame he only got it at level 9. Maybe you should have skilled it earlier, but yeah. I mean, okay, I'm a little harsh, but you know, that was Vikla did what he needed to do. Just do that more often and you're good.
Yeah. That's what the Tristana's here for, you know. Play it safe up against the Yone. Make sure you don't die to Sejuani ganks, and you should be swimming. And now we got a Culling coming out. And Root comes down on a Diablo. He's in a lot of trouble now, has to dash away. Lahen's thinking about going into you, trying to follow up, gets the flash out of Diablo as well.
A lot in by BNK DRX. I feel like maybe Diablo could have just flashed a little sooner there, ended up kind of hanging around trying to save the flash and then flashed anyway. It's one of these situations, he's like, I don't need to be in the summoner, and then ends up being the summoner and ending up in a weird position. Yes.
He's here! He's here, chat! He's in the bot lane.
Thank you, Sion. Your contributions are appreciated.
Hey, you got a plate.
There you go. That's what he's here for. That is the only reason he came bot. He saw that plate low.
No.
No. You saw the little zoom in, Jonas Strong? Yeah. That wasn't intentional, by the way. I want to make it very clear. That was just an innate reaction when Jonas Strong sees a cannon being missed.
Yeah.
Like, he just, like, hunched over his chair and what?
I don't know, man. It's not a good day for him. He's trying. He's trying his hardest. Uh-oh. Q1, he has to flash. I'm not even sure if he had to flash, but
you know what? I'm really glad we saw that because I feel like I learned a lot about what's been going for wrong in Vikla this game. We caught it on camera. Thank you, Jonas. Jonas Strong recovered from seeing the cannon mist and showed us what we needed to know.
Yeah.
That is, if you're wondering why
he's the GOAT.
Why does he never have rocket jump? Now you know why he never has rocket jump.
He's fine.
He's okay.
He's out.
He's gonna repel out.
So, you know, Vikla was struggling in game 1. He fell down pretty low, and he looked quite tilted on the camera. I do wonder if he's just kind of a bit out of it, because obviously, you know, I think he's a better player than this. I think he's a better Tristana than this, but he's not really showcasing that, so a bit unfortunate. And again, like you mentioned, they really need him, because he is one of the other guys that can actually do damage in this game. And a ton of damage from the culling here from the Lucian. Lahen's also tanking a bit of that.
Yep. You've seen the Echoes of Helia come out from Kellen. You don't see this item too much, but it really syncs well with the Milio and with the Lucian because you can proc it so often and get a ton of value. So it's actually a pretty strong one-item spike right now from these two. You know, normally, I mean, G's a little behind, doesn't have the Bloodthirster yet, but normally, like, MF is really hard to push out of mid, but we're seeing Diablo and Kellen kind of getting to the point with a spiking good amount. But yeah, as you said, mid lane, a bit behind, and especially, you know, I mean, this is the Tristana build. I'm not saying you shouldn't go this build, but when you go the Yuntal Wild Arrows, you're investing in a spike that comes later because you need to stack it up. So it's really like, at some point, if the game doesn't get any worse, Vikla will be relevant.
Yeah.
That's a big if.
They have that late game hyper carry in the Tristana. They have Lucian, who, I mean, he does a ton of burst damage. I was actually co-streaming Challengers, and I saw one of the guys take Electrocute Lucian, which was interesting, but...
You had that in the LCK as well when it was Lucian.
Yeah.
I mean, it went terrible.
it did as well in Challengers.
Nice,
but
nice.
It's interesting. I do like the PTA a lot better.
Yeah, I think as well with this combination with the Milio, you're not like useless in the late game or anything. You are a solid threat. The problem is I'm just concerned how short range you are into this comp of Nongshim. It's very hard to play. And now they're gonna lose a mid tier 1.
Yeah. Mid tier 1 goes down. Nongshim gonna do that. And this time Lahen's actually has an angle for another charge.
Okay, he's going.
He's gonna get it. He's done this before.
The
he
thumbs
gets us
up.
the thumbs up, yeah.
Yeah,
saw a rocket jump there. Vikla did get away.
Nice, good rocket jump.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now it's
that.
over a 4,000 gold lead for Nongshim. Dragon's coming up, they're probably going to take that. This game is looking Pretty good for Nongshim. Pretty not so good for any teams who aren't called Nongshim in this game right now.
Yes. Team BNK DRX. He used it again. He got away.
Yeah.
It's getting better as the game does come along. Still struggling a bit. You know, he's being pushed out of lane, and he's not having a fun time farming an Aatrox. It is Ocean Soul points given for free to Nongshim.
Very early as well, you know. I think at some point, even though Ocean Soul does scale with like your health, your AD, your AP, I think like the earlier you get like an Ocean Soul, the more obnoxious it is because you just don't have the damage. You know, if you're at the point of the game where your AD carry is doing like 600, 700 damage crits, the healing's not a big deal. But if they end up getting like a 22-minute Ocean Soul, that like Viklo's gonna have what, like 2 items by then? Like, will he even be able to out-damage the Ocean Soul?
It's a good question. I think that BNK have really hunkered down for the late game at this point. You can see they're not fighting over anything. I do say that though, and Raptor and Clear are bot, but nobody else is here. And we do have TP available from King, and will they utilize it is the question. Ult flash this time by Vikla, and they might just have the damage. There's the smash from Clear.
Oh, they're being collapsed on though. Clear is dead.
Yeah, they're just going to give over their Scion. And now they're trying to turn it, actually. Gio and Lahen's in a really rough spot, and Gio's just free! This looks a lot like game number 1, actually. The flash engage from Raptor as well. Ult comes out, but it's Melio. And now Clear, he's still alive somehow. On the back line, the follow-up comes in, and Aatrox is left alone. Nobody's even helping him. Tries to dash away, and it's a shutdown to the struggling Tristana, who hops over the wall. Vikla able to get another kill, and ends up with 3 kills in the fight.
Unprecedented levels of throwing from Nongshim this series. I was just ready to call the game. How? How have they got to this position? And you know what it is? The desk talked about this. The space talked about this. They said they're just not willing to let a play happen. They could have just let Calyx die here and defended the tower. But instead, they opt into this situation. You know, like, I'm like, okay, Clear's probably dead. But look what happens. So Jiwoo and Lahen start to get collapsed on. And again, they're like, oh wait, we need to save them. So like Kingen, the flash comes out, Kingen's leaving. Gideon's like, well, I can't kill him. But they gotta help their team. And then King gets ulted away, Gideon flash ults, it gets cleansed. And they're like, oh wait, now we're in the 2v5. It's just a comedy of errors. And BNK DRX do exactly what their comp does. They stick as a 5-man death ball and they left click people. Their comp is phenomenal at that. And that was all they needed to do in that situation. I am amazed. It's now a 400 gold lead for Nongshim. And the thing is, Lahen's had a shutdown, so Vikla got like 600 gold of Lahen's. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is insane.
Look at the gold graph. How is this? How did that happen again?
I don't know, man. This game is just, it's just wild. Like, it feels like game 1, but it just happened later.
It's genuinely
the same
impressive.
throw, but later.
I am flabbergasted that this
Yeah, IE? Yeah, he is IE.
Look at Vikla's items. He has a 1.5k gold lead over Calyx. He has IE and Yuntal.
I don't know how he managed that.
Masterminds. Just they saw the lines. I didn't see the lines. They saw the lines.
I mean, clearly BNK were just waiting for any moment for Nongshim to make a mistake. They set up a nice play though in the bot lane.
Yeah, like
right? They got the kill. That was good.
Credit to BNK DRX. They set up the play. They made it happen. But like that should have been a kill at most. That should not have been all of those kills.
Yeah.
They should have killed Calyx
and then traded.
And then it just, yeah, I don't know.
And we would have maintained about a 4,000 gold lead for Nongshim.
You know, even Gen G makes mistakes, but when they make mistakes, they're willing to just cut it loose and just say, okay, we lost one person, that's fine. They don't lose the entire team. Usually, at least. So yeah, Dragon coming up in a minute. Arakan is up and available. But the gold is now even, and there's some big... If you look at the carries, this is the important thing. The carries on the side of BNK DRX have 2 items. Those on Nongshim don't. Okay, they've just gotten a second there for Calyx. But like, the Maokai, you know, who's behind, he has Locket Frozen Heart. He's good to go.
Yeah.
The Scion who's behind, he has Sunfire Thornmet. He's good to go.
Yeah.
He just doesn't... And you know, I talked about there being a lack of AP damage of BNK DRX. You know which other team has lack of AP damage? Nongshim, and they're playing in a Sion Maokai.
Yeah, Sion Maokai that are just building armor. And, you know, a support Lahen's not going to be able to do too much. Diablo does get chunked, though. And trying to take down Gideon here. It's a lot of health on that Sejuani, but they get that first kill. Calyx is also low. And now Claire just trying to back away from this one. Calyx goes in once again. But that is a Sion who does not take damage from Yone and MF.
Yeah, and with jungler dead, are you really going to risk going for this? They are.
I guess so.
This is a dangerous game to play. King and the Hens set a trap. Vikla.
Oh, good read, and now the Hens is just dead. It's just another kill. Raptor, though, is going to go down, and now the turn comes in. Melio, Kellen is out, Diablo's down. And somehow Nongshim able to turn this one, but that is going to be a kill on the Yone. It's getting real messy. Kingin, really the one guy who can do a lot, and Jiu as well. And that is 3 kills over to Jiu and 1 over to Kingin. And they get aced.
They regain the composure, they get the Ocean Soul. It's a big win for the side of Nongshim. They can probably just pick up the Arakan as well after this. Just when things start to get a little bit loopy, they manage to find an angle back in. And the big thing is that the health bars get very low for BNK DRX here. Diablo takes a ton of damage initially on this play. And yes, they get Gideon, but like Raptor's low, Diablo's super low. Claire, although he survives, does take a lot of damage. And I think really this is why things start to go wrong. And also, because Calyx starts up the dragon, he gets to stack up his Q. So when he engages out of this, he has his Q ready to go, catches both of them. Vikla with a nice rocket jump does survive, but the cleanup does come through.
And they commit for the kill on the Yone, but like Aatrox and MF are full health basically, and they have 3 carries, whereas you only have 2. Diablo was dead very early on. It was all up to Vikla.
I think Vikla could have jumped out the pit, recalled, and maybe TP'd back. I'm not sure if he would have been able to stop the dragon, but maybe stop the Arakan. Instead tries to go for the trade kill and just dies. But yeah, I mean, at the end of this, the Ocean Soul and the Arakan stat boost, pretty big. 28 flowers for Nongshim. They found Kingin.
Looking for a pick here. It's only Vikla on the damage, and he's in melee range of an Aatrox.
Does he take damage? I believe not.
Yeah, he does not. Kingin is full health. TPs are coming in. Kellen is kind of awkwardly in the pit. He's got a little bit of help from his team, but they're not really escorting him out, so he's just going to die. Clear as well on the left side, being isolated, and he is just left to die. Vikla trying to get out of this one, but he doesn't have his flash, and Kalish is able to flash over and get the kill. So now it's BNK's turn to kind of get in wonky spots, and Nongshim are able to capitalize on that.
Kingin just aura farming with his skin, I guess. Yeah, I think the problem is here, they already struggled to cut through Kingin, but now he has Ocean Soul. I just don't think they have the damage yet. They need, like, not only healing reduction, but also armor pen on these carries. And right now, Baron looking to be picked up by Nongshim. With the Ocean Soul as well, I mean, they're just full HP, they don't take any damage from it.
Yeah, Raptor was like, maybe they let me in here for free?
I think the problem there as well, the fight was very scattered, and your comp only works if you have focused fire from both AD carries. So maybe the game not thrown away this time by Nongshim.
Yeah.
Worrying that it was even close, but they seem to have regained a good amount of control. They're pushing up to third tower. Any poke that lands on G was kind of irrelevant with Bloodthirst to Ocean Soul.
Yeah, he doesn't really take damage either, and unless they're able to get a full engage onto him with engaged Maokai. Vikla nearly dies, just existing against level 16 Calyx.
There's such a huge XP lead as well. You know, Baron plus the Arakan is really, you know, Calyx is 2 levels up, Jiwoo's 2 levels up. Everyone has at least 1 level lead.
Nongshim still over 2 minutes on this one. They're going to try to engage with the Scion. They don't really hit anything. Some roots come down on the front line, though, and maybe they have the damage, but the bullet time is gigantic. Vikla not really able to input his damage, but Kingin too close to the sun himself. But now Nongshim do fight back. Kalik gets back over, and that is the Otacon striking as well on top of them. And it looks like Nongshim might have broken the back of BNK here.
Yeah, I think the problem is Vikla and Diablo, like, sure, Claire takes a long time to go down and isn't really taking damage, but Vikla and Diablo are just getting chunked out by incidental damage, not even necessarily focused on them. And as soon as they get low, they can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you see Claire, he's trying to stand in front and help wave clear. but he's just a Scion. Like, he's not going to die, but he's not going to do much else in this point of the game. And might even just die to Yone, who is way out of control. Vikla just dying on the top side as well. So Nongshim take down game number 2 and tie up the series.
Good way for Nongshim to bring it back. Definitely would have not been great to see a 0-2 on this one, especially with how far ahead they were in that game. I think BNK did themselves no favors in the draft. The fact they still had a moment where it looked like they were going to come back in it, a little bit worrying for Nongshim. But so this game 3, I really need to see Nongshim be a lot crisper, a lot cleaner. We know the level of play they're capable of. They didn't really show that in the series so far. I think, you know, despite winning this game, despite having some good moments, I think they've been throwing away leads. And if the composition differences weren't so extreme, I think BNK really could have come back into this game. They did a ton of damage, but it didn't really feel meaningful.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, both teams with a lot of takeaways from this one.
I don't know how he was able to do over 1k DPM in this game after falling so far behind.
He's using the rocket jump for damage.
Maybe. Based on what we saw, I wouldn't even be surprised.
Yeah.
There was a tiny little moment where BNK were in the lead in this game, but that was it. And immediately went back in the hands of Nongshim. BNK probably going to be moving over to the blue side for game 3, and hopefully their draft can be cleaned up because that one was a bit stinky. Guys, 1-1 here. BNK up against Nongshim. We'll take a break.
미드도 좋아. 스타 노플이야. 오케이. 아래 타워부터 치면 끝낼만 할 듯, 얘들아. 합방 같이 들어가자. 가자. 이거 몸만 안 쓰면 될 듯? 스타 노플. 나 그냥 스타 하나 때려먹고 올게, 이거. 알아서 해. 나 라인부터 때릴게. 라인부터 할게. 일단 타워. 타워 쳐. 미포가 좀 쳐줘, 이거. 여기서. 한 대씩 쳐줘. 내가 타워 끝나. 잡아, 이거. 뭔데, 이거? 좋아할게. 뭐야, 이거. 한번 더 해봅시다.
Definitely on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pretty exciting. Oh, the combo! They're gonna get him! But there is a top 10, but he got so low and the follow-up is huge! They get the Kellen, they get Diablo, and finally the combo comes together here for Pro. And that is exactly the engage.
My brain is gone, but now we've got a siege on the Nexus. One Nexus turret left remaining. Bingo's king in. Gonna take a lot of damage to pop off 15 since there is a big angry dragon. Geo able to use his arcane to get out of the way. It's a triple for the Pantheon. It's a quadra for the Pantheon. It could be a pentakill for the jungler of Nongshim, and there it is!
He got his own proc out of the pit. Otherwise, this is just going to be a straight up flip. And really, that comes down to Viper's poke. Maybe Zeka can get on top of him. Or maybe it's just a straight up flip. The ult comes in, and the ult goes in from Zeka. He catches him in the backside of that one, and it goes in! Just catching everyone!
진짜 펜터야.
진짜야 아니야.
진짜.
아리.
와, 나이스. Definitely Will. He's the only one that does damage to the Scion, so there's the pentakill for Faker. In his rise, Apollo on the flank, trying to set up that multi-pronged engage you were talking about. Meanwhile, DK is going forward. There's the knock-up, no follow-up from the side of Croco. Now he goes in, the combo comes in, but Diablo's already excited, and he gets a double, looking for a bit more. The kiting is insane out of this guy, and he's looking for a fourth. There's the win! Heads out of Diablo! You cannot stop him tonight!
First, we're just going to address some comments. And these like pseudo go in order, but they don't really. The first one though is an absolute banger, and this is from Doug Gorlick, who's like Valdez looking like Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber with that.
It's so true though. It's so true.
We got a roller coaster here in this first series of the week as the Noodle Boys had the game in the bag, then let it go, then got it back, then let it go again, and then got it back to tie it up 1-1. Dgon here alongside Wolf and Woodid.
Almost perfect game. Clean early game. They got 4 Drakes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna explain what happened later on, but yeah, they had great early game again, but somehow they failed. I'm gonna explain later on, but it was.
So I want to talk about the draft because there were a lot of eyebrows raised here, especially at the Scion priority that we saw in this one. So the Yone comes out first. I think B&K, when I saw the Scion Lucian, I was like, okay, this is weird. Like, this doesn't make sense. But then they played the Milio. The last time we saw Lucian Milio was played by Diablo and Kellen again into a Scion, and they just couldn't cut through the Scion's health, and it was really frustrating to play out the mid game because the Lucian works incredibly well with Milio. You get extra range, you chip away, and you can fight for prio around objectives really well with this pick, especially if you have double 80 carry, which I thought was a nice touch here considering the Misfortune is really the only main range damage here on the side of Nongshim. And I thought, given these 2 drafts, at the beginning of the draft, I was like, oh, this is nasty, B&K, what are you doing? But at the end, it kind of felt like, well, they have 2 damage dealers, they have a really tanky front line. As long as they don't fall super far behind, who's going to kill Scion? Like, no one can actually kill this tanky front line. However, the early game didn't go very smoothly.
Yeah, the main reason why they picked Sion is that because the AP picks are gone, like Gwen and Rumble. I think that was the main reason why they just only picked the Sion.
Yeah, well, you know what? Lehen's Elise. That's what I have for you here, Wolf. Who needs to fight the San when you can just fight the other guys on the other side of the map?
But Lehen's he's had a phenomenal day in general. Like his Shen in game 1 in the early game was fantastic. He went for some aggressive trades here again in game 2. Was constantly keeping the enemy 80 carry down. And then there were a few skirmishes that we saw later on where Lehen's was just able to punish incredibly well some of these overextensions we were seeing from BNK. And just straight up in general here, this early game that should have been fairly stable and that BNK should have been able to weather, knowing that their late game is better, knowing they have the front line and double 80 carry, just was pretty disastrous. Vikla also having a really rough performance in his early game on the Tristana. If he had just been more stable and they got to the mid game without all these disasters, I feel like this draft was totally playable.
Yeah, that's true. But, you know, sometimes I like my breakdowns in another way. Time for some more WOD TV. Boom! WOD TV time.
Yeah, I just want to explain why Nongshim was struggled on their mid game. I think that's mainly because of the lane usage. It's about lane tempo. So you can see here, Aatrox slow pushing top lane, which makes delay a lot on Nongshim's tempo right now. So you can pause here and show bot. Yone cannot actually enter the bot lane because he has no vision control. I mean, it looks like he has a vision control, but if you cannot see the Sion or Maokai, you can always think about them coming from the lane, so you cannot really step up and push the wave. So here's the outcome. You can show top again. Here, Aatrox is slow pushing, so you can speed it up a little bit. Now he's pushing right now, so that means that they are finally entering the jungle to get the topside vision, but it's already late. You know, I think Aatrox should push earlier on the top side and then shift to the bot side to help Yone, but I think them not pushing top lane earlier makes this situation. Even though they're super ahead in the early game, they are really bad of using tempo. They should have just pushed earlier, help Yone earlier.
Yeah, and obviously after the initial part fails here, they kind of double down on this, which does not end up going well. We didn't really want to show all the graphic imagery that happens here, but Widget makes a really good point about how it all started off. Then Nongshim double and triple down. This is a captivated Dgon here.
You understand, Dgon?
I love WOD TV.
Yeah, you gotta push faster. Okay, if you have early lead, you have to like snowball faster.
Yeah,
all right?
Yeah,
Okay.
gotcha. All right. Well, thank you, WOD TV and WO TV, for that last breakdown yet again for another twist and turn of this matchup. Here's the early games, though. Like, it's going so well for Nongshim.
We did kind of like show, okay, big disaster. Nongshim almost threw that game away. Suddenly we got 280 carries that are relevant. IE gets picked up, but they still were able to close it out. They still played the game overall better. There were still some big mistakes from Vikla. Nongshim did win, but man, 2 back-to-back games where Nongshim get an insane early game lead, which the stats earlier today were not showing. But then they kind of mess up the mid game. We need to see that part of the play, especially around objectives, tightened up in a big way.
Yeah, we can clearly see what Nongshim worked on, which was, hey, we're last in the first 5 minutes, first 8 minutes of the game. We got to clean that up. And then the brains were off since then, but they've been able to battle it back here, at least in game number 2. So game 3. What do you want to see here, Wadid? What do you want to see here, Wolf? And we'll take times role playing as coaches here. So your coach, Ryu, for BNK FearX. What do you want from FearX? I know I just threw you off.
Guys, let's play it simple, okay? Do not fail your skill shots in the laning phase, and then we can have a chance. They are really bad at mid game, so just sit back and farm it up. I think
stable
we have a
lane.
chance.
Stable lane for BNK. Stable lane. Do not get destroyed in lane.
All right, well, let's send it back on over to that guy from the Jim Carrey movie. It's Brendan Valdez and Daniel Ox Harrison.
Yes, thank you, Dgon. It's Lloyd here. Just getting ready for game number 3. And I do think that BNK from the blue side should be in a good spot. I can see the angles for that draft, but I still think that they got draft capped by Nongshim, who had a much better one. And I don't know. It just feels like sometimes BNK have decent drafts, and sometimes they just kind of fall off a cliff. We'll see if this time is one of those times where they have the decent draft, but Nongshim have gotten the better of them twice in a row now.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what they give to Vikla, because, you know, Azir went fine, but Azir is one of the safest mid laners you can play.
Tristana is also pretty safe, allegedly, but we didn't see that come out. So if Tristana isn't safe enough in that situation, what are you going to bring out? What are you going to bring out that's going to give Vikla a stable laning phase? Because
Corky.
yeah, God no. Why would you say that, Brendan? I don't want to see a Corky mid.
I know. I just have this tendency to see things before thinking.
Yeah, that's not okay.
It's a play-by-play thing. I can't control it all the time.
I'm just glad Lucian's already been picked because we're going to have Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu. Yeah, not so fun, is it?
Yeah, no, please. Please don't. Yorick and Nidalee.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you can ban those champions. They are maybe concerned about King and Gun for the red side counter pick, split push of Doom. I mean, we've seen Zeus do this a lot in game 3s, so...
Maybe next?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think there's a real reason to do that.
So, Varus, Gwen, Ryze, and Ashe were all banned last time. I don't think Ashe is going to get banned here. They banned the Taliyah themselves. Maybe they want the Ryze, really? And now it's a situation for Nongshim. Do you ban Gwen or do you ban Ryze? Or do you ban neither? Do you really care that much about the Ryze ban?
I think I'd probably leave both open. Take the Varus here.
Yeah, and then...
Give Gwen.
Okay. This is a
and
very...
play Aurora?
Great angle for the Gwen. I mean, you can, I guess. I mean, you know, we've seen Gwen struggle in times where like Rumble and Jace are open available into it, and they're off the card. So I think BNK really happy with that first pick. Looking at the potential of this Poppy coming through. Likely for Gideon, as much as it can flex. We've seen him really enjoy those tank junglers. And that will be secured.
Yeah. I kind of felt like there were a lot of different spots for BNK to pick Poppy in the last game. And so Nongshim going to give it the prio that it deserves. Right up here at the top. No Taliyah to go alongside of it. But also you're only looking at a Gwen, so probably want something that's relatively doable. The Ryze into Gwen we've also seen. That was a very last second Ambessa hover.
Yeah, I think the Ambessa play would have been a mistake. Does kind of... Could they be up to some shenanigans? The hover Ambessa to make you think it's going top lane? You know, a little bit of mind get... We don't know. But we know the Ryze has been secured. Obviously is a flex in this situation. Nocturne going to come through. Nocturne Annie, not Nocturne Orianna, seems to be the plan in this situation. Pretty rough to play a Ryze into that, whether you are top or mid.
Yeah.
It's not fun. And also the Poppy limited impact into that. They are looking to pick up the Ambessa, so it looks like it's going to be top Ambessa Ryze mid.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I mean, we've seen this be a winning matchup for Gwen, but that was pre-nerfs.
Still
think it is. Ambessa demonstrating that 25% win rate. Not being going so hot.
She's been played a lot. 8 and 24 is Ambessa.
Wow.
So,
you know, sometimes it's a small sample size. Like, it's always been played 4 games. It's 1 and 3. It's like, okay, whatever. That is a crazy sample size to be doing this bad.
Yeah.
Alistair going to get banned away. Makes a lot of sense. It's often picked on that 4th pick. The Zeri taken away from Diablo. And now we start to wonder about these 80 carry pools. Interesting enough, Ezreal's still available.
Yeah. Ezreal banned in game 1, not banned in game 2 because they prio picked Lucian.
Honestly, I think a Xayah or an Ezreal ban from BNK could have a lot of value. Either or. Either or, honestly, in this case.
Maybe Xayah? No, Ezreal.
The Ezreal. It's one or the other, and I think Xayah pick up. If I'm Nongshim, no hesitation.
Yeah.
I'm picking up.
Slam it
into Annie, Nocturne, Gwen.
Slam it.
Yeah, Xayah. Honestly, I think maybe the Xayah Ezreal ban rotation would have been better from BNK here. And then yes, they get Alistair, but it's like, I mean,
Alistair Jhin or like Alistair.
Alistair's still pretty good in the Nocturne because when he comes in, you just headbutt him away, you know. But yeah, well, Xayah's gonna come through. Probably looking to pick up a Rakan in the support role. The Jinx, when you have this much setup to get that initial kill, this is the pick also that Diablo got that pentakill on.
Yep.
So definitely confident in this one. And no pressure to specifically go Lulu, but I think given the fact that you're playing into, you know, the shorter range composition, the Lulu Polymorph has a ton of value. You're into a Poppy, so engage supports, how much value would you really be getting? And probably going to be a Rakan coming out from Nongshim is what they want at least. So I think you just go Lulu.
Yeah.
And you may think, hey, but hasn't Lulu been nerfed 3 times in a row? Do you know on live patch today, the patch just hit?
Yeah.
She got nerfed again. She's been nerfed like 4 times over like 6 or 7 patches.
Too strong.
But like, there's another nerf coming because she's just, this Yordle is unchecked. Well, actually, they're trying to check her, but she's just...
And our meta was just only engage supports for the longest time.
And still, I mean, pro meta and solo queue meta are very different, but Lulu's been running rampant in solo queue.
Yeah.
I think going something like the Leona instead...
Oh, Blitzcrank!
Lehen's Blitzcrank. So... This is a pick which is extremely volatile because having a Rakan or a Leona gives you so much more team fight power.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at these compositions. Are you going to win team fights? It's a hard ask. This gives you, for me, Poppy Blitzcrank is very much we win the neutral state. You know, when you're setting up for objectives, Blitzcrank can land a grab, Poppy can knock someone away. You win the fight before you even fight.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, BNK4X's team fight is terrifying. I really think BNK4X have the edge in the composition, but sometimes this final pick, Blitzcrank, is like the wild card to shake up the game. I think that's really what they've gone for here. Do I think it saves the draft? No, but it gives them a win con. I think that's the important thing. I think BNK4X really happy with how this draft has panned out. But as you've seen, you know, gameplay first. We have to see how these teams perform, and there's been some wacky performances.
Yeah, I think after the first couple of games, I'm just going to sit back and wait for this one. Because, I mean, yes, I do think that B&K have done a better job this time of the draft. I like Vikla on Annie. It's very straightforward, right? You're pressing Tibbers.
Yep.
You're getting stuns, you're pressing Tibbers, you're enabling your Jinx to do damage, and you're going in with Nocturne, right? The lights turn off, you flash in, you're just making plays. It's a lot easier than what we saw in the last game.
One of the phenomenal things with the Tibbers, it blocks Blitzcrank up.
It does. That it does. Something to think about as we go into game number 3 right now.
곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Okay, Brendan. I have
a
really important question for you. Hopefully we get a look at the Lulu, because I've just seen this skin. I'm not sure exactly which skin it is. But why does this Lulu have a taser? I'm not joking.
Why does she have a taser?
Yeah. Look, she has like a little zapper on the end of it.
Yeah, she does.
생성되었습니다.
That's...
Maybe he picked it because she actually does.
Yeah.
At first I was like, oh yeah, it kind of looks like a plug, but no, there's electricity.
That's an intimidating Lulu.
Maybe
this is what I mean.
Playing into Blitzcrank.
These are the Lulus that have been running rampant in solo queue. This is why she had to be nerfed for the 4th time.
Because of this skin?
Yeah. She's just tasing people.
Yeah. So we're going to take a look at the runes in a little bit. In just a moment. Waiting for that first hook. Not going to happen just yet, but Ghost immediately pressed by Diablo after the fact. Blitzcrank at level 1 with no hook is not a champion, even less than what Alistair is.
Yeah, we have a Conqueror from Jiwoo. Interestingly enough. Not something we typically see on the Xayah.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean once you stack up... Oh, Kellen's clean with it. Once you stack up, like, all the feathers, yes, you'll have, like, the extra AD, but... Yeah, I think... Often seeing, like, the lethal tempo, the PT. Oh, there we go.
There it is, the zoom in. Look at it, it's like a lightning bolt there on the right. That's very cool. Is that a chroma as well?
I assume
like pink
so.
chroma?
I'm not super versed in all the Lulu's, like, skins and chromas.
It's not every day that I look at a skin and I'm like, I want to buy that, but I'm like, I want to buy that.
I wouldn't mess with that Lulu. You know what it is? That's crazy that Lulu has just been nerfed for the 4th time and you want to buy a skin for it. Respect.
Yeah. Flash Flash response. Good job by Diablo. You know?
I kind of, you know what? It is, but like, why did Kellen heal?
The heal.
I know it gives movement speed. You know, I know why in theory, but it's not going to save you. You know, you're going to flash. So I think that was maybe didn't need to use both. And yeah, pretty big loss streak right now for Ambessa. And yeah, you know, this is why Ambessa struggled, because the big top laners at the moment have been Gwen, Jace, and Rumble, and they all kind of cook Ambessa.
Yeah.
Dingin's just built different, though. He thinks. We'll see if he's correct.
I think, was it Xiu who got like a solo kill on Ambessa against Gwen? But that's Xiu, like he's the one guy we look at as Ambessa and we're like, yeah, okay, that's okay.
But also, you know who's in the loss list? Xiu. So even though he got that solo kill, he still lost the game.
Yeah. Everybody's going bot, and I don't think Raptor. No, he saw that. He saw that, but I don't think it matters. Just gotta hit the hook. Just gonna go for the Lulu as Raptor is here, but Lulu has flash, and the damage is enough. In comes the Rise, and even Raptor has to flash away. So nice setup here from Nongshim for the first blood.
You know, I hate to nitpick. No, I don't. I do it all the time. If Kellen had saved the heal from that earlier play, maybe could have got them out of that situation. But didn't have that heal available. Did block the grab for his. Like, I'm thinking, they see him now, the extra movement speed, maybe could have made a difference, maybe not. But either way, does end up getting caught out, capitalizing. And this is what you need to do when you have, like, this Blitzcrank. You can't just play the game passively and hope the Lehens is just God Hand later. You need pressure, you need to be burning summoners so that you can keep mounting that pressure as the game goes on. If you enter into a neutral state where everyone has flashes, Blitzcrank does not feel good, because you flash. Someone flashes the grab, and it's like, right, well, I'm not a champion for the next 10 seconds.
Yeah. Depends on the situation, you know, who's ahead and stuff like that, but even if B&K are behind, they can utilize that. We're taking more of a look at the side lane. Does feel like Kingan's doing okay so far. Clear is still very aggressively taking trades, and is obviously pretty confident in this matchup. I mean, they slammed the Gwen first pick when it was left open. So.
I mean, I've seen Ambessas do a lot worse than this, is all I'm going to say, you know?
Yeah.
King is holding his own, but against the Gwen, is holding your own enough?
Well, we may have just caster cursed him, as he immediately is not really holding his own. He does have, you know, a refillable, and he's got a biscuit, so he'll be okay. But we're beginning to see the pressure being put on by Clear.
Yeah. Not having too much of a fun time. And ult about to come up for Clear as well. Finds an angle to fire that off. Could really hit Kingin. Now, Lehens does have a ton of pressure on this top side. The wave is also pushing out. They kind of need help here.
Gonna call Vikla, I guess.
Yeah, Vikla's wandering up. They feel confident with the Annie somewhat roaming over, that they have some coverage. But now you're losing pressure mid as a result. And Vikla, he's not going for a play here, right? You don't have the Nocturne around. The Nocturne's not level 6. You're just wandering over to secure farm for your team, and this might be... Oh. I thought they were going to set a trap for him.
Yeah.
So Vikla misses a bit of farm, misses a bit of XP. You can see Calyx has a pretty solid lead in the experience department. And that's kind of thing. Little things like that, like they don't... By itself, that is not that meaningful, but if that keeps happening, that Vikla has to move just because his bot lane's in a bad spot, it will amount to something more.
Yeah. And we do see B&K are going to start up this Dragon. Raptor going to go for this one. Xiu and Lehen still enjoying their top lane.
Yeah, the wave didn't actually get pushed in this situation. So,
yeah, they held it.
Xiu still just picking up that farm. And you see there's a bit of a farm lead for Clear, but someone is getting sacrificed as a result of the state of this top wave.
Someone. Well, they're going to send Diablo and Kellen back down bot. And to be honest, I mean, with the Grubs in their current state, maybe you get one, like maybe Raptor goes up there and gets one, but I'd rather just have farm for my Jinx.
Yeah, but you know what this is? This is like when someone stays at your place when you're not there, right? Like they're homesteading or something, and they just leave it a mess. That is what Diablo has done to Clear. And now they're just investing into this turret, and they're like, let's just mega lane bot. But Xiu is just free farming.
Well, the rotation is coming over. They have Annie and Nocturne, and that can work against a Poppy who just doesn't have a splash. So Gideon goes down. That's a nice little capitalization on the situation.
Yeah, that just didn't need to happen from Gideon. Like, you know the enemy team is playing around the bot side jungle. You know that you essentially sacrificed your bot half the map to give Jiwoo free farm, and then you just wander in without flash into an Annie. So, not ideal. You can see the pings coming out. There's no reason Gideon, you should not feel like you can just walk in here.
Yeah.
And not only is it obviously a great kill pickup for DRX, but Raptor getting a kill on his ult, getting those ultimate hunter stacks. They're able to pick up the
getting grubs, yeah. And Gideon comes over, but it's already too late. It's 3 grubs over to BNK.
And they also have that dragon as well.
Yeah. So Raptor really desperately wants the grub, or the scuttle crab. He will get it, but he also will give a kill over to the Xayah. So absolutely not worth it.
Yeah, that was really one of these situations where you got a good thing, just take it. Just take the fact that you got the grubs and leave.
I don't know if either of these teams has figured that out yet. It's a middle of the table clash in the LCK, which means that the games will be close, and they kind of know what to do, but they also kind of don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And they're going to make mistakes.
Every time we're like, wow, this is fantastic for this team, everything's working, something happens.
It's just, you can't just take a good thing and just let it lie and just sit.
And now,
okay, we're in a good spot.
Jiwoo has a farm lead and has a pretty significant gold lead with that kill. Remember, he's also been getting a lot of solo XP. But like, you know your team has backed off. You know you've given up pressure around the river. Just let it go. It's a skull. His entire blue side jungle was up. He could have just cleared that. And yeah. I'm pretty sure Poppy stole his blue. Yep. So you actually just ended up worse off.
Yeah, puts himself in a bad spot. Also gives that kill over to the main carry of Nongshim. I say the main carry. I mean, they have a Rise, they have an Ambessa as well. So, but it is the AD carry. I do think that I trust Calyx and King in a little bit more to carry this team in the current state of Nongshim.
Yeah.
So there is that. I don't think that was on the minds of Raptor when he made that play. Lahens, he's going to get rooted up, and now he's going to take a rocket to the face. He does flash, but now the Nocturne comes in, and there you go, the knockaway comes down. Kingen goes in, and then he immediately goes out. So
a lot of stuff been, a lot of things gone back and forth. A trade of plates, but this is a Gwen with 3 grubs versus a not Gwen, a Rise in fact. And the thing is, AP champions can do a lot of damage to towers, right? Rise right now is not an AP champion. Look at his item.
He's a tank.
He has 28 AP. He does no damage to towers.
Yeah. So, did he even get that top plate? Like, did he get one? I think he got one.
I think he got one.
It's based on the health of this.
Whereas the bot tower, I think Clay got 2? Or
I think he got 2, and earlier on Diablo got 1.
Yeah, so not a situation you really want it to go in, but we do see Calyx getting some good trades onto Vikla. And, you know, we had that whole crazy passage of play. Raptor ulted in, Gideon ulted him out. That definitely is a thing you can do.
Not Rat of Ages Gwen, by the way.
Yeah.
Clear is a believer in tradition. He's not about those newfangled technologies.
It's like, look, I'm going to be strong anyway. I don't need the extra level. I need to be a little bit stronger now.
Yeah. And he will be. He's in a pretty good spot. Smited down here by Raptor. This time, he will declare that, once again, he is the owner of that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I mean, that time he had the backup from his team, so a lot more acceptable. Dragon spawning at 15 is going to be a Chemtech, so hopes are it will be a strong Soul. See the team start setting up over there right now. For the moment, Diablo and Kellen getting priority in the mid lane. Clear has made his way up to the top side. Doesn't get some free time on the turret. Is that Sundered Sky coming out for Gideon? So a big spike for Gideon right now. Honestly, in terms of item spikes, you have the Sundered Sky, you have the Essence Reaver. I think Nongshim are feeling okay, especially if this Gwen doesn't show up.
Yeah. I mean, clearly they want to set something up as Lens nearly gets rooted down. But
Diablo just has no fear. He was like walking forwards.
Yeah. He's got Ghost and Flash and Lulu, so I guess it's okay. But if you get hooked, I mean, you're in a lot of danger. So I suppose he was just saying, I'm not going to get hooked.
Yeah, that's what I think the intent was.
Yeah. Just don't get hooked. You'll be good.
Blitzcrank is only an issue if you actually get hit by the grab. Just don't get hit.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Just don't miss your skill shots in lane, like what I was talking about earlier.
Some great advice.
Yeah. Now, Vikla, he does have his ult and flash, but now he's going to get hooked here. He has to follow up from the Nocturne, and we did not see Tibbers come out, so he just dies with flash and ult available. The follow-up does come in from B&K. Raptor is not going to be ulted. He has to flash out as his team was ulted away. And at least the TP came down, I guess, but Clear also used his. Realm Warp comes in. Raptor still in a weird spot, going to try to get the fear down. And, ooh, very close on that hook.
And Vikla just kind of not doing anything at all. Doesn't press any of his buttons, doesn't flash. I'm pretty sure he had vision of Kingen as well. Some really poor play there that led to B&K FearX not being able to fight a fight they 100% could have. You know, we talked about the team fighting power of this composition and how Nongshim need to kind of get something going in the neutral state. They do, but I think it was kind of like an unforced error, if I'm being honest. If we look at how this happened. So, like, he has vision of Kingen here from the ward. Surely, did it not reach that angle?
I think maybe he was on the very edge.
I wish we could see the vision, because if he didn't have vision, that's really unfortunate. If he did have vision, that's really unforgivable.
Yeah. So it's one of the two, but yeah, it's been a rough day for Vikla, I think, and you know, at least he has the one kill that he got on Poppy with a nice hide on Bush, and he's still easy to play and still does damage. He has his Malignance.
Still has flash for any future scenarios. I remember Gio has no cleanse.
Raptor. Okay, nice spell shield. Just gonna make quick work of that. Has a Stride Breaker now.
You know, we didn't see the Rise into the Gwen, like as in the lane matchup, but they're happy to put the Rise into the Gwen in these side lanes.
Yeah.
And right now, Kalex's highest level in the game, and obviously will get that free level up from the Rod of Ages, so he's going to be forced to be reckoned with later in this game.
Yeah, he definitely will be. The Rise, as the game comes along, is going to be pretty huge. You do see that Ju has more than a full level up on Diablo.
Yep, all that alone time we saw Ju having in the top lane really paying off in terms of the XP advantage he's been able to pick up. And the thing is, you feel so much less comfortable leaving Diablo alone to farm.
Okay, trying to abandon ship here. Raptor just going to get hit by literally everything in the kitchen sink, but he lives as the Lulu is there to save him. Meanwhile, Diablo trying to chase, but you see that Nongshim immediately dropped the play. They say, well, we didn't kill him. We can't continue. Let's just leave. And that's definitely the right play.
Yeah.
It does mean that the Rift Herald goes over to B&K.
The wild growth value is pretty massive there, the knock-up, and also the fact that Vikla was coming in. A good call from Nongshim. I'm not going to lie, based on how today has gone, kinda could have got the vibes that they would have just kept going for that play. And it would not have panned out well. So they do back off, they do play a little bit safe. And it is B&K FearX to get the Rift Herald. But Nongshim still have that gold lead. It is a Mountain Soul. Very valuable in this game. I think it's pretty easy to say.
Yeah. Mountain Soul's going to be huge. Both teams have a pretty good shot at it. It's a relatively even game at this point in time. But see, a lot of the gold lead for B&K is in their support, so that's not really a thing. The carries on the side of Nongshim definitely enjoying some leads, but it's still close. We've seen larger leads thrown already in this series, twice today. So, or maybe 3 times, actually. I think kind of happened twice in game 2, 1 for each team. So I'll wait with bated breath. You do see that Vikla does use his flash this time.
Nothing too crazy coming out of this game yet. I feel like both teams kind of just leaning into the scaling elements. I think B&K FearX are more comfortable if this game goes late.
It's the replay, by the way. So, oh.
Good flash.
How did he know the exact timing of when he was going to go into that brush? Oh, it looks like there was an extra ward around the corner.
Yeah.
So.
Might have been that.
Yeah.
Or maybe Lehens is just a knower.
He just sensed it.
Yeah. Still haven't had feats of strength this late in the game. It's kind of crazy. No tower haven't gone down yet.
Yeah. A lot of turret defense. Even with 3 grubs, B&K haven't had a lot of free time with turrets.
I mean, if they were to make a tower defense game for League of Legends, Jinx would be one of the better towers.
Yeah. The AoE towers are generally pretty good.
Yep.
That turret is going to live, by the way. Clear trying to do enough damage here to Calyx, who just realm warps away. Rift Herald in mid, but this turret is very healthy.
I mean, there's a Jinx. If they get alone time on it, they'll shred it, but TP coming in.
TP coming in. They want to make this play. Kellen is out of the fight already. In they go. On to Diablo, who gets locked into the wall. And now we got Paranoia, but Vikla's all alone. The hook comes in on a Raptor, who just decides to go in instead. He does get a kill, but it's still a big win here for Nongshim. They lost their turret, and they're going to lose top turret as well, though. Maybe they can trade mid-tier 1 for this.
Such a weird play. Honestly, I think Diablo would have been better off just eating the ult from the Poppy. You know, he tried to dodge it, and I'm like, that's just your exit plan in this situation. Stick close to your Lulu, and then you either stay in the fight together, you leave the fight together. Ends up in a situation where Diablo is just caught in no man's land and doesn't have the McHales from the Lulu, is important to mention. It's like, yeah, if he just kind of like moves away from it and then doesn't try to flash this, not sure if it was a conscious decision where it's like, I'm just gonna die, whatever, I'm saving my flash. But definitely put into a rough position. Raptor did get that trade kill, which is something at least.
Yeah, he got the one. They got the mid turret. They got the top turret. Clear kind of funnily TP'd away from Kingen at the end of that play. Just kind of scared he was going to get collapsed on. His feats of strength as well, so that does go to BNK. Still a very close game even after that fight. That, in terms of the kills, it did go the way of Nongshim, but it's only like a 1,000 gold lead at 20 minutes.
It's not super significant yet.
It really, I think this game is going late, and we're going to see who's going to carry better. Vikla, kind of in an awkward spot. He does not have he does have a little bit of the turret, but it's so low that Kingen just slaps it, and then he slaps Vikla down.
Vikla just not having a good day. Can't trust the turret when it's that low. And also just kind of, I feel like Claire is having a rough time playing into Calyx, but the fact that Kingen is able to get kills like that onto the Annie, not a good omen. Vikla does have TP in 20 seconds. If they start up this Atakan, I have a feeling they may regret it. But it looks like they'll just take the Dragon instead.
Yeah. Jinx was mid. You had no TP on Kingen though, so perhaps banking on that. They'll take the easy objective and maybe just clear out vision around this harder objective. But kind of in the brush, they know he's there. BNK looking to retake some of this vision over here. The entire team, outside of Vikla, who has TP, is down here on the bottom side of the map.
It doesn't manage to connect onto Calyx there. Calyx, you just completed Seraphs, by the way. Big spike for the Rise. Level 14 to Vikla's 12. And that's pre-Rod of Ages being fully stacked up.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. Also, Giu is now 2 full levels ahead of Diablo. And now he got ults coming out here, but that time it's going to be shielded. So Gideon doesn't get the value out of that. Now the turn comes in from BNK. The combo with the Nocturne and the Lulu is gigantic, and the chase is big. Calyx, though, just running away. Finally, they take him down, but clear. Oh, he does tank up a bit, but he will get the kill and get out. And now maybe it's Otacon. Nongshim thinking about recontesting this one.
Kingen is healthy with ult. They really need to respect him.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. You see King and Gun around the bottom side looking for the Lulu, but the flash on in from Vikla just going to peel, but Raptor, he gets hooked, and he's maybe going to die, but they already got the Jinx. And BNK, they commit to the Otacon, and they throw on it a story as old as time on today's League of Legends. Vikla, he's not in a great spot either. It looks like Gideon and Lehens are in the chase, and they do get the hook. Not a difficult one, but actually a kill is given back. Still a massive win for Nongshim here.
And we're already talking about the XP leads that Nongshim had, and now with the Atakan secured as well, they're in such a bad spot being DRX. I mean, here, this initial play is fine. The fact they get the knock up on the Rise takes a bit too long to take him down. He's just a little bit too bulky. But this ult that comes in from Diablo, the damage it does, I think gave them the confidence to go for this. But so many low health bars, they're getting shredded by Atakan. Kingen is still healthy with his ult. This is just such a dangerous play to go for. And again, their scaling is fine. There was no reason they had to force this now. They just thought, hey, we have to do it, we have an advantage. And they end up regretting it massively.
I regret it too.
Yeah.
Teams, they understand how powerful Dgon is, especially on this patch. And they're just like, well, think about if we could just get it. Kellen, by the way, gets the
Yeah,
Scuttlecraft.
so Jiu is 3 full levels above of Diablo here. So all that solo farming in the top lane combined with Dgon.
And they're still attacking. Whoa. Kellen is engaged Luluing. The Hens hooked his own Rise. What is happening? He just gives a free kill over to Diablo. I mean, a hook wasn't going to save him anyway, but like...
Things are getting a little wacky, Brendan.
It's just all over the place.
Things are getting a little crazy. Well, now it's still 3 full levels. They will get this tower.
I mean, they were behind. How are they winning fights? Nongshim struggling in the mid game somehow, but they are going to take down the Nocturne. The turret does go the way, but now the engage comes in from Kingen and nobody can stop him. Bit of damage does come out, but look at the low health on Jiu as well. As at least they take out Jiu, but still it's a full ace to Nongshim.
I just think BNK FearX have a composition where the later it goes, the more confidence I have in them. But they need to fight now, apparently. Now, right now, Brendan, they have to fight. They're forced to. This initial pick was fine. It was a little wacky, it was a little crazy. But they get the kill onto the Hens because he ends up walking over this Chomper and hooks Calyx, as you said. But I just... You know that Kingen has TP, and you know that he's extremely strong. You diving on the Rise who's quite bulky, and you just don't have the damage to finish him off. And then Kingen turns up, and he just destroys everyone.
Yeah. Gets Kellen, gets Diablo. Clear dice to Gideon. Just keep backing, keep backing. I'm going.
You see a scenario like that on Ambessa, you're vibing.
Woo! Woo, he says. Hook comes in, but...
Why are they still fighting?
That's a Gwen. Yeah, I guess it was a hook, right? Hens hooked him in. But all 5 of them were there. We're like, let's fight, let's fight.
Guys, just chill for 2 seconds. Your 80 carry is 3 levels down. 3!
Who cares about that? We gotta fight, we're BNK. And Nongshim are like, hell, we'll fight, sure. I'm down. This is a crazy game. Anything could happen. If Nongshim win, that makes sense. But also, if BNK win, I wouldn't even be weird about it. If you got an ult from Lulu onto clear, he just dies. He's just going to engage Gwen. He just dies. And now the follow-up comes in. Diablo does not get the reset himself, and now he's just free food for the Xayah and for Kingen. And Kellen, not much he can do alone. It's another free ace here for Nongshim.
What is the thought process? They're just throwing themselves at Nongshim, just again and again. They just keep launching themselves at them. They're like, let's engage Lulu. I don't understand. Nongshim will obviously pick up the pieces and clear out this game. It has been a strange series. It has been a very odd series. They're going to realm warp the minions in. They're going to end this right now. They've seen enough.
Yeah, and I think we have as well. We do have 3 seconds on the Gwen, but I don't think that's enough. With 4 people here, I think they can just auto the Nexus. Is clear, trying desperately, but Featherstorm comes out. A couple autos will do it, and Nongshim take the 2-1 in the reverse sweep of the best of 3.
A very strange series. It just feels like both teams. Nongshim, you know, they deserve the win overall, but it just feels like both teams have so many issues rampant right now. So many things where they're throwing the games unnecessarily, and that final passage of play from BNK FearX, I'm not sure what the thought process was. Nongshim do end their 3-loss streak. That is big for them. But a lot of work needs to be done, not just for them to be in the Rise group, but also if they want to be competitive in the Legend group, sorry.
Yeah. Well, Nongshim, you know, they got the win. It was scrappy, it was crazy, but I feel like they had the better composure by the end of it all. It's weird to say with all of the throws and back and forths that we had in this series, but Nongshim just understood a little bit better how to keep their composure and not go crazy when it was turning into a bit of solo queue, and that's all it took. Even Jiu in this game was serviceable. You know, he got that free kill early on. He was able to get ahead, very far ahead, in levels especially. Lance just gives a wave. He looks very tired. That's what I'm interpreting from that. But yeah, it's a win for Nongshim. They were the higher rated team. It was a close series, but at least you're going home feeling a bit happy if you are a Nongshim fan.
A lot to think about for the coaching staff, for the players. A lot to consider.
A long night. A long night.
A long night indeed. But, you know, after a series like that, no team comes off it feeling happy, but as you said, the team who won feels a little bit happier. That's the main takeaway from this situation.
Yep.
Is at least you got the win. Some good early plays. You know, they knew the objective was to set up that Blitzcrank, and they made the decision to have Jiwoo farm in top lane, and I think that kind of broke BNK FearX. That solo farm for the 80 carry, leave him in on his own, doing things on the rest of the map. We'll try to stop BNK FearX from doing things on the rest of the map. It just worked. And BNK FearX crumbled. And felt like they had to fight every second of the entire game. Like, this was them starting the Arakan. And then we'll get to the next clip. Well, I think Victor's going to kill the hens. Then we'll get to this clip. This was them starting the fight when they knew Kingham was going to turn up.
I mean, the peel is so good for Nongshim. You have to be very certain you're going to win if you're going in.
And then you're like, well, they'll probably take a break here. They'll look to farm up a little bit. And then they'll re-examine. Nope, they're just fighting. Like, what is this engage, by the way? Please.
Engage Gwen. Yeah. That didn't work.
Yeah.
Huh. And Nongshim are just waiting for it. They're like, okay, once they run at us, we'll be so ready for it.
I feel like Nongshim just walked them down.
Yeah.
They just walked at them. It wasn't even
같이 해야 되나?
No.
차분하게 하면 돼. 위에 거부터.
They hooked Gwen, killed Gwen, and went from there.
Yeah, a lot of questions. And I fear, Brendan, I'm not going to get answers to them.
Not today. But later on this week, BNK will go up against DK, and maybe we can see what happens there, as both these teams struggling a bit.
You know what, something I think we've at times been critical for LCK teams is when they're a little bit too passive, when we feel like they're not doing enough, when they're behind, they're just letting the game go by. BNK FearX could have done a little bit more of that, I think, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, they've been a team that have always, even throughout many different rosters, have always been super aggressive, overly aggressive, from ahead, from behind, from even game states. I think Nongshim with this comp, you know, you're playing Poppy, Xayah, Ryze, and if they're running at you, you're just going to love it. And you can control the fight so easily with the Poppy and create a lot of space. And let's see who does get the POM for this one. It will be Kingan, who does pick it up. The Jace loss wasn't much, but he was able to turn it around with his Aatrox and his Ambessa.
Yeah, I didn't end up going for King in the end. I do think the Ambessa game was pretty pop-off, but it feels like sometimes, you know, with POM, sometimes you get like, oh, the game 3 performance. Sometimes it's like the consistency across the series. I mean, this was a lot about the game 3 performance, but I don't think it's a bad vote by any means. But I feel like that is definitely the angle taken here. We'll see what everyone voted for.
I feel like Kingan was very stable, right? He didn't do much when they were throwing, right? He was like, oh, guys, you're throwing.
He's not the culprit.
I don't know what to do. Yeah, it wasn't his fault. It wasn't my fault, he said, as he eventually went on to also carry game 3. I mean, carry is a strong word, but he had a very strong game. And even his Jace was all right. You know, I don't really think the game was his fault, but yeah, we're going to hear from Kingan right now. So let's hop over to the POM interview right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We are here with Kingan on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! It was such a fierce battle of the mid-tier teams, and with this victory being so precious, you successfully defeated BNK FearX with after a close 2-1. How do you feel? You know, recently we've been going through some losing streaks. Just watching BNK's last matches, we noticed that they're really good, and you know, it actually did keep me up with a lot of thoughts in my mind. But I'm just really glad that we're able to win today. And all 3 games today was quite intense. Was it pretty tough? Yeah, it was honestly so exhausting. So what did the team discuss between the games today. I think rather than focusing on our gameplay, I think we just mainly talked about the draft today. That was the main focus. In game 2, we were able to see your Aatrox, who is this holder of your skin, and so how was the matchup? I think the enemy was pretty AD heavy, so it just made me think that it would be so good to take Aatrox. And so you showed such disruptive moments today, so how does it feel every time you dominate with Aatrox? I feel like, yeah, it's been a while since I have played on an official match with Aatrox. And every time I do play Aatrox, it goes well. And today it went well once again. And I think I just felt really good today. And in game 3, you pulled out your Ambessa again. And between Ambessa and Gwen, the record favors Gwen with a 1-8 score. And that sole win was from you before today. And with today's victory against Gwen, you're actually the only player who has won with Ambessa against Gwen. So what is your understanding of the Ambessa-Gwen matchup? Well, to be honest, before Gwen got nerfed, I did think that Gwen had the upper hand. And I think this score and the stat has to do with the nerf before the nerf happened, but I think that just means that it's better for me to play Ambessa against Gwen now. So in game 3, your stats showed 0, that's 6 kills, 7 assists. So why do you prefer Ambessa so much? I feel like with her being so engaged heavy, and I think just her being a really big comfort pick of mine, I think that's why it just allows me to play her so well. And in your coach's interview after last match, there was some disappointment expressed around losing feats to the enemy. But you were able to win feats of strength in games 1 and 2, so what was the feedback? I think feats is won by a team that has solid early game. So because of how important feats is, I think you just really have to take consideration of your draft to try to win feats in the end. And your next opponent will be DRX. What would you like to say to your fans? One relief is that we were able to end the losing streak today. And although this was not a particularly clean match, I think for our DRX match that's upcoming, I hope that we're able to prep well so that we can win against them with a clean game. And that's the end of the interview with Kingen, and back to the space. Thank you.
A huge win in a match where you simply just need to get the dub. It doesn't matter if it's pretty or if it's ugly. It doesn't matter if it's beautiful League of Legends. You just got to get the win, and Nongshim were able to do it. BNK FearX, I don't think I'm ever going to predict you again. Like, I just can't. I love Diablo. I can't
but
do
I
it.
also felt I was not a BNK predictor. I was a Nongshim predictor who the entire time didn't feel good about my Nongshim pred. Even though they won, in game 3, the draft was super risky, and it felt like BNK lost the game rather than Nongshim won it. But like you said, the standings won't remember any of that. The standings won't care about how clean it was or who threw or what happened. They'll just remember who took the W in the end. And that was Nongshim. Really important matchup for trying to solidify your spot in that top 5.
I mean, I think BNK was really bad about knowing themselves, like knowing about their advantage on the draft, which makes them really easy for the game plan. For example, like you have Nocturne Annie for the early game priority. Like you can actually win the 2v2 really easily after level 6, and then you have Gwen and Jinx Lulu for the late game, so you can actually play slow for your side lane. And also Nocturne is one of the great champion when it comes to the side lane game, so I feel like they could just play slow and wait for your Jinx to have more items and Gwen, but they just keep fighting for no reason. Your Jinx has no item, but you keep fighting, so I could never see
levels down.
Yeah, like I can never see them winning with that game plan. That was really pathetic.
As we take a look at the POM votes, I just hope that these two teams aren't in the same group. Otherwise, we may actually lose Daniel Locks Harrison he was very, very frustrated and incredulous on how the plays were happening here, as it was Kingen taking it here. Pretty big split, pretty huge split.
Everybody was like, this is a hard vote, and Kingen won the last team fight, and he played on Bessa, and he's only on Bessa to beat a Gwyn. But for me, I thought about the early game tempo that Lehen's had in all 3 games, his Shin in game 1, his Elise that popped off in game 2, and then later on taking a bunch of flashes away with the Blitzcrank, gave them a lot of edges. Wasn't necessarily ultimately what won them the series, but I thought his performances were pretty consistent.
I mean, similar idea for me as well. I think it was really great on Sejuani with his playmaking, and also for the last game, it was kind of poor choice that Jiu didn't pick up the cleans for Poppy there, so I think he made a lot of great chances. Like on the mid lane, he could actually flash on Jinx and kill instantly. I think those kind of playmaking helped a lot for, Diablo didn't take the cleans, so not you. So I think his Poppy created a lot of chances, and I think that's the reason why Nongshim could win.
Let's take a look at Ox's comment, who he went for here. Ox didn't have a comment. Okay, all right.
No comment.
I guess he's shocked.
Kingen holds the Western line.
Yes. Solid comment.
Sitting there in the Legends group. To beat Nongshim, you have to take down Captain Nongshim himself, Kingen. That's pretty good. Joins the team, becomes Captain Nongshim.
Yeah, I really liked his team fight in the Autocon, especially for the last game. I think they almost lost that game in that fight, but he saved it.
I mean, sometimes in game 3, like the palm votes can be weighted more heavily because it's what actually wins you the whole series if you win that final game. And he had 2 great fights, the Autocon fight and that fight in mid. And the most solid out of 10, I think that's a...
He's kind of salty, right?
Yeah, I think that's a little salty, but like we were all feeling it. So I mean, Cloud Templar, he just said what we were all feeling.
Yeah, see, we don't know what the number is either. Most solo out of 10 could be 10 out of 10, could be 5 out of 10.
Kingen out of 10.
No, Kingen out of 10. Captain Nongshim out of 10. So we take a look at the standings. This one done and dusted. BNK Firax now on the Rise side. Nongshim solidly on the Legend side with D+ still waiting in the balance there.
You know, we've been talking about, oh, there's a lot of league left to play, there's a lot of games left, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, now we're 3 weeks away. We are just 3 weeks away. And the first matchup of that first of the 3 weeks is now underway. So a huge win here for Nongshim, really solidifying their chances to be quite strong to stay in the Legend group.
They're the one who's fighting for the last spot for the Legend group, right? So I think it means a lot. And you can never think about winning against Genji or HLE, so it means a lot for Nongshim. And at the same time, I really want to see like BNK bounce back, because this kind of team fight, this kind of gameplay, that we don't want to see it in LCK.
Well, we just saw one match for the middle of the table, and it was one of those survive and advances. We're going to see another one right here. DRX and D+, 2 teams on losing streaks, trying to find a way to get back on into it. We'll see you after the short break.
이무기가 용이 되기에 필요한 여유주가 레이지 필이었나요?
가져 가자. 아우 레이지 삐로.
DRX의 7연패가 이렇게 끊깁니다.
저 농심 레드포스의 로고에 있는 저 맥박이 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 뛰고 있습니다.
농심은 강팀입니다.
Pentakill for the jungler of Nongshim, and there it is!
아니 쳤어요. 담장을 넘겼어요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Definitely on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pretty exciting. Oh, the combo! They're gonna get him, but there is a top catch, but he got so low and the follow-up is huge. They get the challenge, they get Diablo, and finally the combo comes together here for Bro. And that is exactly the engage. My brain is gone, but now we've got a siege on the Nexus. One Nexus turret left remaining. Team goes King in. Gonna take a lot of damage to pop plus 15 since there is a big angry dragon. Geo able to use his arcade to get out of the way. It's a triple for the Pantheon. It's a quadruple for the Pantheon. It could be a pentakill for the jungler of Nongshim, and there it is! He got his own proc out of the pit. Otherwise, this is just going to be a straight-up flip. And really, that comes down to Viper's poke. Maybe Zeka can get on top of him. Or maybe it's just a straight-up flip. The ult comes in, and the ult goes in from Zeka. He catches him in the backside of that one, and it goes in! Just catching everyone! 아리. 와, 나이스. Definitely Will. He's the only one that does damage to the Scion, so there's the pentakill for Faker. In his rise, Apollo on the flank, trying to set up that multi-pronged engage you were talking about. Meanwhile, DK is going forward. There's the knock-up, but no follow-up from the side of Croco. Now he goes in, the combo comes in, but Diablo's already excited, and he gets a double, looking for a big one. The timing is insane out of this guy, and he's looking for a fourth. There's the win! Heads out of Diablo! You cannot stop him tonight!
Welcome everyone. This is Secret Newsroom Agent codename Cartographer checking in. It's again time to shake things up with some intense overseas action, so let's jump right in. First, it's time for some LCP intel. Two Japanese teams in the LCP, SoftBank Hawks Gaming and Detonation Focus Me, went head-to-head in a thrilling showdown. With Dgon, a former T1 Academy jungler and Korean import Arya on the roster, and DFM also happens to be the old stomping ground of Evi, this truly is an Evi history lesson. Let's take a look at this Japanese clash on the LCP stage. After a fierce back and forth, the series is now up to Game 3, and here is where the match turned. Marble's Zeri went for Cocoon's Jin, instantly popping her ult, and DFM then tried to counter aggressively. The Courageous Skarner with a two-man Impale, followed up by Fate's ultimate, secured a dominant teamfight for SHG.
Maybe it's just all Marble! It always has been and always will as he gets two!
After securing Baron and looking to pressure top lane, SoftBank Hawks found themselves under fire. DFM engaged with a numbers advantage, but as they kited back, Zeri flashes in with a huge lightning crash, shredding the enemy backline and taking down Rumble for a quadra kill, and then finishing off Silas for the pentakill. Marble's outstanding performance stole the spotlight. Could he be the next undisputed king of Japanese bot lane? Next, for some LTA intel. Here's a question for those of you watching at home. Who do you think is the top 80 carry in the Americas? Well, C9 Sven recently tackled this very topic. Let's check it out.
From tier list is like whatever you feel makes sense.
Okay, let's just start
Yeah,
somewhere.
let's start.
Let's put myself in S tier.
S tier. All right, we'll go right there.
I mean, I actually agree.
Sven confidently puts himself in the S tier, alongside Team Liquid's Yon and FlyQuest's Masu.
I kind of have a high opinion of Henna based on like scrims. I think he should be B tier still. But I don't think he's playing that well on stage.
That's Sven's opinion. We've got our own LTA 80 carry expert Prince here though. Let's hear his take.
그러니까 본인을 S티어에 놓는다는 것 자체가 이고나 자신감적으로 원딜이라면 필수 교양 중 하나인데 독이 될 때도 있거든요. 뭐 과학적으로 보면은 사실상 불치병 같은 게 아닌가.
Sven C9 is currently 2-0 in the group stage. Could he live up to the S tier title? The question now is whether they can make it all the way to MSI and an international tier list. And now for some LPL intel. Can you believe a team that started 0-6 now stands at 5 wins and 7 losses? And at the heart of that comeback, Korean 80 carry Taeyoon. What exactly happened with Team WE? On May 3rd, they faced off against NIP in a pivotal match. WE sets up a surround, engaging the fight. Vampire's Alistair lands a brilliant combo. Then Taeyoon's Ezreal finishes off Leave. Are Taeyoon's Mystic Shots auto-targeted or what? And that wasn't the end of his heroic moments. On May 5th against FPX, with Team WE's Nexus towers falling, it was Taeyoon's Ezreal who came through in the clutch to save the Nexus at the last moment.
Can FPX do it? They're on the Nexus! It's so low! The Steric shot and Team WE! Right back. Monkey on the signature trundle, hitting onto them, landing the final blow.
Taeyoon has adapted perfectly to the LPL. Following in the footsteps of Ruler and Deft, another LCK-raised Korean import is making waves. Next up, some news on The Shy. For the first time since his LPL debut, The Shy has pulled off a pentakill, a major milestone in his storied career. Let's see how it happened and what it meant for his team. Let's take a look at Game 1 from their May 6th battle against Thundertalk Gaming. IG starting the Dgon, and The Shy uses his ult to get into the backline. With the aggro drawn, IG quickly secures the Dgon and begins the fight. Rookie falls first, putting IG at an instant disadvantage. But then, The Shy flashes in. Is this a flashback to his iconic Aatrox days? He solo kills Kai'Sa and Rumble, takes down Rakan for the triple, and then Pantheon for the quadra. Gala wisely backs off, and The Shy finishes off Rise for the pentakill.
That's what it is! A Shy pentakill!
After a long career, this is The Shy's first official pentakill. It also broke IG's 4-game losing streak. Could this be the start of their comeback? We'll be watching closely to see how far IG can go. And that's all the intel we've gathered for today. We'll be back next week with more exciting reports, but for now, I'll leave you with the wise words of Atlas once again. Stick around soon. We'll see you then.
makes me stronger.
DRX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're getting ready for the second match of the night. DRX up against D plus Kia. And both of these teams are in a bit of a rough spot. D plus Kia especially with a 6-game losing streak, and DRX on a losing streak against D plus, but also down towards the bottom of the standings, really desperate for another win.
Yeah, I think both teams could definitely do with a win today. I think, some days you come into it, it's like, you have like your Gen Gs, your HLEs, like, I mean, they want to win. They're probably going to get a win, but do they need a win? Both teams need this win, dearly, right? I feel like D plus need it more, which is normally the team at the bottom of the standings or lower down in the standings needs to win more. I think D plus desperately needs this win because I don't know what world we're going to be in if their loss streak, keeps building. Yeah, that's them on a 6 loss streak. They were 5-1. They were 5-1, and the thing is, 6 losses. That's over half the teams in the league. They've just been plowing through and losing to. That's the crazy thing. And you know what? The next series is against BNK FearX, which, if you lose today, do you lose that too? Like, maybe.
Maybe. I think if they lose to DRX, then BNK is probably a tougher opponent at this point in time, even though BNK, we just saw them kind of collapse at the end of that last series. You reset, you go into a new series on Friday, and maybe you play better. So DK, they got to win this one. Otherwise, they might be facing another 0-2 week.
And that's the thing, is you may think, oh, well, DRX on a 2-loss streak. But DRX just 2-0'd BNK FearX in, like not last week, the week before. And then they had to face T1 and HLE, which, those are hard opponents. But considering, even though they lost those 2-0, I still think there were moments you kind of saw a bit of shine. I genuinely think it's not crazy to suggest that DRX have a good chance in this matchup.
Yeah.
Despite this.
I don't think there were a lot of predictions in their favor, but I do think that if they play really well and DK continue playing the way they're playing, anything's possible. Any team in the LCK can beat any other team on any given day. And it has been a 10-match loss streak against DK as it started in 2022 summer, almost 3 years ago. Will today be a turning point? I think this is your best shot, This is your best shot for the first time in a long time to get the victory against DK.
I think that's true. You've got to capitalize on the opportunity. Hopefully you come out of it with a good draft. They are starting the series with side selection, or with blue side, so pretty positive for them.
Pretty positive, and now we are getting ready for the walkout. Does feel like on the side of D plus Kia, they've had some points of their roster that were playing really well, especially the top couple of guys. I was going to say top side of the map, but actually Showmaker was not exactly playing well.
I think, if I'm going to be brutally honest, there's 3 players on D plus who've been playing pretty well, and 2 players who haven't been playing so well. There's been some overlap, don't get me wrong.
Then recently, it was kind of all of them weren't playing well.
Sure,
so.
that's fair, but I think when the loss streak started, I really think Showmaker and Beryl were the bigger culprits on this team, and really need to step up to the heights we've seen this team have all the way back in the LCK Cup. That wasn't even that long ago. That's the crazy thing to me.
Many months ago.
In the LCK Cup, this team, everyone was so high on them. They looked really good all until that series against Gen G where they got 3-0'd. And then, to be fair, at the start of the season, they had a really easy schedule, but they looked convincing against those weaker teams. And now they're losing to those same weaker teams.
Take a look at the jungle matchup here. Sponge has been very on or off. Either he's having a great game or kind of a weak game. He does have very high first blood percentage, whereas Lucid is pretty low in that aspect. Lucid has been reliable, definitely fell apart a little bit up against T1, but that's against Owner, right? Owner is our best jungler right now, I'd say.
Yeah.
Maybe Cannon and Peanut are trying to be up there with him, but I think they're just on better teams, and Owner's doing a lot with a lot less.
I think it's hard to judge teams based on how they, right now, perform against Gen G, HLE, and T1, because those are very strong teams at the moment. And it kind of feels like, we had the top 2 than the rest. At the moment, in current form, it looks like we have top 3 than the rest. And it's very muddy in the middle of the pack. Nongshim getting a little breakaway with that win, but with the play they displayed still kind of in the mixer. And now for D+, it's just it's still 6 loss streak, Brendan. 6.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you have a short loss streak, I think a great example is the fact that DRX has a 2-loss streak, and it was HLE and T1. Can't fault them. You cannot fault them for losing to those teams. You can definitely fault D+ to some of the teams they've lost for, and they need this bounce back. They need to start pushing up, because at the moment, they are in 5th, right? They are within Legend Group, but just barely, and they could very easily slip down. And the fact is, if DRX win this, they bump up to 4 wins, and then literally it goes D+ at 5 wins, KT at 5 wins, BNK FearX at 5 wins, Bro at 4, DRX at 4. Like, that would be a hectic muddle where a couple of match outcomes could completely decide your season. And you got to remember, teams play different teams week in and week out. If you get to the end of the season, your last 2 matchups are really hard, you might be cooked.
It just says, don't give up. We haven't given up on you. And that's very true. You know, D+ Kia has a lot of fans. Their fan base always shows up. Even if they do have their longest losing streak since they promoted into the LCK. Paused their work and came from Berlin. Welcome to the LCK.
Probably a pretty long pause to get all the way here, you know?
She did say it like 3 times, which I was like, what does that mean? Oh, it was the lazy field pause incident. Thank you, G-Sun. When he was screaming pause, pause, pause. And that's what she was meaning there. So, nicely done.
Yeah, nice to have the context from G-Sun in here because we're out of touch.
Yes, very out of touch. I hope that Beryl becomes back in touch with, I don't know, maybe he's just barreling.
Look, I think...
Maybe he's very in touch with himself, actually.
Very in touch with Genshin.
Yeah.
I feel like the thing is the Showmaker is very mood-based, very vibe-based, you know? When he's feeling it, he's popping off. When he's not, maybe not so much. I don't think anyone truly understands Beryl. Max thinks he does to an extent, but nah, he doesn't have the full scope.
I think he knows that he doesn't understand it.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's Beryl.
That is.
We can't interpret this in any way.
You know what's one thing I can say with 100% certainty about Beryl? He has aura.
Well, at least he's got that intact. Because he's going to need it up against DRX, who...
I think he might need more than just aura. We'll see. We'll see what they're able to bring out. Starting off with the Rumble ban. And I feel like it's an interesting one because when you're playing into Shiru, the Ambassador priority feels like it's a little bit higher than with other teams. I think right now the priority's dropped through the floor for that champion, but Shiru's still posing a threat and it's still making some relevant performances. Full jungle bans coming out. Xin Zhao and Pantheon. This feels weird to me because Xin Zhao Pantheon are still available, yet we've had 2 jungle bans.
Yeah. I mean, DRX, maybe they ban one here and say, well, you got to ban the other.
Yeah, and then
because you're not going to get the trade.
You can just first pick something else.
Yep.
So they ban Xin Zhao.
Maybe now they get Varus.
Honestly, I think D+, you should not ban Pantheon here because if they get Pantheon, then you get like what? Like Varus, Talia? Yeah, feels pretty good. Yep, so they ban the Aurora.
So they say you can take Pantheon, we'll take Gwen?
This is the thing, is there's so many strong picks right now for DRX. Kind of hard to choose between them all. Will be the Pantheon. And in this situation, you have options. You can go for the Varus, you can go for the Gwen, you can go for the Talia. The thing is, there's still like Gwen Sejuani is a possible combo that could be picked up. There's still like the Wukong on the cards. Don't really want to go for the Lilia when you have that Gwen in the top lane. We'll see. It looks like they are going to commit to it though. Jay's still available though for DRX. Gwen, Wukong.
Yeah, maybe looking for an Ahri for Showmaker if they go that direction. Instead, thinking about the Sejuani.
Gwen Sejuani, you know, Showmaker not the most keen on Yone. This would be kind of a crazy Yone draft, but not really something we expect to see him bring out. We'll see if he wants to surprise us. For the side of DRX though, I think you probably just go Jace. Gnar instead. Okay. A little different. Haven't seen too much Gnar priority recently. Playing to the Gwen.
Yeah. For a good reason, I'd say.
Not overly convinced on this one. Pantheon Talia, I think, though, that's a good pickup. I definitely would lean into that. Instead, go... Okay.
But Talia's great in his ear, so even if Showmaker gets it, like, you don't have to take it away here.
Yeah, it does mean that D+'s top side is very AP heavy, so they decide instead to go for the Yone. Yone also good into Azir. So, yeah, I think D+ very, very, very comfortable with how the start of this draft has panned out.
Yeah.
And now, I feel like the position of strength, so the first 3 picks, blue side has a lot of advantage because you have that first pick, you know, gives a lot of strength to kind of dictate things. The red side has to bounce so much. But when it comes to the next rotation, like, you get first choice coming out of the pick a ban phase. They start off by banning the Varus. Maybe DRX want to ban the Alistar away in this situation. Could even be a little bit concerned about like a Kalista or a Braum. They go for that Alistar ban that we often see on...
Yeah. It was R4 all the time, and now it's just banned on 4 all the time by the blue team. They're like, no, we're not letting you get that. And it's Beryl as well. Again. So you don't want to give him Alistar. He's able to int more tactically, you know? Yeah. Where he can get in there, and then if he gets himself into a bad spot, he just presses his ult.
They ban the Kalista as well in this situation. I was thinking they could maybe pick the Kalista and then have counter pick set up for it. They opt not to go in that direction. I think it's hard to place exactly what DRX back. There's so much open. So many options in this situation. Maybe like a Braum, if you wanted to pick like an engage support, they go for the Ezreal instead. We'll see. I think it makes sense with the Alistar gone. There's nothing that really stands out to me that you want to pick up as a support in this situation. I think take AD carry here. Aiming definitely comfortable on picks like the MF. Kai'Sa works well with the composition, and we know he's comfortable with that, but I think blind Kai'Sa a little bit risky, so feels like he will lean towards the Misfortune.
Yeah, it's been his go-to.
The side of DRX. Leona often good into the Misfortune, but they could just hit you with a Braum, which is kind of scary. You could deny the Rel away. In terms of AD carries...
How about Braum Rel bot lane?
Yeah.
Then you deny both.
Sure. Oh, they're looking at the Kai'Sa. I mean... Kai'Sa, Nico, we've seen it be very popular, but... This is a pretty short... Like, the Nico has the poke power, who has to carry a lot of the weight, but into an MF, when you're playing into D+ with counter pick, can be pretty scary. Looks like Beryl is just going to go for the Nautilus, though. Unless... Oh, this would be crazy. This would be hard winning, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's super popular in solo queue. In fact, on the latest patch they just hit today, they actually nerfed it because it's been running rampant.
There you go. It's happening. Beryl's Fiddlesticks in game number 1. It should do very well in the lane alongside of the MF, and their teamfight power is just disgusting.
It's not only such a good spot for it, but a pick like Kai'Sa or a pick like Nico is crippled by the silence. You know, some picks you play into and you're like, well, the fear is the big thing. Like if you're playing into Ashe, she doesn't care that much about the silence.
Yeah.
It's mostly the fear. But both these characters just get completely grounded. Well, not actually grounded, because that's a different effect. They get shut down by the silence is what I'm trying to say. And the team fight power that this D+ composition has, the Crow Storm with the... Oh, it's just...
Yeah.
Mad. D+ knocked out of the park. You know, they are... On paper, they're the stronger team. The draft, I think, is phenomenal. This should be a pretty strong start to the series.
Yeah. I wish you guys saw the
the emphasis.
The emphasis he put on with his body and his hands when he said, "Should be winning for D+ Kia."
It really should be.
I have faith. I think with a draft like this, you have a lot of winning lanes. You should be in a good spot. You got Lucid on Sejuani, is comfortable. You got a MF for aiming. I think you're in a good spot. The Nara is interesting from Rich. Elected to not go for the Jace in this game in a pretty good Jace spot. And they're going up against this with Fiddlesticks for Beryl in game number 1. Very interesting stuff. He's got the hat. DRX up against D+ Kia game 1.
생선까지 30초 남았습니다.
You see that?
Yes.
See what's on his chest, Brendan?
I didn't see that.
On the skin.
I saw him standing like a scarecrow, but I didn't see the
British flag.
The British flag?
Yeah. That's how it's pronounced.
Where did the tea go? I'm just curious.
They drank it all.
I see. We threw it into the bay or whatever. I don't know why we did that.
Yeah, something to do with that.
I don't know why we did that. That was kind of crazy.
There you go.
The harbor? I guess.
You know what? This game is going to be so confusing because you're going to have the Nico clones and the... What are they called again?
Scarecrows.
No, there's like a specific name. It's like vestiges of something. I don't know. I don't remember.
It's like a new rework, so it's got some overly lengthy title that nobody knows.
You're going to make me look it up, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I have to do everything around here.
That is true. I just do the yelly bit, and then you do the rest. You see, already Beryl is silencing the Nico. You could see more of that in the future being a problem. And they're getting first push here, so Lazy Fiel and Nanda will have to back away.
That's it, effigy.
Effigy.
Scarecrow effigy.
I think it's just a scarecrow.
No, it's called a scarecrow.
Yeah, I mean, I know what it's officially called.
Fiddlesticks can pretend to be an effigy by standing still, so... Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good tip. I'm sure if you try that in silver, they'll just be like, oh, he's just an effigy, surely. The last time was Kingzone Tushin in 2019 versus Humble Life Esports is Key on Thresh.
Was that pre-rework, or when was the rework?
Yeah. That was pre-rework.
Are you sure? When was the rework?
Yeah. It was like 2023 or 22.
I was like, there was no way it was that recently. Then I was like, wait, that's like 3 years ago.
Yeah, no, it wasn't super recent, but it was more recent than 6 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with the fiddle support, again, it's been running rampant in solo queue. A lot of people have been playing it. It's really popular. It is getting nerfed. On the live patch, it's just been nerfed. So if you're going to try it out, because you've seen Beryl play it, I'm pretty sure it's still playable, but it is a bit weaker. A big thing is... Oh, no.
It's okay.
Points in your queue, very valuable. You extend the fear duration, and max rank is 2.25 seconds. So really powerful.
It's like a Morgana binding, except you can't do anything. Not quite as Rudy as that. They are going to get, actually, the barrier. Looks like, oh no, it was cleanse.
They got the cleanse, so
yeah,
they are potentially, I mean, it was flash for cleanse, generally not a good trade, but if you're looking to threaten a dive or something, which they're obviously not, but how did DRX know that, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, the silence you're mainly using for harass, the fear is point and click, which is really good to picks like the Kai'Sa, who obviously wants to dive in. That cleanse value will be pretty high in this game. Without it, you're going to be pretty vulnerable. And then obviously the ult. The ult is just pretty strong.
Yeah. Kind of surprised that it took us this long to see it.
Yeah.
You know? Especially in this meta where I feel like there are a lot of picks it does well into. Like, it's fantastic for counter engage. It's great in lanes such as these, which we're seeing more often now. So I guess Beryl was just saving it for this big matchup up against DRX. He was waiting for 6 losses in a row, and then he was going to pull it out.
Then he pulls out his secret weapon.
Yeah. That is Nico.
Oh, he misses the cannon.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that in the first series. Rich just flashes after Shiu had already backed away. Although he could have, like, follow flash and maybe done something.
I don't think a flash order would have killed, but it was close enough that I can understand him flashing.
Yeah.
But not doing so great in the count. I'm putting quotation, I'm in air quotes.
Okay.
Counter matchup.
Yeah, I wish people could see what you were doing just so they know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Air quotes, I think, is pretty...
self-explanatory.
Yeah. The quote-unquote counter pick of the Gnar. Gnar definitely oftentimes picked to just play safe and, you know, farm with Boomerang and poke them down and get hyper procs. And she's melee, so you can kind of take good trades if you're good with your spacing. But oftentimes when it feels like, you know, I think she was just a better top laner at this moment in time, the Gnars can kind of just get abused. in some of these lanes like this.
Also, it's one of these things where like you need to constantly have pressure, because if you make a mistake against a Gwen, you're now dealing with Gwen. You know, you kind of have to like permanently harass, keep him down, and just not let Shu have any advantages. And right now, you can see Rich is obviously trying to do that, but losing that flash is such a big hit.
All right, nice play from Showmaker.
There's a little dance afterwards.
Yeah, even the stutter stepping. It's like, what's up, buddy?
Nice try. Ult for ult, so he's pretty happy with that trade.
Oh, nice bounce there on a lazy field. So Beryl steps up.
This is kind of what I mean, you know. Nico can sort of match the Fiddlesticks harass. Like in terms of if it's isolated, Nico Fiddlesticks, Nico does a good job harassing, but it's not isolated. It's MF vs Kai'Sa. And MF is so favored in terms of harass, especially if you can build an early Vamp Scepter, that it's basically Andal trying to trade 1v2 against Beryl and aiming. Not a fun time.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. And Beryl from a winning lane, you know, at level 1, his ability to lifesteal isn't huge, but at least it keeps him relatively happy. We do have a Pantheon coming in, and Beryl's just dead, so all this talk about Beryl's Fiddlesticks and their winning lane state and stuff like that. Sponge just hit 6 first, and he gets the gank, and it's first blood.
Very easy pickup. Doesn't help that Beryl did fear Andal's clone like 2 seconds earlier.
I don't think he would have lived anyway, but...
No, but that...
It doesn't help.
No, it definitely doesn't help. But it is what it is. I mean, Sponge picks up the kill. Obviously nice for him, but doesn't drastically change the lane too much. It does allow Laserfield Andal to get a nice reset. And Grub's spawning soon, so could open up towards the top side of Prioritize. So
Tempo ult.
Yeah, that did a lot of damage, I think. That was sarcasm.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah.
I've been around you for long enough. Lucid here as well on vision. Beryl also spotted. Andal's here, but just a Nico. Not going to do much. But they call off the gank, so Rich just goes back to the turret. We do have Grubs about to spawn, so DK staking a claim over this objective.
And we are seeing the Rod of Ages Gwen. Being a little bit here and there with that one, but Sponge going to contest this. But it's 2 for D+, and they can just dip out. They won't get the full 3, but they get the feature strength contribution.
It's really what you're there for. And Grubs nowadays feels a little bit less like what it used to be, which was teams just throwing fights over a set of 3 Grubs that were less strong than current 3 Grubs.
Yeah, I just think... You know what? I'm not sure the strength of the objective is always the relevant metric, because sometimes it feels like teams just use it as an excuse to fight.
Especially BNK.
Yeah.
That's a team that loves fighting. They love scrapping. They'd be a great goon on a hockey team.
Now D+, aiming was holding the wave there, but we'll start to push it out. Aiming level 7, a little bit ahead of Lazy Fuel. But it's mostly just like the fact, I think this is one of the things that's so impressive about MF, is the fact that you can itemize early into lifesteal, which is so rare in the modern era League of Legends with 80 carry itemization. And then once you get Bloodthirster, not many champions can walk up to you. Now Rich,
Shoot, about to get his ult, and the ult just misses, so... I mean, they can still go for it with Permafrost, and Rich, yeah, he's gonna bounce straight into a Sejuani, and you see his reaction. He is not happy. The timing on that gank was great. Look at the flash timer on Rich up in the top left.
Yep, they had it measured at exactly the right moment. She should be able to get this plate and then back off. Yeah, it's fun, you're good, bro.
Sponge pretending like he can do anything.
Yeah. But it's just, I mean, the fact that the ult missed and the gank still worked showed you how cooked Rich was there, and it was just a great knock-up by Lucid to interrupt the hop. It's unfortunately not a kill onto the Gwen, but look at this lead that she has already, which is impressive considering it's a counter match. I did the air quotes.
Thank you for the air quotes again.
If anyone who's wondering.
It really hammers the point home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean... Again, I think he just was hoping to try to neutralize the lane and then be somewhat of a team fight person. Oh. I got him.
Did look like he was trying to leave the kill.
Aftershock damage?
Yeah, he was trying to leave it
after
the kill. That's what he said, but really Lucid is like, yeah.
He was smiling the whole time.
I'm getting my heart
hell
steal
yeah.
sooner, gonna start stacking up.
Yeah, definitely getting a lot of stacks in pro.
He's like, actually, Shiru, if you got the gold, you'd finish Rod of Ages sooner, and you'd get less of a level. So if anything, I'm helping you by taking that gold. You're welcome, by the way.
True.
That's exactly what my jungler would say. So
they wouldn't even be there. You would be like 0-3.
they would also take two full
doped by the enemy jungler.
They would take 2 full waves and be like, no, 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 this is to help you.
Yeah. We got to push this in real quick. Like, come on. We're diving top, and we're diving bot. Rich in a lot of trouble. I think he's just dead. But the top lane, oh, he's able to trade back, actually, on a barrel. But Siu, he is tanking it up, but actually Lazy Feel sticking around for the kill, and he gets taken down. Traded out as well by Shivu.
And this is much more significant in favor of D+, because they didn't burn any summoners across the ones making the dive. Beryl didn't flash or anything. Yes, Beryl goes down. It's a kill for kill. But aiming is the one getting alone time with the tower. Look, top lane. No one's even there. Lazy Feel dying feels really bad. You would much rather your support die in turn. So D+ pretty happy with how that one panned out. Here, I mean, this is the power of that Fiddlesticks ult coming in. Rich was nearly mega, so you can see there was some concern. They try to chain the CC and unfortunately fail. But I think it's fine, you know, Beryl likes dying anyway. Here, it's a great flash, and he saves the W for so long. Doesn't really block much here, but it does give him the extra resist, dodges the spear at the end. And then here, unfortunately, Lazy Feel gets the aggro, but really well played from...
Oh, meanwhile, this time I don't know if he can outplay this one. He is going to dash, but yeah, one more auto with the soldier gets it done. Yukal takes him out. So Siu not enjoying himself very much on the second time around.
Yeah, got bullied out a little bit there.
And it's a Azir with some free time with the turret this time. So seems like a pretty good timing there for DRX to go for a nice gank.
Teacher strength secured for D+ though. Not many boot buyers. Only one boot buyer.
Are you a boot buyer?
Depends. On support, I think often.
Pretty often, yeah.
Yeah.
Dash is in. Nobody's on vision. Thinks he's alone.
Wanted to push the wave in. Didn't expect anyone to be there. A little unfortunate for Shiwu. And now Andal chasing Showmaker away. Yeah, it's a Chemtech Soul. I think the Chemtech Soul value is okay here, you know, unlike Yone and Gwen. Not terrible, but not the Soul you would want.
Yeah. Could have had, like, Cloud or Infernal.
Cloud with Fiddlesticks is crazy. Cloud with Gwen?
That's why I'm like, yeah, probably Cloud is number one.
Cloud with MF.
Infernal second.
Less good, you know.
Yeah.
The movement speed after you ult, less ideal. Although the general movement speed with how fast you're already, but there is diminishing returns. So
it's mainly just for Shiu and Beryl. But
yeah.
It's not Cloud Soul, so yeah. He got some shields. He got some heals. You're staying alive at low health, you know. If you're Gwen, if you're Yone, sometimes even Fiddle. So I think there is some value, but as you mentioned, not the best.
Yeah.
Slowing down a little bit after a bunch of dives in succession.
You have some spikes coming in. Blade Rune King completed there by Showmaker. Boots completed by Beryl.
He's a boot buyer.
Ionians for the flash cooldown. Pretty nice when playing the fiddle. And yeah, we do have Herald come up in about 15 seconds. You can see D+ opening up on that side of the map. They have Shiu on bot side with TP. And based on the fact Lazy Feel is here... Sorry, it's not Lazy Feel, it's Andal pretending to be Lazy Feel. Based on the fact Andal is here, not sure they're going to be in a position to fight this immediately. And if they lose vision control of this area, you ain't pushing in against a Fiddlesticks.
Nope. All right, well, Shiu, he's been through this before, right? We do have an ult, and it's when he's in the mist. Now we have Pantheon showing up, but a little bit late to the party. I think it's still okay. No mist. Sponge gets the kill, and there you go. Now, Lazy Feel, he went the wrong way, and he's going to cleanse there at the end.
Yeah, not sure how he ended up in that position, but...
Blast coned over.
I mean, I know he blast coned over, but I'm not sure what led to him blast coning
He was
over in that
engaging.
manner. You know, I'm wondering about the intent, Brendan. I'm wondering why.
He was intending on going over the wall.
Yes,
He's still going to dodge the ult.
Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah, no problem. Just clearing that up for you.
I mean, this is pretty good for DRX, all things considered. They lost the Herald anyway. That I don't think you get away. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
So.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is what I figured happened.
Okay.
But
He
the real
doesn't
thing
know
is,
it's Chemtexel.
But the thing is, why did it happen?
I think he just didn't know it was Mega Cone, and he just wanted to get to lane.
Thought it was a little cone.
Yeah. Baby Cone.
You know what they should do?
What?
If you really want to spice things up, when it's Chemtech map, the cones, there's no visual indicator. That just, you don't know if it's a Mega or a Mini. You just take it for a ride, you find out. Like, oh, I can get over this wall, and then suddenly you just end up in their side of the map. You're like, well, that's what I'm dealing with right now.
I think that's better than current.
No, I don't think it is. I think
current
it's terrible. But it would
Chemtexel.
be very funny.
I think it's better.
It'd be very
more
funny.
entertaining.
Is that what it's all about? Entertainment for you?
Yes. Who cares about competitive integrity? Just jump on a cone and see what happens.
The trick is just to get the cone size right. Just don't be wrong.
Don't be wrong.
Yeah,
Take the right cone.
Set him for Dragon here. Barrel has a great angle.
I'm not going to spot him, though. But they have control of Banana Brush, which is going to make this much better. The Fear comes in, and that's a very interesting Nico ult. He has to flash away just to survive, I guess, using that ult. But now it's just a flip, and it does go to Sponge, as now Barrel goes over the wall. A lot of low health bars there on the side of DRX, but they get the Drake, and they get out. So pretty good for them.
I don't think T-Plus set up for that fight particularly well, considering. I feel like they had such good position on the objective, and they kind of just flopped, you know? Well, I'll talk about it a bit in the replay, but okay, he's learned his lesson with the Mega Cone. Yeah, so here, I think maybe could have done more to force Andal away, but letting and then Beryl,
we're just ulting on aiming here. He's going to have to flash away, and now we get a big team fight. Lucid is really not landing those ults today. In comes the Pantheon and saves them from Showmaker, who has to bail. But Lazy Feel, super low, gets flash and smote, but Lucid is pretty much dead.
You're dead, Lucid. Just take the Heartsteel stack.
Yeah, get the stack.
Or do him.
Get the stack. Okay, well, instead of that, he's going to go down anyway.
You know, I'm just going to say it, right? There's been a lot of talk about LCK players playing Arena, right? You know, you may have heard about it.
Yes.
I don't think Lucid is one of them. Because if you're playing Arena a lot, you're a fiend for the Heartsteel stacks.
Yeah.
In this situation, aiming a little bit overextended, gets pressured on, and then here, Lazyfield does live a lot longer than maybe you would have expected. And in the end, aiming does that last bit of damage. Lucid has to clean it up, but Lucid just doesn't, just an auto, you know? Especially here when you know you're dead. Just auto him.
Even here? Yeah.
Anytime.
No.
Any point. It's free HP.
You have Heartsteel. You press.
It makes
right
the nice noise when you proc it.
It does go bonk. But apparently Lucid does not go bonk.
Oh.
That's okay. It's on like a 10-second cooldown.
And you know, we're in a situation where DRX, all things considered, kind of comfortable with where the game is. Like, they have not quite 1,000 gold lead, just under.
Yeah.
They got that dragon. You know, they have an Azir, they have a Kai'Sa who are scaling up. And it feels like D+, not really finding the openings that perhaps hoped for. The fact that Dragon got stolen away, they didn't really get anything from it in terms of kills. A lot of the fights they've had have been trades or even trading down.
Yeah.
Aiming does have a lead, but he is the Gold King, so we're not really surprised.
It's what he does. He farms. He is aiming to get more CS.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Rich is top with Meganar, so if they were going to fight right now...
Aiming is rich?
He is
gold,
he is rich, yeah. He isn't rich, but he's rich.
Right.
At the moment.
Okay.
You guys TPing in. He's like, hello, guys. Gonna hold on to this turret.
I've seen so much of Lazyfield just walking about. Feels like he's kind of...
Not farming.
He's kind of being directed, like, go here. Go there, go here. Pick up this wave, go here. Go there, now go here.
Pretty early arm guard from UCal, by the way.
Yeah, put a lot of emphasis on perhaps that being, oh god, don't. The buy arm guard and the start Atakan angle. Seen it before.
We can't throw if we have arm guard. It's OP.
Yep.
Beryl doing his best to remove as much vision from the map for obvious reasons. Not just because he's support, but he's also fiddlesticks.
Using the effigies. We learned that today. That's what they're called.
What's so special about the letter F that it goes in front of that word? Like, why isn't it like B-A-Gs or something?
I think that'd be copyrighted by the BGs.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're diving Shiu again, and yeah, I think he's just dead. Even Gwen can sustain against that, but now they're just going to start Otacon. First smite already used by Lucid. They want to just get this one down as soon as possible.
I think they should have it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of pings to fight here. Like, maybe Andal just jumps in, but he's alone.
No.
So, just give it away. So, yes, they kill Shiwu, but...
They get a kill and they get a tower, and they lose Atakan.
I think I would take the Atakan.
I think I would take the Atakan.
But it's a lot of tempo for DRX right now.
If they get this tower, then I think it's actually worth for DRX.
You're going to hit a lot of item spikes. Like maybe you get your Leandries for UCal, and you try to fight for some of these Drakes that are coming up. I guess it's Chemtech Soul, but...
Also removes the chance of you throwing at Atakan.
True.
So maybe...
That's the best case scenario for DRX.
Maybe a pretty good play from DRX. A tricky decision to make in the moment, but they opt into it, and I think they're feeling fine with the outcome.
Yeah.
Do you get the level up coming in from Shiu, who now has 2 items? And I completed for aiming, so... You know, if he does crit, he'll do... Oh, wow.
Nice fear. Didn't look like they were going to overcommit for that on Sejuani. But now Sponge in a rough spot. He has to flash out of the 2 ults that are used. But that does mean he's punked, and now they just get Chemtech Drake.
Yeah, not much they can do in this situation. I mean, the damage that came through, the fact that Sponge is chunked, and just the threat of the team fight power enough to force them away. But looking to get a tower mid, I don't think they have time to do this, especially not against this composition.
Yeah, well, they're able to run north, and they're just fine. They're hanging out. So you've got a gold lead for DRX, but a lot of objectives going over to DK.
Yeah. The feats of strength, the Atakan, the 3 dragons, a lot of things that are kind of favoring D+. And also, like, in terms of the gold, okay, he's fine. If you look at where the gold is, UCal doesn't have his 2nd item yet. Showmaker already does. Lucid is down 1,000, but he's a Sejuani, you know?
Yeah. Top
lane, there is a pretty big gap, but, you know, Shiwu's gotten 2 items and has the Rower level up. Gets through a decent power trough. So, I think this game feels very even overall with where we are right now. Also, the big thing is...
Oh no. They're bullying Shiu again, and now they've got a Kaisa in it as well. Bunch of needles and a flash used by Shiu.
Shiu's not having a fun time this game.
I mean, if the Gwen is isolated against like 2-3 people, there's really not much you can do unless you're in a good spot in the game, but he's not. So
also, there's a lot of champions who can just come inside the Shroud and be like, yeah, I'm fine to do this.
Pretty much everybody. And now they're engaging on the Sejuani in a really bad spot. A huge amount of damage into Sponge, who is just CC'd, not able to put the shield up. Beryl, weird spot for him. Rich is going to jump in. The rest of the team was backing away. The rest of the team was running away. You had already lost the guy.
Maybe Rich hasn't encountered much Fiddlestick support in solo queue, because I'm not sure why he went for that play.
Baron?
But the expectation was always you're just going to get feared. And now, yeah, it's 5v3, no jungler on the map. Sponge does have ult, though, so they need to make this sharp.
Yeah,
this isn't so sharp. This
Beryl's getting an angle. He does not have his ult, so it's clearing out vision, I guess.
It should be good. They have smite.
Yeah, there's nothing really they can do without the Pantheon, who's still not alive. 1 second, and that's exactly when the Baron goes down. So DK, they were just hanging out in their jungle. They were just doing the wolves, and DRX are like, you know what?
take us down. And by the way, bonus Baron on top of it. Why not? We'll give you that on top if you call right now, 1-800-DRX.
That's pretty short to be a phone number.
It's DEE.
Oh.
ARE.
Oh, okay,
X.
okay.
Just
yeah, so
X, yeah.
Sponge just jumps in, and they do commit a lot to kill him. Then Rich, like, misses his ult, and then he just walks with his Fiddlesticks like, I've got him. And he just fears you. That is literally
backing.
But that is literally what Fiddlesticks does. Support Fiddlesticks. I mean, not even just support Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks in general. If you run at him, he will just press Q and fear you. And the fear lasts quite a while, so questionable. But, you know, D+ take those. They now have the Baron. They don't really have a gold lead. And I'm looking to see if they do anything with this Baron. As of yet, they haven't. Dragon in a minute 30, though. If they can keep the pressure on and convert it into a soul, it'd be pretty big for them.
Yeah. I think that has to be the aim right now. Just try not to make any mistakes. You see that the enemy team is kind of wavering right now. You're like, oh, well, maybe we just sit around and we're in a good spot. And I think that's very fair.
Aiming is level 16.
Yeah.
And if you look at his items, not only does he do a ton of damage with a load of AD, but he's actually very tanky for an AD carry.
Yeah. I think, you know, MF, she runs around fast outside of combat, but once you get into combat, you know, you're kind of a sitting duck. And yes, you can kind of push them away with your ult if your positioning is good. But if it's not, then that extra tankiness just...
I mean, it just comes to the point where if you auto and you get a crit, the healing you get from that is kind of absurd.
Yeah. I mean, they have a decent amount of burst damage in CC, but... yeah, it's definitely a nice little safety valve here for aiming, who has the extra health from the levels. It's just, it's all looking good for him on that front. DK don't have a massive lead, but it does feel like they're in control of this game now, especially after that last team fight. I feel bad for Rich because, yeah, he started off by essentially getting solo killed by Xiu, and then after that he got a bunch of ganks and he got ahead, and he was in a great spot in this game, but then kind of making a big mistake there, so... just feels like he hasn't made the impact of the gold that he's had. And this quote-unquote counterpick also not feeling too good.
Are you surprised that the Gold King is that far ahead of everyone else?
No. It's just the way it goes.
This is getting chunked here, though.
Yeah.
The Shiwu
finish, and now here's the engage from Ando. Catches 4, but nobody, not a single person follows up. Shiwu, meanwhile, frontlining. And he's just going to go down. Still advantage here for the side of DK. Oh! And the double Q and the double ult. They both flash over the wall just to get away. It was pretty far in the enemy jungle, so they weren't able to quite follow up right away.
Does mean that with Secure Soul, though, not much you can do about that one. Sponge does have ult. I don't think he's going to be back in time to try and suicide for the steal. This will be secured by D+. Barrel getting a lot of value out of the ult, because I think he just stopped any follow-up. If you look what happens here, both Andal and Beryl end up going for the ults at essentially the same time here. And it means the silence came in on Yukal, and then he just doesn't really want to dash into the Fiddlesticks. So they end up taking out the Gwen. And you may think 1-for-1 support for top laner is a good trade, but Showmaker still has cooldowns. The stun from Rich does save Sponge and Lazy Feel, but it doesn't mean much for securing the Dragon.
Aiming almost double tapped them both.
That would have been... The thing is, I can never tell because she does so much damage, but if that had been a crit, maybe? I think that probably wasn't a crit. He has a lot of AD.
It didn't seem like it. We do have another BF sword, by the way, so probably GA.
Yeah. If that had crit, though, and gotten the double, oh my god. That's like... You know, sometimes you have the fantasy on a champion.
Yeah.
You know? That's the MF fantasy.
That is the MF. That's one of them.
Yeah, the other one's a big
like
ult,
the
right?
ult with wombo combo and But I feel like the double tap just feels a little bit more satisfying.
I don't know. The noise as well is pretty good.
Yeah.
I kind of hate it because I played against it in lane a lot, and when it hits the minion and it seems to curve at like the craziest angles and hit you, I'm like, what?
It like bounces off the wall for some reason, and in your face you're like, what the hell? It's not even supposed to do that.
I really deserve to take 110 damage at level
3. You count. That's that arm guard. Gonna come into big effect, and now losing a bit of trouble. He is being chunked down, but now Beryl comes in, saves his jungler, and keeps the team alive, does a bunch of damage. Now the follow-up, though, on in, and a big sweep from UCal might be enough, but Shield finally able to show up, but I don't think it's enough for the team, as Lazyfield got in the back line and totally cleaned up the entire DK team. As Lucid, he had to abandon ship a long time ago. He's not in the fight anymore. Does Shield get out here?
He just have Chemtech Soul active.
He's just gonna dash into the turret. So dies to Andil, which is good.
Well,
better than, yeah.
So this one, kind of, Lucid overstepping a good amount, gets caught under the tower, gets rooted after, doesn't flash till pretty late. And then Beryl goes in, but doesn't get the fear on his ultimate when he connects. So not as impactful as maybe wanted. And Aiden just eats about 7 million pieces of CC. Chemtech Soul and saving you from that one.
Yeah, they also used a lot to kill Sponge. Like, even Showmaker ulted him. You know, we had Beryl, who had ulted before, Lucid had ulted, and yeah, they killed Pantheon, and then their damage dealers were just able to do whatever they wanted, because nobody had any CC left.
Now DRX have the Baron.
It's free Baron. So DK get a free Baron, and then DRX get a free Baron.
What are the takeaways from this game so far, Brendan?
Takeaways are, in the middle of the pack of the LCK, anything is possible. And you have to play consistently, or you're going to lose to any team.
Yeah, and that's a good takeaway. Lucid, it's just a red buff.
Yeah, but what if he could have the red buff for his team? Yeah.
Nice.
He did it. He didn't get punished, so it must have been the right play.
Now he's going to do it again next time and then die for it.
Raptor's not in this game.
I was thinking the next red, but yeah, maybe he's just going to do Raptors now.
Yeah. He's just taking jungle away.
Guys, we do need to cover mid. I think Eamon has it for now.
Yeah. It's kind of a weird lull in the action where like DRX don't have a big enough wave, but they're all mid except for Rich, so they're kind of just waiting for the bot wave to come in, and so are DK, because they can't really do anything, so it's just Lucid doing Raptors.
They definitely could engage. And I kind of get the vibe they'll look for that just because. No other reason.
That is the theme of today.
Yeah.
Be engaged just because.
Yeah. You could not fight, but why would you do that when you could fight?
Yeah. It's a lot more fun to fight. This is a game of violence, okay?
It's just still mind-blowing to me. This team was 5-1. And now we're 5-7.
They were 5-1.
Yeah, they were 5-1. And now, pretty big gold lead opened up, about 5,000. And with Elder in a minute, this is not the time you want to suddenly fall behind significantly.
Yeah, the timing of this for DK is very unfortunate.
Yes, unfortunate is a way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, they just over-indexed on that top fight. They're like, no, we can do this, we're ahead. But they weren't that far ahead. They had Chemtech Soul, but as we saw, it really didn't do anything. Everybody died anyway. It's not like they were doing more damage as they were getting CC'd 100-0.
Maybe Chemtech Soul isn't what it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, I don't think anyone cracks it up to be anything, so... yeah.
They need to buff it by just another percent, just 1 more percent.
Except that one guy.
Just 1 more percent. Just one. Well, that's all they need. Just 1 more percent. It'll be good. I promise.
I think it needs to be at least 20%. Otherwise, I'm not interested.
I promise.
20% or I'm not interested.
No. 1 more is all you need. Okay, we'll go to 15. That's 2 more percent.
20%.
15. 15 on no deal.
18%.
No, 18? You're crazy.
All right. Are they going to fight over this Elder? 13 seconds.
I would say yes, because the alternative is pretty bad.
Well, at least it's only Elder. It's not going to be Baron and Elder, so it could be worse.
I feel like Barrel's fishing for an ult, but I feel like he always is, so...
Yeah.
Just send it, Barrel. I want to see him do it. I want to see him just go for it.
All eyes on Barrel.
There we go.
He's doing it. He's going to get a big one. Catches the front line, but it is Sponge. He kills Andil, though, and that's the big takeaway. UCal at least able to sweep them away. But again, the timing of this is the most important bit because we have Elder up and available.
Yeah, some low health bars as well, so I think he should feel confident to look for this. Sponge has got flash and ult. He can make it into this if he wants. Yukao's going to recall on TP. TP comes out from Shiru. He's just picked up a Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
It's all in for the Elder flip.
Well, that's challengers, baby. We do need a jungler for DRX if it's going to be a true flip. Instead, they're just turning on a Rich, and he basically gets 3 into the wall. Showmaker not going to go down, though, and LazyFeel is so deep he just dies. Although they do trade it here for Showmaker. Lucid getting low himself, but the follow-up assist not there. Sponge by himself has to flash away, and aiming might just look to solo the Elder down. A little bit of help from Lucid. And they should be able to get it, even though they're a bit injured while they're doing it. Shiu also going to just take him down. GA available, and still give the kill over to Shiu, his second of the game.
Yeah, I love how Aiming walked over to make it rain just to try and take the kill. That's the gold
Gold
kick right
kick,
there.
yeah.
But, I mean, this was a great angle from Beryl. He's not spotted. Rich even gives him false sense of security because he's trying to check over there. Ult comes down. Andal doesn't get to play the game. Sponge survives, but him and Yukal are both low, and that's enough for them to get posture onto the Baron. And then here, Rich is looking, ends up backing off again, then gets the flash ult. LazyFeel goes in, but look how bulky Aiming is.
Oh, that flash.
And then he just autos him, heals
no.
up, Showmaker offers the help. Yes, Showmaker goes down, but Aiming is just free hitting and healing a bunch each time he gets an auto off.
LazyFeel, he was like, it's this moment or we lose the fight anyway. And he flashes over the wall, tries to kill Aiming, and Aiming shoots him once and gains 50% health.
Yep.
And LazyFeel's like, oh.
Well.
Well, I guess I'm just dead then.
I guess I get outplayed.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is there's so much durability in Aiming's build because he has the Bloodthirster and the Shield Bow. Whereas for LazyFeel, he's kind of glass cannon. You know, he has the QSS, but didn't do anything from there.
Yeah. He did the better strat of just not getting hit by the Fiddle ult, and then you don't need the QSS.
So smart.
So maybe wasted gold on the QSS.
The thing is,
not exactly.
They don't have Baron, so
I mean, the wave clear is it's okay. Oh, very nice angle here for Lucid. That's going to be an easy cleanup on a Yukal. And now your wave clear of the Azir is gone. So now, looking for the end here is DK with 40 seconds of Elder buff. Not going to get the knock up here on a Rich. No ult available for Showmaker either, but the burn is coming in. And
silence.
Yeah, that is a big silence coming in. And now, Beryl over the top with the ults. Don't quite have a lot of damage in a Rich, actually, as they all live, and the wave is not here. So DK just have to back away and wait for the next wave, which they will.
Elder for 15.
Yeah.
Really want to get the value out of this now.
Oh, the deny on the ult, which I think was just trying to clear the wave, but they just back away anyway.
Okay. Elder's now gone. Baron is up, though, and they did a lot of work with that Elder. But the game is still in a very precarious spot, and these health bars are quite low for them to go for Baron. But they are going to go for Baron. That looks like DRX are a little bit too timid to contest.
It's just the Baron, and they only lost their mid inhibitor. It feels like DK should have been able to do more, but not quite.
This is pretty great from Lucid. Catches him off guard. Doesn't get a chance to react. Goes down to the Elder burn. And yeah, now it feels... Today's been very back and forth. Every single game. Every single game.
You never know. No.
Rich?
He's fine. Totally fine. No problem.
They didn't want that. They didn't want to catch it. Maybe it was Mininar that had gone for it. Beryl has gone Abyssal Mask. You don't have that much AP on your team. I do think there was better items you could have bought, but, you know.
Yeah.
Beryl does want to increase it. He's like, this is for my damage.
Yeah, it is.
You're allowed to benefit from it, but this is mostly for my damage.
Absolutely. It's for Sejuani damage. Well, again, they got the Baron, but is the Baron enough to really end the game off of it? You can get a lot of pressure, take down 2 inhibitors, and use that to get the second Elder. That should be like the safe game plan.
Yes, the second Elder. They definitely...
Yeah. It's coming up in two minutes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Just keep get objectives. Just keep going. Just keep stacking up those objectives. Never have them synced.
Yeah.
The Azir does do a pretty good job of wave clearing. And she will, you know, maybe in about 30 minutes will be push that wave up. He's a long way away from the enemy base. Looks like he's no, he's...
He wants to take the Mega Cone.
Yeah, I get it.
Most damage to aiming, and then Yukal. Xiu with 6 deaths is 3rd on the damage meter.
That's how you get damage, by doing damage and dying for it.
Yeah.
You know? So Xiu pushes that wave a bit, then resets. But I just feel like DRX are kind of holding on pretty solidly, and D+ aren't really getting much from this Baron. So it's going to come down to an Elder flip. Again.
Yeah. I mean, mid inhibitor, it doesn't really mean anything.
The thing is, like, sure, D+ are ahead, but, you know, a lot of people are starting to get full build. And by a lot of people, I mean the AD carries.
Yeah.
Yukar has 4 completed items. Showmaker has 4.5, but the half doesn't mean that much in this situation. I feel like there's not much in it, despite the goal difference. The Atakan and the Soul help, sure, but again, it's a Chemtech Soul. So I don't know, man. This feels volatile.
If we have follow-up, maybe they can do something instead. Just going to make it rain over the wall. Barrel backs away. Call is to not engage yet.
Oh, man. They need to get some way of finding vision in the river, because if they face check in the fiddle, it's cooked.
Yukal buys a rod. I feel like we should have more elixirs right now, with this fight being as important as it is. Like, we have a decent amount if you look around, but feels like maybe even an elixir would be better in that spot. Just going to go for the Elder here is DK.
Can make it stacking up his Q.
Barrel, weird spot, has to flash.
That's big.
Flash down, Lucid taking damage too. Poke War going the way heavily of DRX already. And now it's DRX that have position. Anja looks for the engage. Again, no follow-up though. And now we have it going to the Gwen! Of all people, Lazyfield going in. They try to take out aiming, and they will get him down to his GA, but that's not enough to win the fight here, as the Elder buff will just execute everybody. And they only got aiming's GA, and that's it. DK will push and probably just end the game.
It feels so anticlimactic, but how did the Gwen get the Elder? I'm going to need to see that again. No doubt we'll be seeing it in the post-match breakdown. But, you know, Yukal, Sponge, and Rich, none of them use flashes. To be fair, a lot of summoners still available. It kind of felt like once the Elder was gone, the wind went out of the sails of DRX, and they really did just sort of flop. D+, over the course of this game, they were generally ahead, but there were some throws here and there. They will close out the game and go to a 1-0, but it's still not the convincing wins we'd hope from D+. But a game win they sorely needed.
Definitely needed this one. And they're going to start off on the right foot, regardless of what the foot looked like. They get that first game win from the red side as well. Able to make a lot of use out of counter pick support. The Fiddle getting a bunch of work done. Not so much in the last fight, but at least, you know, he was there, he was doing damage, and he had some big ults in this game to bring them back in it. So felt pretty good, utilizing red side the way it's supposed to be used.
Yeah, I just think for DRX, I don't think the draft really helped them too much. You know, I think they gave over a lot of power picks and didn't have much in return, especially when it came to those 5v5s. It was a tall ask. But, yeah, kind of all over the place, this game. Yukal on the Azir, solid. You know, prioritizing that, I definitely think worthwhile.
Yeah. Showmaker did less damage than the Sejuani of Lucid.
Nearly did less damage than Beryl.
Yeah, I mean, Yone's definitely, like, kind of a setup and burst kind of guy, but, like, it didn't feel like he was doing a lot in between.
I think the Yone made sense to that composition, but we definitely did say that Showmaker's not the most comfortable in this pick, so yeah. I think you kind of saw that there. But, you know, regardless, they got the win. Looking at game 2 and what that brings for us.
Yeah, they take the win, they take the Yone out of the pool, and they don't have to worry about it for the rest of the series. 1-0 DK, we'll be right back.
gone so low, and the follow-up is huge. They get the Kellen, they get Diablo, and finally the combo comes together here for Bro. And that is exactly the engage. My brain is gone, but now we've got a siege on the Nexus. One Nexus turret left remaining. Dingo's king in. Gonna take a lot of damage to pop up 15 since there's a big angry dragon. Geo able to use his arcade to get out of the way. It's a triple for the Pantheon. It's a quadra for the Pantheon. It could be a pentakill for the jungler of Nongshim, and there it is!
He got his own Croc out of the pit. Otherwise, this is just going to be a straight-up flip. And really, that comes down to Viper's poke. Maybe Zeka can get on top of him. Or maybe it's just a straight-up flip. The ult comes in, and the ult goes in from Zeka. He catches him in the backside of that one, and it goes in! Just catching everyone!
진짜 펜타야.
진짜야 아니야.
진짜. 아리. 와, 나이스.
Definitely Will. He's the only one that does damage to the Scion, so there's the pentakill for Faker.
In his rise, Apollo on the flank, trying to set up that multi-pronged engage you were talking about. Meanwhile, DK is going forward. There's the knock-up, no follow-up from the side of Croco. Now he goes in, the combo comes in, but Diablo's already exciting, and he gets a double, looking for a big one. Exciting, he's insane out of this guy, and he's looking for a fourth. There's the win! And that is Diablo! You cannot stop him tonight!
First, we're just going to address some comments. And these like pseudo go in order, but they don't really. The first one though is an absolute banger, and this is from Doug Gorlick, who's like Valdez looking like Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber with that.
It's so true though. It's so true.
If you haven't already, make sure to go check out that episode of Pog State. It was super fun. Just like that last series, double Elder Pog. But it goes the way of D plus Kia over DRX. Dgon here alongside Wolf and What Did. We got some inquisitive analysts on how things broke down in that last one.
It was a totally clean finish from D+. We were never worried for a second that the Elder was going to not go to the Gwen. It was very obvious. It was very known. Like, we were 100% there going, oh, it's a done deal. Clean play.
I mean, they're just too afraid of failing this time around because obviously they're on a huge pressure. They're on a losing streak right now. So I can clearly see why DK was kind of struggling. But I think giving up your top laner for the objective kind of worked out. You know, they got the Soul and they got the Elder. I think the snowball came from the early game. So even though it was not clean enough, I think they're slowly getting back onto the track.
Yeah, let's take a look at the draft here because 2,280 days since the last time that we saw Fiddlesticks, but also a new cropping up duo in the bot lane for DRX.
Yeah, I was okay with the Fiddlestick pick. I thought it was pretty good for the lane. Obviously, great for team fights. There were some mismanagements in the early game, but this is the big story here. Woodid and I have had, some mixed feelings about this duo. We're not super hyped about it. We're seeing it picked a lot here and in other regions, but it's not finding that much success.
The main reason why they pick Kai'Sa and Nico together is that Kai'Sa need a lot of time in the early game, so Nico buys that time because Nico is known as great laning phase. But I think Kai'Sa still need a lot of time. Even though you build AD, your power spike is a lot quicker than AP build, but AD Kai'Sa doesn't give you like much value as AP Kai'Sa. So do you have to pick Kai'Sa? Like, do you have to help Kai'Sa with Nico?
I also just feel like, while also in team fights, like Nico can ult very far away from the Kai'Sa, and the Kai'Sa can easily follow up. That's such a niche situation where you'd rather just have a scaling AD carry in most cases with the Nico ult that's going to follow up and do more damage anyways than trying to follow up into multiple people who were stunned or knocked up rather by the Nico ult. So not a huge fan of this duo myself.
So we had a lot of skirmishes early on, but here at 24 minutes is about where the game broke on open, starting off with action with Shiwu.
Yeah, I mean, they're pushing out Shiwu over and over again. This time around, it didn't work out, but they really wanted to pressure on the side lane, and I think they were playing really great on that one. But here, they were unsynced, like so much. Like, one is resetting, and the Gnar is gonna hit Gromp, by the way. You can roll a clip here. And you see whenever, like, just see when Pantheon engages on Sejuani. Just pause here. Your Gnar is hitting Gromp, by the way. Just show Gromp. Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
And your support is resetting, by the way.
Yeah.
By the way.
So what do you want to achieve here?
Well, if they had a setup where Yukal and Rich were both there, while Rich has his Mega Gnar, which if we fast forward, they do not do, it could work out really well. But instead, as the catch comes through here onto the Pantheon, a lot of ults are used. This is the moment where Rich completely whiffs and then decides to go back in because Yukal has ult. And if Yukal could shuffle or flash this wall and set up for something, maybe there's an angle. But by the time he goes in, it's way too late. And the rest of his team is already bailing out. So just a big miscommunication here. I think there was high potential for a play if Rich doesn't do Gromp and he comes up, sets up his Gnar with Yukal's ult. But instead, after this, they lose Baron off of the play.
Yeah, even though they got a lot of kills on Shiwu, they didn't snowball well around the objective. So if they fail like this, the objective control is kind of huge for DK. So that's why it was a critical moment right there.
It was one of those, if you whiff an ult in the jungle, did you ever even use it? Rich didn't think so, but he had already used it. And then here, in the mid lane, just chaos, more chaos.
Errol's angle here for the flash and engage with his ult is massive because he can gain so much distance that they don't actually expect him. Rich was checking for him, got kind of the false positive, or was it a false negative, whatever. He thought he wasn't there. So I think that's why they stepped up there. But his play ends up giving them a huge edge here leading into the first Elder.
I mean, it was most obvious Fiddlestick ulti angle like ever, you know? And they already had the control on the lane brush and the banana brush. So I don't see the reason why you have to push that far up on the mid lane. You can actually pull them into the Drake pit, and the Elder is most important objective here. So they could actually have the better advantage on in terms of position, but I feel like they are just kind of tunnel vision on just pushing them out, even though like Fiddlestick was so obvious.
They could have played for the pit itself, right? They have great turn, and they just simply chased up there to try to use Prio to actually get an advantage to start the dragon, or rather well, it is dragon, but the Elder, instead of actually trying to force a fight away from the pit when they weren't set up. And Barrel is waiting there, looking for an opportunity. He's like, they're stepping up, and I'm just going to get the free win.
Yeah, and Ox covered it on live on the broadcast. Kai'Sa goes in for that moment. It's the time to shine, and just feels like you just had a pea shooter up against Misfortune. Goes auto, I'm at full health, sorry. It goes game number 1, the way of D plus Kia, trying to stop one of the longest losing streaks in Showmaker's history. Will they be able to finally do it in game number 2 through the back of that man, the Gold King aiming? Or will DRX battle back and the feel-good, lazy feel story will continue on?
Thank you, Spacers. There was a sign there that said, I got permission from my wife to come down and bring back the energy for Showmaker. And let the show begin as well. We'll see if it works. Zione was all right. You know, he wasn't the main character. And Ox was talking about how he's not the most comfortable on that pick, but he did all right. And now we'll see what he does play in game 2.
Yeah, I think the fact that they managed to get through that one, despite it being a little bit tumultuous, being able to close that one out, I think there were question marks. I think there were question marks in this game. I don't think they gave a convincing performance. In fact, it took till the second Elder to win it. Still worrying, still worry street for D+. But they got through it. DRX going to choose blue side again, and then even if D+ lose this game, they get side selection in the 3rd game, which is very valuable to have. But, yeah, for DRX, I just think, as was highlighted in the space, some moments where not everyone on the same page. And I feel this has been a consistent issue for the middle of the pack teams.
Yeah.
And today.
Today has been very all over the place. As Ox points at something that I spilled on my paper.
Yeah.
Just adding fuel to the fire.
Oh, it's been a disaster, honestly, for you, Brendan.
Today's been rough, man. It's been a rough day.
It has been
It's okay.
Is it?
It is.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
You sure?
I think the games are better than one-sided stomps, you know? One-sided stomps are like, well, you know what? And it takes like 15 minutes to end the game. We're like, well, anyway, like, what are we even doing? Like, end the game now, please. Whereas this is a lot more back and forth. And
no, something in the middle would be like hype back and forth, but without the... There's been some shenanigans today. A little bit too many shenanigans.
That's hard to get, though. Like, those are series where people remember them because the games are so good.
Yeah,
if we could somehow get that every day,
that'd
be the best.
Nidalee banned instead of Xin Zhao in this situation. And last time it was Aurora who was banned. I don't think it's going to get banned here because, I mean, Rumble's banned, you're not going for the Gwen. You see them contemplating what they want to take away. Varus could be a decent ban. They instead go for the Callisto. So Xin Zhao open and available. Varus open and available. Those are some of the high prio big picks that we often see banned away.
Yeah. I think picking up Xin Zhao for Sponge is pretty good. Although Rich is nodding his head. That's because he's the one.
Yes, we should pick Xin Zhao.
That selects the pick as the first guy on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over to the other side. Jace making a lot of sense considering the Gwen and Rumble are off the cards.
Sion available. So if Rich just wants to go on a Sion, he can.
Probably will be the response. Could pick up a mid if you want to have priority on something here. If you're not really bothered, you can just take jungle. There is still like the... Oh, look at the Annie. Does get locked in for Showmaker, we assume. Did get played support in the LEC, I believe, and didn't go very well at all.
Yeah.
Those two locked in, so a lot of power from the Annie around those skirmishes post level 6. The tip is having a lot of strength, especially that first time spike can be massive. And we'll see the Sion come through in response to Jace. No real surprise there. In terms of mid lane, what would you want to take in this situation? Because there's ears out the window as like a safe pick in the mid lane.
Victor?
I just think the problem with Victor is you're playing in a mobile pick into Annie. I think the lane is fine though. Maybe you do just go for that.
Yeah. I just don't know like what else you would pick that's more mobile.
Gonna look at the Talia. I mean, Talia's fine, but might run into a similar issue. At least when Annie closes distance, you kind of try and flip her away. Or flip her into your rocks, that works too. And loop the Lee Sin. I mean, they have the point and click stun from the Annie. But okay, so what does Lee Sin do a lot of?
You were about to say
As-
damage, so I think...
Not damage. What does he do a lot of? Dashing. Dashing, Brendan. He does a lot of dashing. Are there any champions on the other side that you think might oppose that?
Talia.
Yes. Talia, not fun to play Lee Sin into, is what I'm trying to get at. Thank you for not helping at all, Brendan.
We got there in the end.
Did we? Did we get there? Or
You
did
and I got there. I was dragged...
Yes.
Kicking and screaming, but I got there.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I don't think Lucid got the memo.
Yes. Well, starting to see the Varus ends up getting banned away in this situation when those longer range picks taken off the cards. Rakan and Nautilus gone. The Ezreal is available. I think the Ezreal pick's actually pretty good here, considering you're into like a Talia Scion. Talia Scion against an Ezreal, what are you supposed to do? Does struggle to punch through the Scion a little bit, and there's Xin Zhao, but I mean, don't most AD carries?
Yeah. You'll kill him eventually.
Yeah. In terms of not getting knocked up or flung through the stones, I think Ezreal pretty happy in this situation.
Yeah.
And now, you know, a lot of the engaged supports have been banned. Rel is available. Leona is available.
Lucian.
So they just end up going Lucian Braum? I mean, it's just, you know, it's a decent combo. I mean, you could
I don't
go
know if
Rel.
they have enough damage.
You could
with
go
this.
Rel. You could also go Karma. Does end up going the Rel. Very short range composition. And in terms of engage options, it is kind of just either Xin Zhao run of them or Scion charge in. Not ideal. Also, playing Lucian, like everyone's like, your carries a short range into an Annie.
Yeah.
Into an Annie Rel. So I'm kind of worried how this will go for DRX.
We just saw this last series where Aatrox was picked into Lucian and Tristana, and we were like, well...
To be fair, they do have a Xin Zhao, so they do have another, at least, damage threat. It's not as dire, but,
yeah,
you know...
It wasn't as bad as that comp.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I think in this situation, you know, the Rel pick makes sense. If you want to go for an engaged support and you're into a Braum doesn't do that much against a Rel compared to, like, what he does to Leona. I think the Ezreal we spoke about, where that's relevant. The Lee Sin's interesting, might have a tough time in Talia. I think the Talia has a lot of value here. But is it enough? Is it enough to stop D+ doing what they want to do with his composition? And is anything enough to stop D+ from having some shenanigans? Because they often do.
Please win, D+. Said that sign. Straight to the point on that one.
Yeah, well, that's what they need.
That might be what they do in this one. Game number 2. They have been known to win game 1s and then kind of falter a little bit, but game 1 wasn't super convincing, so maybe that streak isn't what we're going to get tonight. DRX, D+ Kia, game 2 starts now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, game number 2.
Oh, the level 1.
It is Braum.
Braum, Lucian, Xin Zhao. It's only Talia here, actually, but the Xin Zhao's coming over. But that trio is very strong. I mean, Talia level 1 is crazy as well. They've got to do it.
Run.
It is a Rel. It's kind of hard to catch the Rel out with the crash down.
Yeah.
A lot of respect given. Rich gets 5 gold for spotting the ward.
GG. He did it. He crashed down.
Yep.
It's a good ward. I don't think he gets punished here. Ooh.
Wolves not helping at all.
Everybody loved that maneuver.
I think it's actually kind of close, this 4v4. You know, I was ready to say, no, DRX hard win this, but actually, Lee Sin, Annie, Ezreal, Rel, it's pretty close. You could see that going either way. I think DRX feels similarly and back off. You get some poke on aiming, though. And Beryl missed all the initial XP.
Yeah.
So aiming's going to hit level 2 soon. But Barrel is a long way away, so Lazyfield and Andal have the pressure there. That's a good trade coming out.
Lucian Braum, you can stack concussive blows very quickly. That's what it does.
One more melee minion.
Yeah, they get it here. Doesn't look like they have enough pressure. So.
I feel like they could just force aggressively.
In a barrel, level 1. When he was sitting in the brush.
Yeah. Maybe give him a bit too much respect. This Barrel, after all, does have aura.
He took that. He stood there and he waited for the Q, and he crashed down away from them.
What's it called when you uncrash down? Like crash
out.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd rather crash down rather than crash out.
That's fair.
Well, Barrel got Aftershock. Probably just poked Ando with the Lance. Level 3 for the Lucian.
Not quite able to get in range to get that 4th shot off. Barrel playing pretty respectful right now. Andal doing the big Braum damage. Slow start so far. Kind of interested to see what Lucian can do on this Lee Sin. Been a while since we've seen much Lee Sin play in the LCK.
It's definitely one that he and Canyon have picked up from time to time and have showcased some pretty insane play on, especially Lucid up against Gen G. I'll always remember that, his first playoffs, where he just picked Lee Sin and just styled all over them.
Yep.
I don't believe they won that, though, but he at least helped win a game with Lee Sin, which was impressive in his first playoffs. Shu down on health up against the Scion. Maybe just aggressively farming Grasp. Got caught out. A little angle here for Barrel as Andal in a very awkward spot, but he is Braum, so he just backs away with the door in front of him.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I don't think we saw this earlier. Aiming and Andal don't have flash. You know when Aiming got chunked on the way to lane?
Yeah.
I guess Andal flashed on him.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well,
you can see that, right? I'm not going crazy.
I don't remember that specifically, but now the flash comes in, and guess who doesn't have it? It is Aiming. He has to use his barrier. Barrel also getting punished here quite a bit, and flash forward. Actually, dash forward from Lazyfield, and well, at least the Q missed.
Nice dodge, but getting some good pressure down with his Lucian Braum. This is what you want to be doing with his combo. Playing around those passive stacks and Aiming and Barrel in the back foot.
Here it is.
Hey, I called it. And thank you so much to our production team for showing us. Now we are knowers.
We're in the know. Level 1, yeah. Where that did happen.
Yeah, gonna be back up soon. Obviously, Lazyfield just putting his flash. Lucid looking mid.
Yeah, I mean, the Rock's not going to do much against Lucid in this case, but 2 more members will. So he just runs away, hops over to Showmaker.
That's the thing, he puts the Unraveled Earth out towards Showmaker, but like, Showmaker's not gonna dash at you. So it doesn't really do much against Lucid. But the back of the team will. Good timing for Sponge and Andal to be there.
Yeah, still no first blood. Feels like Rich is doing fine. You know, he's a bit behind, but he's Scion and he's just catching waves, neutralizing the Jace.
That's what you gotta do. Level 6 hit by Showmaker though. If you're gonna make something happen on the Annie, it's around that Tibbers, finding an angle with that. And you do see pings coming out actually though, but on the other direction, it looks like Sponge trying to set something up to find Showmaker. This is risky because although both mids are level 6, I would much rather Annie's level 6 than Talia's level 6 in a fight. If I'm just being honest, you know, a little bit more impactful, just a tiny bit more impactful in a straight fight.
Yeah, just a tad bit, just a wee bit. Meanwhile, this time though, Yukal's gonna get over here first. Lucid does have the flash.
That being said, if it's about joining the fight first,
yeah. Rich ults Siu, who now is going to flash away and is incredibly low. Showmaker just looking for that angle, though, trying to bait them into this one was DK, and it will be very successful. UCal not able to help them out at all. Showmaker 1v2 essentially, but he does have Tibbers, so 2v2, I guess you could say. Meanwhile, we get a stun here on the Barrel, who does get cullinged in the face.
A lot of damage doesn't take him down. Yeah, I think both Rich and Sponge try to pre-flash Showmaker and just completely read it wrong. Like, Showmaker was so patient, so we watched this situation. They find Lucid initially, Weaver's Wall comes out, that ensures that Lucid essentially has to flash out of this one. And then here, they're looking for Shiwu, and look at the way Rich and Sponge play it. Like, they know Showmaker's up to the side, see Showmaker walking up, they're like, okay, flash, he's gonna ult. Oh, he didn't ult, he didn't ult.
Oh, wait.
Now he comes in and uses it. You know what I mean? It looked like the way they both flash.
Yeah.
Like, someone shouted, like, Karani! And then, and he still got the stun. Would have been, if they both flashed the Tibbers, would have been huge. But Showmaker's just chilling, you know? He's like, Lucid can survive long enough. Shiwu can survive long enough.
You gotta factor in the old man latency, you know? Showmaker's a little bit slower than he used to be, so you gotta like put an extra 100 MS on that. And then you can flash.
That felt like a little longer than 100 MS. Strolling his way on over there.
Barrel also just taking damage. I think it's what he enjoys the most in League of Legends.
Damage taken stat?
Yeah. CC score.
Lucid.
Just going in onto Ondale.
Will be forced away from the dragon.
Sponge.
Nearly getting the knock-up, not quite. This kind of feels we've gone from, okay, I won this objective, to both teams like, no, we'll just harass each other so no one gets an objective. No one's allowed to have fun.
Yeah. It definitely feels like both teams are playing a bit more carefully in this game, even though we did have that fight.
Okay, Sponge smites that, so now Lucid's like, well, okay, I can get Dragon.
I feel like it's been Hextech first, like 4 games in a row or something.
Don't blame me for that. I'm not a Hextech guy.
Yeah, we had like Hextech, Chemtech a couple of times.
Stop blaming me, Brendan.
And then it went into Ocean and Mountain, right? And then we had Hextech. Maybe we didn't have Hextech in the last game, actually.
Remember how we had that Chemtech bug?
Chemtech? It's going to be Cloud or Infernal. Those are the only 2 left. Lazyfield, awkward spot, but now he's got Braum, and he's standing behind Braum. He's doing what he's told, but now the culling comes out, and Barrel in a rough spot has to flash. Lazyfield a bit low, so he can't really force that one.
Yeah, a bit low on mana as well.
Yeah.
Well, on the backing away.
They get the flash out of Barrel. Still feel good about that.
Yeah, you'll take it. And I think it's so hard in those extended fights to win out because of the Braum just standing there and applying passive. He does do that pretty well.
Yeah. Standing there menacingly.
Now in a situation where, again, slower sort of pace of the game, those 2 early kills to the mid-jungle that came out from Lucid Showmaker are relevant. I kind of want to see a window where they look to play around that more. The point-and-click CC of the Annie combined with the Lee Sin burst, really effective. If they can start to spread that impact to the rest of the map, that's when they can start really pushing the pace of the game forwards. Because right now, there's... It's pretty even in terms of gold, but there's discrepancies here and there. You know, like advantage for the mid-jungle for D+, but advantage for DRX's bot lane.
I'm just not that convinced by the Lucian nowadays. I feel like if you are incredibly confident on it and it's a really good spot for it, then yeah, sure. But I kind of liked Jhin more. Feels like we haven't seen as much Jhin this week.
I feel like the thing with Lucian is that, I mean, this was true when Lucian Nami was a thing, but less so because Lucian Nami was so obnoxious that you could kind of just brute force. But even then, like, I think it's very true that, like, you have to be proficient on the champion, and he is a champion with a high skill cap. Like, playing around, getting passive procs off, using your mobility, playing around your very short range, especially in a team like this, is difficult. Like, I think the champion does have strength, and we've seen it a bit from the laning prowess there, but I also think that he comes with, like, a very clear weakness. And you compare to other short-range AD carries, like you have Kai'Sa who can go invisible and has her ult to dash. You have Xayah who can fly up in the air and has the feathers to root defensively. You have Sivir who has the spell shield. Like, Lucian doesn't have those tools. You just have the dash, but you're often using the dash to be aggressive. And if you use your dash to be aggressive, then it's like, well, you have to think about when is the next time you're going to be able to dash again. Especially when you're playing into an Annie Rel.
Yeah. Just the opportunity for DK to shut it down seems very...
Oh, man.
Yeah. There's been a lot of missed cannons on camera today.
It has been...
Just adding to the...
Going strong is struggling today.
Yeah. Just catching them all.
Especially on a Scion as well. Missing out on the stacks.
Yeah.
Devastating.
There's not that much time on the plates. About a minute, but they're still going to get one. Split between LazyFeel and Handel, actually.
I feel like it's one of those spikes for Lucian, the Essence Reaver. In terms of damage, it's not going to like drastically change things. It's not like the old Gale Force give you so much burst potential.
God.
But the infinite mana on Lucian is just so nice because now you can just spell sling, literally. You can just throw W's out. You can go for little Q trades. Every single time we saw DRX's bot lane have pressure, Lucian's always out of mana. And now that's no longer a thing. Now it's impossible to run out of mana with Essence Reaver as Lucian.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're doing that. They're trying to hide on bush in the river. But it's Ezreal. I mean, they're never really punishing aiming except almost that one time, which is why he kind of lost a bit of farm and fell behind. More so, it just depends on if Beryl wants to step up and take a beating for fun.
Yep.
Which he has elected not to.
Yeah.
At the moment.
But they just have permanent prio as well now because LazyFeel can just spam abilities into the wave, so they will be able to get the reset off first and are pathing down towards his bot side for this second dragon. With it being a Chemtech as well, you're hoping it's a good dragon, Soul. Obviously in game one, when it was that Chemtech Soul, was a little underwhelming. Didn't really allow D+ to close out the game that convincingly.
They did it. They stumbled over the line and got the win. But I think we've had Hextech, Chemtech, and then Ocean Soul first, and then Hextech, Chemtech, and then Mountain Soul. So I'm predicting either Infernal or Cloud as the two remaining as we get the same order. I'm trying to set up something on a LazyFeel, but he is Lucian with Cleanse Flash. So unless you really lock him down with great follow-up immediately, he's just going to get away.
Yeah. Do you see Showmaker looking?
Yeah.
Just looking, though.
Looking at them.
Staring them down.
Looking in their general direction. She was like, I wish you took damage.
Yes, he does not. But again, it's just both teams is kind of negating the other team rather than doing being able to do it themselves.
Yeah.
A lot of back and forth in that manner. It has been a much slower paced game. Considering the vibes we've had today, which has just been hectic. Oh. Hectic non-stop fighting.
Yeah.
This is a bit more chilled out, mellow, you know? You have time, Brendan, to... I was going to say to clear up the stuff you spilled on you. There's more stuff there.
Yeah,
How did that happen?
I don't know. It's spread.
How did you spread it?
The paper, you know, I pulled it up like this.
Why would you do that? Oh, Brendan.
It's an accident.
Making a mess.
Well, we're
Speaking
fighting.
of making a mess.
We're actually fighting. And DK are like, no, never mind. I was just kidding. And TP comes out, and now they engage after the fact. Dondo, though, is going to get away. Nice kick here on a sponge. And DK will get the first kill. It is a Cloud Soul.
Whoa.
In fact, ooh, that's going to miss. Lucid going in, taking a bunch of damage, but LazyFeel is low as well. 1Q takes him out, follows him on the flash. As Zukal desperate to do the damage, but aiming is essentially a tank compared to all these low health members, trying to land a stun, but he just flashes away.
Will Lucid do it?
No. Yes, he will. He actually will. He's still at flash. And that's why. And now he's got another Q, gets the execute. And Rich, the only one to get away from him.
So Dragon goes to DRX, but D+ laser focused on the fight, and the combo of the Rel Annie, not fun to play into, especially as his short range composition. We'll see how it goes here. You can see that the setup is coming in. Barrel out of vision, goes for the Q flash. Andal, close to being deleted instantly, does just survive. But ult doesn't quite clip onto him. And then here, Lazyfield trying to do what he can. But Showmaker with a flash Q that follows. No avoiding that. And then here, it gets a little hectic. The flash has been available to Aiming and Lucid, definitely helped a lot in this play. Able to flash the Sion Q. And then here, Lucid just feeling himself. You know, if you're going to play Lee Sin, I think you got to play it like this.
Yeah. She was so low on health, he stuck around in the very back of the fight, and he actually got that kill onto Lazyfield.
That's the thing with Jace, you know. We're not seeing as much like setup to get like poke pre-fight, but in the fight, you're doing a lot in your melee form. Even with him not being tank Jace, you're surprisingly tanky because you get extra resists from when you're in melee form.
Yeah.
And then you just shock blast to clean up.
Trying to engage here. They don't have flash on Aiming. He's just going to try to dodge it, but he just gets chunked. 100-0. Down he goes. Showmaker in a bunch of trouble as well. It's 2 kills now to DRX. And a nice turn from DRX. They say, the hell with the Rift Herald. We'll just take the turret instead.
Yeah, capitalizing on those lack of summoners coming through. And Showmaker does a good burst of damage on a Lazyfield, but not enough to take him down. Won't get the translation into the turret. May look towards a Rift Herald, but I think feeling hesitant with some of the low health bars. I'll see a replay of this one. Just catching them out. And Aiming doesn't help himself by channeling the ult, which keeps him still. Ease over. The Sion comes in. The damage is there. There's nothing you can do to escape that. Unfortunately, Showmaker ends up sharing the same fate. Even gives Sponge an exit route there with the dash. And now Herald will be started.
Yeah.
And like done by DRX. With how low mid tower is, that one's easy pickings.
Yeah, should be. I mean, DK, we'll see if they do challenge this. Lucid just hanging around, just going to kick, but he's not able to get in range. And at least does avoid the knock-up. But yeah, DRX get the objective. We'll look to push it down mid. But we'll see how long it does take them to actually get position on it. And it's still a very even game. I feel like Cloud Soul going to be pretty good, but not amazing value on the side of DK, I feel. DRX is also all right. You know?
Yeah, I mean, the flat movement speed is always good.
Of course.
It's the movement speed on ult. I don't think anyone's particularly too jazzed about. I mean, I think the most is probably... The thing is, if you're, by the time you ult on Annie, that is like, you'd rather have the movement speed going into the ult, you know?
You can like chase for one more Q.
Yeah, I think probably Lucian gets the most out of it.
Yeah.
So, but you know, still that little bit of extra movement speed will help a good amount. Also makes it more difficult when you're playing champions like Lee Sin or Annie, who have, like Annie wants to close the distance and ult, Lee Sin wants to connect his Qs. Does make those more difficult. Also makes it easier to like run out of Sion Q, run out of Talia rocks. Like movement speed is just pretty strong in general.
Yeah.
But
slow resist. Just shaking it off. Rift Herald's in mid.
Not much to stop that, if I'm going to be honest.
Boom.
We'll take the tower. Now look towards Dragon. It's spawning in 30 seconds, so maybe a little early, but by how D+ is playing the map, they seem very uninterested in this Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to go crazy for a first Cloud Drake if you are not in a good position for it. Showmaker, yeah.
Just saying hello, you know? He's just making himself known.
There were so many pings on the Showmaker, who didn't have flash yet, by the way. But Sion can drift. And you might ask me, drift? What's drift? Well, that was drifted. It's not, you know, able to cut around the corners that quickly.
Yeah, thank you for that, Brendan.
Yeah, no problem. Just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, I
appreciate
appreciate that. Yeah, I'm well aware, but you know, some of our viewers may not be. I think Dgon isn't too aware. You should.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Yeah, he's not a knower.
He hasn't heard it enough.
Yeah.
We need to tell him more.
Need to tell him again.
Drift? What's drift, Dgon? Yeah, see, he doesn't know. He's asking.
He's asking. He wants to know what drifting is.
They're just doing Otacon. DK, they're doing the objective. No TP for Showmaker.
Yeah, they've seen it, though. And it's going very slowly. You can slow play this and let the stacks build up.
No TP yet.
Oh my.
Showmaker.
No, you can't do this anymore.
Laser field too low.
Stop. This flash
okay.
even.
They're just sticking around. They're just going to culling it down, and it goes to Sintao. They actually get it, and a big ult in the front line is going to take out the Rel already. The follow-up damage, though, is big from DK. But they really need to get a lot out of this fight for it to be worth it for them. Doesn't look like it will be. DRX only lose Sponge, and they get Otacon for it.
Yeah, you may think this is a good thing for DRX. In the short term, yes, they got Otacon. It's going to help their odds for winning this game. But in the long term, Brendan, maybe it's a bad thing because, you know, it's going to reinforce bad behavior, right?
They're going to lose a game in the future because of this?
They just flipped Otacon. Look at Lazy Field's health and like, you know what? Double down, we're doing this. Lock in. And you know what? Sponge was locked in. Against the Lee Sin as well. Securing that fight is not an easy task. And then Beryl gets deleted. Shivu nearly does, but the ult from Showmaker keeps him alive. But I just, you know what? It's rewarding bad behavior. I feel like that's a takeaway from this.
Yeah, so they might win this game, but what about game 3? If they win it?
That's the question.
We have like a 50% higher chance of just throwing at Otacon. Every LCK team's just most wanted thing for some reason.
I just love Otacon, you know?
He is very cuddly, as you can tell.
Not sure that's how I would describe him, but sure.
It's kind of what I was thinking.
And now, slight goal lead for D+, but you have the stat and XP lead that the Otacon granted. No real XP advantage is gained, but obviously mitigates a little bit any discrepancies that were before. And Lucid now looking for Sponge.
Yeah, Sponge, awkward spot, gonna get kicked, but Yukal is here, immediately stunned. They try to turn onto Sponge now. The Magnet Storm is big, and Sponge isn't able to do anything as they're all within the circle, and he gets taken out. And now, are they gonna take down Lucid? The answer is absolutely not. Aiming says, well, you can culling, we'll just take your brother down as they take out Yukal. She wasn't even here.
He just doesn't miss these Sonic Waves.
Siu gives him the big thumbs up, and he's just gonna knock him away. But, okay, no stun just yet. Siu still faster.
Just keep running, Siu.
Running towards the turret.
Oh, you're dead.
Flash on in. I don't think Rich had to flash because Laserfield was coming down.
It's not about having to flash. It's about sending a message. That's the thing you gotta understand.
Yeah, I guess.
So a little bit of a dub for DRX on the bot side, but the rest of the map a little bit cooked. And Lucid just the Sonic Wave. So he hits that one on a Sponge initially, and then finds an angle here again on the Sponge to disengage from the Talia. Okay, dashes in, kills off Sponge. Another Sonic Wave onto Talia. And then, you know, just because, why wouldn't you hit the last one as well? Just don't miss.
Just don't miss.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
4-0-6 now, the Lee Sin. And feels kind of disgusting with the amount of healing Lee Sin has from his, you know, his W gives the spell vamp and lifesteal.
Yeah.
But then also just the Sundered Sky. Like, you land on a target, you Q2, you auto them, you get half your health bar back.
Yeah. And he was great at like weaving in Qs onto other targets as he was finishing off the initial target that he was focusing on, that he also hit with a Q.
Some people have said that Sponge is somewhat feast or famine. You know, he's either having a good game.
Who said that?
It's been hit. It's been said. You know, I'm not gonna get a citation for every quote that
Please include your sources.
Yeah. You know, it might have been Chronicler, but
yeah,
this game is feeling pretty famine-y compared, not so much feasty. Oh, TP comes in. Rich has ult.
Yeah, Showmaker.
Rich is the carry?
Oh, he's setting up another one. I think Showmaker's just gonna die. Yeah, with the shield. Yukal just lives.
Guys, is Rich just the carry?
Yeah.
I'm not being
4-1
facetious. He might just be the solo carry for this game.
The randomness value is so insane.
An ending despair as well does mean he is pretty unkillable once he gets into the thick of things.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the range of the item is so, you think it's like Sunfire, right? It's not. it just procs such a much longer range. Like that, like it was proc on barrel.
Oh, big damage on a Sponge. Shiu a little bit behind the play, though, and a really nice Braum knockup to prevent the damage from coming in after barrel engages. And so now DRX in a good spot here in this fight as well. Rich he is untouchable. Lucid has to go in onto the Zion just to get away, but he's running straight at UCal. And another slow is going to come down. DK sticking around for this one. TP coming down. And yeah, they're just going to abandon ship. Very interesting.
Wait,
he's the carry, okay? He's here.
He just TP'd like 5 meters, you know? That is,
That's Aura right there, okay?
This is his jungle, right? He's got a lumberjack skin.
Yeah.
Look at that big axe.
Yeah, he's got a really big axe.
Look at him chop. Oh, got the cannon.
Cannon, that was close.
Yeah. Not beating Sponge for damage taken, though. He's leading the charge there. Yeah, so he is just a brick wall. Aiming is struggling to do any damage.
We're doing Baron in live.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, that Braum ult was fantastic for disengage, by the way. Yeah, we're just doing it.
9k HP. Sponge can definitely get here. Will D+ do anything about it, or will they just send it? I feel like it's a send it angle.
Just send it for the Instagram, I think.
Send it. It's oh, short wall.
They're caught behind the wall. Lucid gonna get it though, and he gets out as well. And yeah, he gets over to the Krugs. He's totally fine. I think Showmaker's not.
He's the sacrifice.
That's fine.
They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother.
All right, Showmaker. Yeah. Well, they get the consolation prize, and they give the kill over to you, Cal.
Yo, Tibbers is beating him.
50 gold, too, from Tibbers.
Oh, how could he give that extra money away?
I'm glad they made Tibbers worth something.
I'm just glad that this game has just come down to whoever starts the objective and flips it, just get, you know, that's just the solution. You start the objective, the enemy jungler approaches, win the smite fight, and you know, sometimes we say 50-50, and it's like, well, it's not really a 50-50 because there's this condition and that condition. This is just pure 50-50. This is just, they walk up both.
It was like only the two junglers hit two.
They're right on the objective, and it's just like, it's just like a Western. It's just who draws right at the right time. And this time it was Lucid, you know, 1 for 1. Yes, Sponge may be 0 for 3, but it's 1 for 1 in flips, and that's what this game is really about. It's about the flips.
Yeah, objective secured.
Well, I think
would probably be the nice way to put the stat.
Sponge is leading on that, but that's not what we're talking about. The flips, Brendan, the down and dirty flips that come out.
Yeah.
Big shock blast comes in. There is a big Scion here who is wanting to approach. He is very tanky.
Get the zoom in too.
You have the Sorelda's Grudge from aiming. I'm sure he will start doing damage to Sound. I actually think someone needs to get Serpent's Fan. Probably Shiru.
Yeah.
But the fact he has the shield from the Tabby and the shield from his W, very hard to cut through.
The upgraded boots aren't called Tabby, right?
I mean, the normal boots are called plated steel cap.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was asking, because Tabby haven't been in the game for like 10 years.
It's not been 10 years. Stop trying to make me feel old, Brendan.
I think it has, actually.
It has not been 10 years. Stop gaslighting me.
All right, well, it's closer to 10 than 5. We'll say that.
It has not been that long. It is.
Look it up right now.
Fine, I'll look it up.
It's been so long. Well, gonna stun Rich. I mean, again, you guys don't deal damage even to the shield. They can't even kill the shield.
It was removed in patch 10.23, which was 5 years ago.
Oh, that's actually much closer to 5 than 10.
Yes, 5 is much closer to 5 than 10.
Yeah.
Jeez, Brendan.
I'm glad we figured it out.
I genuinely felt, you know the end of Save It Private Ryan, when you see Matt Damon, he just ages very quickly. That's what was happening to me as you were gaslighting me. I was like, I am so old. How has it been 10 years already? Well, that's because it hasn't.
The youngest on our casting team?
Yes.
Or is that Wadid? I mean, I guess he's more of a desk analyst, but
I don't know. I'm definitely I'm on the younger end, but you nearly just turned me into an old man in one move.
Not older than Atlas, you know, with Chronicler telling him like nobody in chat gets that reference to basically everything that Atlas had to say. Basically every word.
Yeah.
He's like, no, nobody gets that either. Will we get Cloud Soul for DRX? Is it happening? I think they have really good setup right now.
They do have good setup. I'm interested to see how D+ try and break into this one. Lucid is 2 levels up. I do want to mention that. It doesn't mean anything anymore. You don't get damage on spike.
Yeah, when did they change
levels.
that? That was probably closer to 10 than 5.
I think it was honestly probably a similar time. Although maybe it was a bit... I don't know, man. Stop quizzing me on this stuff. Some good poke?
Yeah, good poke here. Even the Lee Sin Q's doing a decent amount of damage.
Lucid does want to go in, but it's very dangerous.
I feel like they should have started this much earlier and set up a wall. Like, they might just get it anyway. As it's Cloud Soul, Lucid a bit late to the party. And now we got the setup here. Looks like Andal going to hold up the door, but nobody else is really able to get in. Very nice kick to set this one up as the Scion. We will really test if we can kill the Scion. I think eventually with 5 people on him, they will. So DK win the fight, but they lose the soul.
Oh! Your ending despair nearly killed him there.
Yeah.
Well, in terms... Okay, if you look at KDA, yes, Sponge's KDA is pretty rough. If you look in terms of objective secured, he's going good. I do think D+, they can't end, I say tentatively.
A tentative non-end state.
I don't think they can end.
She was really strong.
Andal's up. No, they can't end. I'll say with a bit more confidence than I had 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
They did look like they wanted to try it. But, very late into the pit for Lucid. Some great poke from Shiwu, though, onto Yukal specifically. Not letting the Braum and Sion block it. Lucid is late to the party. That wasn't a 50-50. And then I want you to see what happens to Lazy Field. Oh my god, I cleansed, but I'm almost dead.
Yeah.
And then Showmaker flashes away, but I'm not sure he needed to. I think he was kind of winning that one. But the Lucian having some struggles in the Annie. And then here, look at the unending... Oh, but he doesn't see it.
Cut off. No love for unending despair.
So, Sponge is a walking smite. That is all he is.
Yeah.
That is all he exists as. And honestly, when the game is coming down to flips like this, maybe that's what you need. Maybe that's just what you need right now. And we have got the Serpent's Fang from Shiwu, by the way, so we'll be reducing those shields. There's also, there's the shield from the plated steel caps, which I've been informed is called Armored Advance.
There you go.
There's the Scion shield. There's the Seraph shield. There's the Bloodthirster shield. The shields for date. Braum shield it doesn't work on. Serpent's Fang does not work on Braum's shield, So a little bit misleading.
Okay, we're just going in. Sponge kicked over the wall. Walking Smite is not living very long, and he's just dead.
Yep.
Lee Sin really good at getting inside the Crescent Guard.
Yeah, I also think that if you look at the KDA and the items and the gold and stuff, I'm not surprised Lucid won that fight. At all. He was the walking smite. He is not walking anymore. Rich is in.
Yukal sending it.
Showmaker's on a flank.
Okay. Maybe gonna kill Barrel here, and they do. Meanwhile, Showmaker is very far behind, just zoning everybody away.
Yeah, he's can't kill Rich.
Offering himself as sacrifice once again. He's pretty fast. No, he's not fast anymore.
Just let him go.
It is Baron here for DK.
Whoa.
Rich?
I think they actually can just kill you, by the way.
Yeah. I don't know about this one, Rich. Yeah, he's just dead. And a nice shock blast from Shiwu to finish it off.
Yeah.
Desperation.
Hey, I'm going to say one thing. At least he's not a coward,
Yeah.
He ulted in.
He did.
He's ready to go.
He's been doing that a lot.
Where's he going? I don't know. I'm not sure I want to know, but he's going. He's definitely going forwards. Yeah, so without the jungler, they're like, it feels like they're trying to threaten, like, hey, we can get in the pit, and D+ are like, okay. And yeah. And Showmaker's trying to kill Andal. Yeah, it was just a very weird scenario.
Yeah.
Today has been a weird day.
Really
Field comes in and kills him. But, I mean, the Baron secured. It's going to be an Elder flip again, because of course it is. That's just what this game comes down to.
Challengers, baby.
Today's been a very challengers day.
Yeah. Lucid on the flank. You can tell he's hunting Sponge. Or, I say that. Lazy Feel was in his sights for a moment.
What did DRX have? The Walking Smite. They just need to survive for a minute 40 and get the Walking Smite into the Elder Pit, okay? He's 0-6-3. It's like, you know those quests you have in games where you have this NPC you have to get somewhere and he's really weak and he's really slow.
He's so slow. It takes forever.
But like the mission objective is you have to get him there. That is Sponge right now. They have one goal is get Sponge to the Elder. The Walking Smite will do the job. You need to escort him there. And it's really difficult because they're just attacking you.
Yeah. You're getting attacked by different bands of beasts along the way. It's very arduous.
Yes.
It's not an easy task. Exhausting, as you would say.
Yeah.
To some. Now, we do have the Elder in about 50 seconds. When will they begin their trek? When will the trek begin for Walking Smite?
You can see the Walking Smite is kind of just hovering in this bush, waiting. It's because if he's not attended to, he needs, he's just going to wait there.
He doesn't move unless you stand next to him.
Exactly. It's like if you go too far away from him, he just stands still and you're like, where'd he go?
He's moving now that they're next to
Yes, he latches onto his team. The Walking Smite.
Oh, but he aggroed onto the wave. You got to clear
Guys, you need to escort. Don't let him get distracted. The Walking Smite needs to get there.
I really hate when they aggro onto the one dude like 5 miles away.
Look, Andal has a potion of iron to speed him up on the trail.
Yeah.
He's like, come on, follow me. We know where we have to go.
The AI is a little bit bugged. He was trying to go towards the Krugs that are about to spawn, but
yeah, a little bit weird. Oh, they've left him in the brush again. Guys, you need to pick him up.
He's waiting. He's waiting. He's kind of looking around. I think he's bugged out again.
He's a little confused. Oh, he's trying to aggro onto that Lee Sin.
Yeah, but he can't go over walls, so.
Oh, he's coming over. He's coming over. Guys, how do we feel about Elder for Nexus trade? Has anyone ever won the Elder for Nexus trade on the Elder side?
I think so.
No, but I mean, if you trade your Nexus for the Elder.
If the trade actually goes through.
Yes, I don't think.
No, I don't think you're winning.
It's one of those art of the deal moves, you know?
Yeah.
One of the greatest. And Lucid's on the flank. Guys, protect the Walking Smite. He is the objective.
He's about to aggro onto the objective. He might be able to get in there.
Yeah, DRX feel very disjointed. They're TPing it. Oh, it's a flip. It's happening.
Yukal's got a great angle here for a wall. Well, he's going to put up a wall, but Lucid's in. And it's just going to leash. And aggro in. Sponge. Keep him alive. And he'll do the job.
No, the Walking Smite!
No! Oh, but he's able to survive in the Crescent Guard. They can't take him down and they get the Rel. And now Xiu taking a massive amount of damage as well. Lucid desperate to do something. But DRX are just winning the fight. Xiu comes back from the dead. But it doesn't matter. He's dead again. And now they can just push bot and end the game.
They don't even need the Walking Smite. He just fought. The Smite wasn't needed. They managed to succeed on the mission. They managed to get it done. DRX gonna be able to close this one out, and D+ focused on the Elder, end up losing the fight. The 167 Xin Zhao who could. A man with a mission.
Quest complete. They did it. 10 seconds on barrel is not enough. And it's just done. They're down golds. Doesn't matter. And we're on the DK side of Wall Park right now. It's very quiet as they are stunned by this loss here in Game 2. They should take down Barrel because, well, might as well boost your stats, and that they will. The Nexus goes down, and we will have a Game 3 in this series.
You know for a fact that this was solo queue, you know what you would slam in old chat as the Nexus was blown up there.
Jungle Diff?
Jungle Diff. I mean, you got the Soul, you got the Atakan. They didn't need the Elder in the end, but, you know, managed to come through. He actually got a load of value in that last fight. I know we're joking. I know we're saying the Walking Smite.
Yeah. No, he was great
on that, but he honestly, he didn't have to smite, but he got a lot of value in the fight, got a lot of healing.
He taunted, he used his ability, he aggroed all of the enemies in.
Yes.
And then they got the optional victory, which was killing all the enemies.
Yeah, because, you know, in games like that, the RTS games, you can either complete the objective, you kill all the enemies. They end up going to kill all the enemies route, so, you know, they found a winning strategy. What a crazy game. You know, LazyFeel had a pretty good performance. I thought this game would be very difficult with his short range. Rich was just a brick wall. And if you look at the damages on D+, you'd be like, wow, that's a lot. At any point did Rich look in danger, apart from that time he ulted in top. He was just just too strong, too tanky, just built different.
Never dying. And the Xin Zhao at the very end also never dying. They couldn't quite get in there. The Lee Sin wasn't enough. And yeah, DRX will force a game 3, and we'll see how that one looks after the break.
빨리 가. 메인 노플. 야, 데이스 노플. 야, 리신 봐줄래, 리신, 리노플, 풀. 데이스 노플. 다 800 있어. 데이스 노플. 나이스! 내 마지막 한타 개 잘했어. 끝나. 무조건 끝나. 이거 리신 50자.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space after quite the fiesta. Game number 2 of D+ versus DRX. We've got our dancer for a fiesta and, you know, multiple Elder Dragons. It's quite the party here in this series. All of you have been there with us. We know that you have. And now Wadid is in the party mood and Wolf is losing his mind.
The real question on everyone's mind is, did the escort mission succeed? Because they won the team fight and won the game, but they didn't actually get sponged to smite the Elder. So I think actually it says mission failed on the screen there.
Well, I think it triggered the end of the mission, so maybe it was actually just mission complete.
It's like if it was an old like N64 James Bond game or something, there would definitely not be a check mark there. There would not be a check mark there where it says escorted sponge into a successful smite. Just saying.
So because of that, we're breaking down game number 2.
Yeah, so there was a pretty big jungle gap in this game.
Yeah. There was.
Lucid did kind of pop off. He did do a lot of things in the early game. He was super impressive defensively as well, oftentimes in these team fights. And every time it looked like, oh, okay, we got this fight, Lucid said, nah, not gonna happen.
When Lucid was popping off like this, we're like, okay, 2-0, nothing to see here. The longest losing streak in Showmaker's storied career over thanks to the Lee Sin.
Yeah,
wow.
Right? It looked really cool.
POM Lucid.
They had such a great team fight in the early game.
Chalk it up, it's done. Make dinner reservations. Should be okay.
But you know what? I feel like their comp is all about the early game, so they should able to get all the Drakes by themselves. But I think that was the main issue. You know, their team comp is getting hard outscaled by Sion, Xin Zhao, Braum.
But watch this.
But it was great.
Lucid's like, if you guys can't get it done, I guess I'll get it done myself. Seriously, Lucid was so insane this game.
He was so
he played
good.
so incredibly well. He judged so many situations well. A lot of the time his teammates are backing away, like not sure they can win the fight. Lucid's like, no, I win these. And he got so fed that he was massively ahead of Walking Smite Sponge. And we thought this game 100% got to be done. They've got enough scaling in the Ezreal. I think with this extremely fed Lee Sin that has a lot of agency in team fights, D+ should be able to close this game out.
Yeah, they should. But look, I know you're new around here, but there's this thing called the D+ script. And it usually happens that, you know, D+, they win a pretty solid game number 1. They give you some hope. Then in game 2...
He's too young for this, Dgon. He's too young for the truth. He's too young for the truth.
Oh, man, I think this time
wait until he's older.
It's a late game, right? It's a late game. Just look how difficult the fight is. You're Lee Sin, and you're Annie mid lane. You can't really hit the front line, because they... Look at the Sion! He's not dying. You can't really hit him, because you're not going to deal with So you have to go through him.
Andil also had such a phenomenal farm game. Like, he had so many clean team fights. He was so great defensively to keep Lazyfield alive in the lane, turn some of those engages from barrel and aiming into big backfire situations down the bottom 2v2. Helps win this fight with his team here for them. And even though there's no smite, D+ over-index into this Braum composition and end up getting wiped, and that's the end of the game. Now, Tibbers, Santa Claus is real. And D+ will surely win Game 3 of this series because they're the stronger team. They won Game 2. Well, there wasn't a doubt. Don't worry. It's going to be okay.
Uncle Wolf doesn't lie. They're definitely going to win Game 3.
And T1 won't win Worlds.
Whoa! Don't look. Just don't look.
Yeah.
You're too young for it.
Oh, my gosh. That last fight is what created Dino Dance Wadid there. Again, claps in the chat for Wadid for his amazing dance skills.
I feel like we got really heated. You know, everything that happened, I'm sweating a little bit. I feel like if you're D+, you're feeling really rough right now. I mean, there's been so many of these series, though, where this has happened, and they have not been able to grab hold of their mental, as we say here in Korea. They've not been able to get their mindset straight for Game 3 and have lost to teams they were favored against. It could happen again.
I mean, I feel like it's all about the drops, you know. I didn't feel great when you picked Lee Sin into Xin Zhao, Talia, and Sion, you know. I already knew that they're going to get outscaled. And when I saw them losing the Drake and losing the tempo on them, like, I just knew it, you know. So that's why that I was dancing, you know. I have no idea what happened that game. I was just dancing all the time, you know.
Well,
the rest of us were crying.
Yeah, we just knew the script. Maybe the script would be broken. Maybe Showmaker would have some justice. Maybe Showmaker's slide would be over. Not the case here, as yet again, we're going to a game 3 with D+. Oh, it's the wedding anniversary, and she wants a DRX victory. Is that my teacher? Is that Korean teacher? Oh my gosh. I think it is. Oh my gosh, that is our Korean teacher, Sophie, the wife of head coach Song, and all she wants is a victory. You know what? We're at game 3. We know what the script is. Let's find out if it actually happens. DRX versus D+ Cinema here on the Wednesday to kick off week number 7. Let's send it on over to Oxen Valdez.
Thank you, Spacers. Wow, it was getting hot there on the space with Wadded up there dancing. DK are going to move over to the blue side here. And you mentioned it before, you know, move over to the blue side. You have side selection. Feeling pretty good. But I don't know. I've seen DK do this before.
It's going to come down to an Elder flip. That's something we know for sure. I cannot fathom it not being that, you know? Just how it's gone. So today has been a day. Today has been it has been a journey, right? It has been a journey, and sadly, this is the last game that's going to come to an end.
Yeah.
But what are we going to see in this game? You know, game 3 of Fearless, things, they're not full wackiness as we saw in like game 5s, but they do start to get a little bit wackier. A lot of picks taken away. Some of them we're sorry to see go. Some of them we're very happy to see go.
Yeah.
To be honest, we haven't had any picks so far, I think, that I'm really like, I wasn't feeling this. Maybe some performances lacking a bit. But it's been, I don't think either team has drafted too horribly. I've had my concerns at times, you know, about some of the drafts, some limitations I feel like they had. But I'm going to be real, Brendan. I just don't think it matters. I just don't think it matters.
Yeah.
You know what? Do you know what champion would be so good right now? Nunu.
Malphite?
Nunu, because you can secure Elder very well.
Aha.
Cho'Gath, maybe. Maybe that should be the game plan. Maybe that's what they should be strategizing towards, right? You know, D+ played some Cho'Gath. Maybe they pick up that so you can just gobble the Elder. Because we all know how it's going to go down, Brendan. It's going to go to an Elder flip. There's no other way for this series to end. You can't tell me we have 2 games going to Elder and then we're just going to have like a normal blowout in 20 minutes. No, I refuse to accept this reality.
I mean, if anyone's going to do that, it's going to be DRX. So, sorry for you DK fans. Nefiri's left up. So, I think they just take it here. They've been banning it from red side 2 games in a row against Sponge.
Yep, Lucid does have that dog in him.
And he will use the hot dog skin, which I'm happy about.
Has anyone not used the hot dog skin? Didn't one person not?
Yeah.
It does give over the Rumble, though, on the other side. And they are going to go Rumble Ahri, so a strong mid-jungle. And you can pick Wukong to pair with this. Rumble, Wukong, Ahri is a very strong top side of the map for DRX. Got to see what D+ will answer with. Ryze is already gone. Talia's gone. Azir's gone. Ahri's gone. You could go Silas into this.
It's banned.
Oh, yeah, true, you're right. A lot of things off the cards here.
You could play mid Cho'Gath into this.
It's so true, actually. Varus comes through. And then the Alistair, before it normally gets banned out. Normally it's blue side, so this frees up that ban because normally you're banning on blue side, so red side don't get it. But a heavy commit that leaves the solo lanes to later. I think the thought process is, look, we're not getting tier 1 picks. We're struggling even to get some of the tier 2 picks. Let's just, if you've got something up your sleeve, leave it till the next rotation of bans. At this point, with this many mids off the table, you kind of throw bans into the wind, right?
Syndra. Like, what are we thinking for Showmaker? Because, yeah, Wukong was very obvious.
Not too much of a surprise. So, Victor's a possibility, but he's pretty immobile into this team. I feel like for other players, I would think Galio would be a good fit here. I'm not sure if we're going to see Showmaker bring that out, though. I don't know. It's getting a little bit into crazy territory. Jhin ban comes out, so want to secure the presence as being that long-range AD carry who wins lane. You could also ban Ashe in this situation if you really wanted to. Maybe you're concerned about a Zeri with this comp, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zeri with this comp would be devious.
So Victor
Actually
is
banned
banned.
Rakan with Wukong is really strong and kind of breaks the pairing of Zyrakan that could come through.
Yeah.
I think you could just go Zeri in this situation, though.
Zeri seems fine. Or Ashe.
Oh, yes.
Corky?
Not a Corky. Not a Corky game. The only thing is the lane is rough. That's the only concern here.
Corky?
I'm not feeling the Corky.
Not the Corky. Gragas. Yeah, Gragas.
Gragas AD carry?
That's what I was... Yeah, that's what I
we're
see.
cooking. No, we're cooking. Into the Alistar, it's a good matchup. So they want to go with that and see a bit more of the composition before they commit in the AD carry. Really powerful team fighting. And as much as Rakan pairs really well with the Wukong, the Gragas also does, because when he knocks up, sets up the easy ult to throw on top. Looking at mid lane picks, I think the Galio is really good here.
Yeah.
Great defensively to ult, good CC. You can just channel the taunt when everyone's in the mixer. Wasn't certain if we'd see Showmaker play it, but they do bring it out.
Sante mid. Camille mid. Camille mid or Galio mid.
Yeah,
probably Galio mid and Camille top.
I think that makes the most sense. I mean, this is a lot of power. Camille does have Cho'Gath Q on her Cho'Gath ult on her Q.
Close enough.
Close enough, you know. Zaya's going to come out, so going for a bit more of a defensive pick, concerned about that Camille Galio, which I think shows the value of the Gragas, and then leaving the AD carry to last. Given they already saw the support matchup. But yeah, I expect this is going to be it. We'll see if there's a last second swap. For the laning phase, I mean, the Camille's going to have a bit of a rough time in either situation. But I think it makes more sense to have it this way around.
Yeah. I mean, like I saw Faker playing Camille mid on stream, but like that's not a real thing that we see very often.
If we're going by metrics of, oh, we've seen Faker playing it, it could be, you know, we've seen Faker play a lot of things.
Yeah. Also, I mean, we see a lot of Galio into Rumble, so it just felt like, oh, maybe the angle, but obviously not.
I just think with the mid pool got shortened so much, I think you had to kind of come up with something, and I think the Galio works well into the Wukong Ahri, hard to really threaten that much. You have your escape tool as well. Both comps pretty explosive. Like both teams have this sort of dive combination on the top side, and then a bot side who are like, please God, help me save my AD carry.
Sign there that compared Lazy Field to a capybara, a very cute animal. So it's Showmaker's Galio, along with the Nefiri for Lucid. That was the first pick. I think he's got a lot of work to do in this one. Whereas the top side of the map feels great. The Gragas as well for the side of DRX feels pretty good here in this draft of number 3. Let's jump onto the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Okay, so Brendan, as the game starts, I got a little trivia question for you. So
Monks is fact of the game.
Yeah, you know the Hall of Fame Ahri skin?
Yes.
So far in this LCK season, actually, I don't know if this LCK season, so far...
Everyone except Faker. I also saw that tweet.
Thanks for ruining it! You could have at least let me finish the question so the fans could guess if they didn't know.
Sorry, fans. Barrel flash there for... I mean, there could have been people coming from the left side because they didn't have that covered.
Barrel flashed. He did unlock Hex Flash, so that's something. You ruined my little bit, so thank you.
No problem.
Well, I don't know what to say now because I was kind of banking on that carrying us through the early game.
Well, you can still say it.
No.
People just know the answer now.
No.
So everybody except Faker has used the Hall of Fame skin.
And the LCK mid apart from Faker, yes.
Yeah.
Isn't that a cool fact? That would have been really cool if you hadn't spoiled it.
Yeah. But it's okay. We got a game 3.
Yeah.
And game 3 in this series, maybe it's just DK dropping the ball and DRX win.
It is the poke virus. And typically you expect them to have pressure in this lane, but they've been bullied out pretty hard. Barrel, lack of flash, and also the Gragas just kind of belly booping him repeatedly.
Yeah. We had boot buyers, and now we have belly boopers.
Aiming 0-3 on Varus. What does it mean?
I mean, they are 5 and 7, so they're not a winning team at the moment. So some picks could be a little bit lower in terms of win rate.
Yep.
Also, it's not really the first champ you think of when you think about aiming. He's always been more of a guy who plays shifty stuff. Varus, 5-game losing streak.
There is something to be said. A lot of the teams who you see who got access to Varus are on the lowest side of the table, you know? But I still think Varus is a strong pick, but I just think teams don't really let Gen G or HLE or T1 get Varus. And those teams do a lot of winning.
Yeah. I mean, the 80 carries for all three of those teams are excellent, so I would assume that's probably a bad idea. I think aiming is also excellent as an 80 carry player. I'm just not so sure about his Varus in particular.
You know, historically, I feel like aiming struggled a bit on immobile picks, but, you know, in the past year or two, like, his MF has been really solid, and that is an immobile pick, so has kind of picked up on it. You see junglers spot each other. But recall comes in from Showmaker. He is TPing back in.
The fight over the Scuttle Crab. There is a second Scuttle Crab, which Lucid will go take now.
Very quick TP, considering he's just picking up a null magic and a control ward. Like, he wasn't even that low in health and stuff. He could have stayed around.
Yeah.
But opt in there, take the opportunity to do so, have some pressure. Sponge looking for Lucid now. It is a 3v1 if you include the little hot dogs.
Yeah, it's not exactly fair.
Oh. Well, he can't just do that.
Well, that's not fair either.
Yeah. Just smash those hot dogs.
You just ate them. Looks like it does go the way of Sponge, and now, oh, the belly boop. Get out of here. And now Showmaker's going in, and he's quite tanky, but the follow-up finally does come down. First blood does go to the Gragas, but immediately Lucid gonna pick up a kill.
And they'll just have flash.
Yeah, just waiting to hold it. And there it is. Oh! Okay, he's fine.
Oh my god, look at the hot dog dying animation. It's so brutal. I've never felt such empathy for a hot dog.
They are pretty cute hot dogs,
Yeah. But a bit of a chaotic one. Does end up just being a 1-for-1, but a lot of summoners committed. I mean, I say that. There's 2 flashes inside of D+.
That's a lot for
DRX.
4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking it was a lot. And now we're seeing the Varus getting a bit more mileage into the Xayah. Not a fun matchup to be playing Xayah into.
You know, Xayah's not really good into Ziggs, but also not very good into poke Varus.
Yeah, longer range champions who can poke you, not fun to play into. And so Andal gets humongous value from, speaking of something, I'm looking at what is happening in the bottom. There's fighting going on. Anyway,
belly boop.
The belly boop value is massive. The reason we're seeing the Gragas picked into the Alistar, Showmaker kind of gets melted, but they managed to take out the Wukong pretty quickly as well, and then Andal just runs it off. They are non-stop fighting, of course. Why wouldn't they be?
Still feathers on the ground, so Beryl is just waiting for those.
Lazy Field is very low on mana though. Kind of needs a reset to come out here.
Yeah. So he'll get it, I think. Yeah, he's hitting these. Say he's gonna back.
This is how I wanted the game to be, you know, not this sort of, play timidly because we're in game 3. I want it to be just fist fighting, you know? 30 kills by 20 minutes. That's the dream. That's peak League of Legends right there.
Yeah, I mean, game 2 was kind of slow to start, and then it really picked up in the mid-game. We got a little engaged on Andal. Do they have the damage is really the question. Aiming doesn't really have the mana.
He has the body slam still. I think he's okay.
Yeah. So, just
walk it off.
Yeah, just walk on a straight line. And just wait for that to come through. It feels like DK, they drafted something that's relatively straightforward, which I like, you know. You got Camille going in, Galio jumps on that. Or you've got Alistar going in, Galio jumps on that. And then you've got 2 solid damage dealers, and Galio does a bit of AP on the side. You know, it kind of plays itself.
Oh, speaking of which.
Yeah, here we go. There it is, the Camille and the Galio. Rich not really able to do anything. He is going to flash, though, and the damage is still there. The follow flash comes through from Shiwu, and that is another kill over to DK.
Honestly, it feels so bad for Rich that you flashed and still end up dying. And yes, it's a trade of flashes, but that play is going to happen again when those cooldowns are up and available, and Rich's flash won't be there. So just great use. This is why you play this combination. This is why whenever you see a Galio, you can somewhat expect a Camille might come through, or vice versa, because the combination is so low counterplay. And you know what? I feel like what really damaged this combination was Stopwatch. When Stopwatch was a thing,
yeah, oh god,
it really shut down the ability to make these plays, because you commit this undodgeable CC combo and someone stopwatches, you're like, well, that sucks. But the thing that Stopwatch is no longer a thing, it makes it a lot easier to do it. Obviously, Seeker's Arm Guard will eventually be a thing, right? Rich will have that, Ucall will have that, Laserfield has his ult. It's not like in this game, the Galio Camille is just unstoppable, there's no counterplay. There's a good amount of champions who eventually will have access to it. That always depends on, like, do you have the gold for it? Because you kind of need your core items before you get a Seeker's Arm Guard, and then Seeker's Arm Guard only works once, and you have to upgrade it.
Yeah.
And like if you're behind on gold, you might just be getting ulted on cooldown. So we'll see how it goes. But this game definitely feels like one that could be snowbally. I say that, but it probably is going to be an elder flip. But it's fun to think about it not being.
Yeah, we can just pretend for a little bit, you know.
Pretend that like early game actions have consequences.
Yeah.
And we're not just gonna beard flip the beard.
Well, we're engaging here on aiming. The flash is avoided, and aiming gets out of the charm, but it's not really going to matter. The damage is still there. TP does come in. Aiming still incredibly low, and they're chasing Sponge down on the bottom side. The turnaround is there for DK. A Showmaker just keeping up with you, Cal.
Dead.
Waiting for his cooldowns. And eventually, with the taunt coming in, and a couple more hits.
And
cooldown
anything.
An Infuriate ability.
I think.
And yeah, that should be enough. There you go. They finally did it. And DK got 4 kills in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of value picked up from this Galio. Showmaker doing so much close disruption out of the tower. You see the replay off it, so they're going for this play, but you can see on the map, the Fury closing in, TP comes in for the Galio. And aiming splash is great, because he initially doesn't die, survives a lot of time, and you start seeing that the tower aggro is ramped up. Lucid is there for the cleanup. Like, Showmaker's job is disrupt under the tower, and Lucid's just cleaning up the kills. Then we have this situation where Showmaker's chasing him down, but Lucid is there once again for the cleanup.
Yeah, getting the scraps, you know. Get it? Because it's the Fury.
Sorry, you'll have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, so like the dog eats the scraps from like the table, right?
He's actually a hot dog.
Yeah, so Beryl might just be dead, which I suppose he will enjoy. Yeah, the Q comes down and Ucal just gets a kill. Meanwhile,
you know, I think sometimes for the players I wonder what he was doing there, but for Beryl I just let him be.
Yeah.
It's just how it is.
Yeah, it just felt like he had a reason to be there. A personal reason.
Look, I'm going to say something, and I don't want to be harsh, Brendan, but he's a 2-time world champion for a reason, so I just learn not to question.
Yeah. I mean, he has world championships, and we don't, so he must know.
He's a knower.
He is a knower. He is the LoL master for a reason. He's trying to, you know, set up the dominoes in a very specific way. It's like the butterfly effect, you know?
Yes. It's like Everything Everywhere All at Once. You seen that?
I haven't. I meant to watch it, but...
Oh, well, if I... Now I can't make the reference because I'll spoil it for you. And it's...
Yeah, no spoilers.
Well, if anyone who's seen the film, they'll know what I'm talking about. And if anyone hasn't seen the film, you should probably go see it. Otherwise, you'll be a Brendan.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many films. I do watch some, but...
Yeah.
Only the ones that you guys don't reference.
Nice.
That's why I never get the references.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Is it Chemtech in this one, you think?
I'm going to go with a hard no.
Okay.
It is...
I called the last one, so...
So it's my turn?
It's up to you, yeah.
Didn't you get it wrong last time?
No, I got it right. It was Cloud. Well, I said it was Infernal or Cloud, so it's kind of cheating.
Well, you know what? I think it's probably going to be Ocean or Cloud or Infernal.
No. You only get 2.
Chemtech. Oh, I get 2. Oh, that's only half the pool.
Yeah. It's a 50-50 chance. You get it right or you don't.
Just like the Elder Flips.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with a... Infernal or... Cloud. Infernal or Cloud. That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I would agree. I think probably Infernal.
What do you mean you would agree? Based on what? What do you mean probably Infernal?
Just feeling.
Yeah, just vibes.
It's the way I'm feeling, yeah.
Yeah.
I would say Infernal or Chemtech, though. It's
Why?
kind of the way I'm feeling.
Why?
We've had a lot of Chemtech Soul, and we didn't have it in the last game, so... I think now it's time, you know.
Okay, Brendan, I gotta ask you a serious question, right? Let's say you flip a coin 1,000 times and it's heads 1,000 times, right?
Yeah.
When you flip the coin one more time, what is the chance that's gonna be heads?
Well, it's definitely tails because it's due.
This is explaining a lot. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's either that or it's 50-50 because it's either yes or no. In this case, it's either heads or tails.
It either happens or it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
What is the chance of a team winning Worlds? 50-50. Either happens or it doesn't.
Yeah.
You know? Glad we just, you know what?
We're solving probability
People
here
go to
live
university to learn about advanced statistics. They can just choose the LCK, right?
You don't need to take those actuarial exams. Just just watch the LCK.
Yeah,
we know what we're talking about.
We get it.
Yeah. And nothing's happening. The Drake spawned and both teams were like, you know what? Nah.
They're just really tense about getting the prediction wrong, you know?
Yeah.
She was getting a little bit cooked there. Does kind of need to recall if he wants to TP into this fight.
Actually cooked. Now they engage on a Lucid who doesn't have cooldowns, but he's got a Galio. Envy goes untargetable, but the damage comes through, and he's the main target, or rather the main carry. And now he's out of the fight. It's LazyFeel. Just Beryl trying to get a kill on Ondel. It's not going to happen. Meanwhile, LazyFeel and UCal trying to land this here on a Galio. There it is with the charm, and that's another kill over to UCal. DRX in a good spot.
Think about this, right? Rich just completely cooked Chiu in the top lane, so she was not going to be able to TP, right? Yeah? You follow?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know Chiu can't TP. Why are you still trying to fight this? Oh, now he's TPing. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Rich is probably... Is he dead? He's got flash.
It was Ocean! Neither of us were right. Rich is, he's dead. So, but UCal's up here getting the turret.
The chance of being right was 50-50, so, you know.
Yeah, but...
You were right last time, so how could we be right this time if you were right
True.
last time?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. We had to balance it out.
Yeah.
It's just the way it works.
So, again, you know that your Camille's not going to be coming. So why are you still here? This is not a position where it's like, oh, we should try and leave maybe. This is like, oh, we're down a fight, and then Rumble just comes in. I mean, the fight was already going a little rough, but like you had no insurance policy. Like it was never going to work out, and they just end up dying. I mean, I think the setup was bad initially, but like, I don't know. It just feels like even if you'd started to win the fight, the Rumble turns up and just cooks you all.
Yeah.
So maybe just don't be there. Just back away. Is my suggestion.
It's a good suggestion, but I think that Lucid just feeling very strong. 3-0. He's Nefiri. He's very swift.
Hey, he didn't die. He's blame on his teammates.
And he's got Showmaker right there. So they're like, oh, maybe you can just poke in and get some vision. And well, he does, but it baits them into a really rough fight.
Also, aiming built up stacks on LazyFeel, and then LazyFeel ulted when he went to Q him. So
yeah,
what are you gonna do?
No damage.
Correct. That is
what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
No problem. Ondel just ran around looking for something to belly boot.
Oh, they are setting a potential dive here on a Rich.
UCal is just consistently hanging out in top lane. Equalizer clears the wave.
They do have Herald, so
yeah. Should be just turret for turret, looks like. UCal did it alone. TK had to use Rift Herald and a lot of their team.
Yeah, it was first turret for the side of DRX, so they have that contribution to the feats of strength. Next objective will decide it. Oh, the knockup. Where are you going with that, is my question.
He's just trying to live.
He's just rotating.
Yeah. And now, yeah, probably...
This is a much harder escort mission, I'm just going to say it.
I don't think they should accept this quest.
You should restart the mission, you've already failed.
They're not high enough level for this one.
Yeah. Oh? He can't just go over the wall.
Whoa. He really tricked them.
That was some insane mechanics to press E over the wall.
I don't know if I could have managed that.
I think I could have.
Probably, yeah. You probably have more games of Gragas than I do.
Maybe. Maybe.
I mean, I've only played it like 4 or 5 times. Maybe a bit more in the past. Used to play mid Gragas, you know, when that was OP.
Man, there's so many old... Remember when like it was just Gragas Ziggs meta because they both had infinite wave clear?
Yeah.
And this, by the way, for anyone listening, this was before Baron buffed minions. Like, it just gave the stats and gold and XP, so like, it didn't help you end the game. So games would go really long and no one could end.
So this time, I don't think the belly boop is going to help very much. Andel doesn't even bother to flash. He just got hit by CC, and that was the end of him.
Yep. Not much you can do about that situation. And just a good pick coming out from D+. And they have a comp which really can flourish in finding these picks. So I think they should just keep doing this.
Yeah. And I like when they're getting proactive. Ooh, nice dodge there. Well, not really dodged by the hot dog, but at least able to get in front of it and deny the charm from hitting. So, you know, they were thinking about going actually top and making a play, but not meant to be. Does not happen. So yeah, I do like how DK are looking around and trying to be proactive and trying to utilize Galio Camille before they have to deal with all these stopwatches, these arm guards.
That's the thing, if the game goes late and it's just even, it is going to feel so painful when you commit that combo and they just go into stasis. Or in LazyField's position, press ult. And now setting up for this dragon again, 20 seconds away. It's 1 dragon apiece. This will mean feats of strength whoever secures it, so a little bit more weight than you typically expect just for a second dragon for either side. And you see the reset coming in from Yukao. Rich is waiting to TP. Apparently not, he's just walking out now.
Yeah.
Seeker's arm guard on Rich is a big spike. We don't have one for Yukao though. He did finish that Leandries.
Yeah, he's got 2 items, and I think he's in a really good spot. He got very fed by Barrel first, and then he got the kill on a Showmaker later. So this is a very strong Ahri who actually deals real damage.
I actually think he would be a great focus target. The one thing is, so the Gragas can counteract the Camille by ulting the Camille out of the Herald to freeze it. But Hugh needs to make sure that he's in position to teleport here.
They could look for LazyField now. Trade evolves between aiming and LazyField, so...
It's a good trade for D+.
Yeah. Lucy can always do this as long as he doesn't go too far. He can just take trades and essentially just threaten to go untargetable or just dash away. And they get Banana Brush control for it, especially with the angle that Showmaker took. And now we got a Camille coming in from the top side.
Can't really dive here, but he can threaten. With the tier 1 up mid, it just makes it hard to put more pressure on. Remember, Atakan is up, so if a team hard wins this team fight, they can just rotate over to it. We get the TP coming in now from Rich. Barrel just reset to pick up Locket, so they want to stall this out if possible. Now it looks like they might end up giving it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just 1 Ocean Drake after all. Lucid has other ideas as he goes untargetable, has to flash over the wall. Meanwhile, Ondil getting very low. Flash in from aiming just to try to kill a Gragas, but now they've got the combo. They find LazyField, but the knockup doesn't get him, but he's still trapped. And no, he's going to live, actually, for a little bit. And then he goes down as Rich is in a bit of trouble, and the chains are going to hit Sponge, actually, who gives up his life for his top laner. And DK are able to convert this into a very nice fight. Combo in onto Yukao, and Barrel will just take the kill and even survive here up against Rich. So DK, another kill on the board.
Good amount of kills for D+. They do lose out on the feats of strength. They do lose out on the dragon. But they managed to clean up some of those kills on the back end. And Showmaker will make an impact top as well, picking up this tower. So overall, I think D+ happy with the outcome. 1 dragon not really worth all of that.
Well, there's the turret. Goes down. And we'll take a look at this replay.
So initially they found a lot of damage onto Ondil here. And Aiming ends up trying to chase him down. Tries to finish him off here. Still has the shield from the Locket. But then the call is, we're going to commit to this fight. We're going to find this. Great engage on the LazyField. Flashes but gets followed with it. Galio ult ends up getting a lot of value as well. Lucid dives in and just kind of gets caught in the blender. Not ideal. Not able to get the reset on that ult. But then the cleanup here. Rich flashes out. Doesn't think he can find more And the chase down comes through. Beryl committing his flash to finish up his kill. Unfortunately, he doesn't give the kill over to the Gold King, but is able to at least get it himself and get out. And I want to make something clear. If you take track of the summoner spells, only Sponge still has flash. Everyone else banned their flashes in that scenario, so
yeah.
This is a very volatile moment of the game to be in.
Well, this has been the way that it's been the entire day. Volatile game states, very much feels like either team could win. Yes, DK are in the lead, and they're going to start up the Otacon, which...
Why wouldn't they?
Has been an issue, but there's no vision. And DRX are not in position, but the damage is pretty slow. Showmaker trying to... Okay, they're trying to just push Sponge away, but the damage isn't there. Like, they're not hitting the Otacon enough. So, not going for a flip. Very strange from DK. Known flippers.
They really wanted to. You could tell.
Known flippers in the LCK don't flip. Suspicious.
Maybe that coach was screaming so loud they could hear it through the booth and through the headsets. No, because I think we'd have hit it too.
Yeah.
But maybe his voice is in their heads, reminding them. So
he
just
exists
start
only in their minds.
and stop. That comes through. Nothing too crazy yet. But keeping DRX on their toes. And it's D+, you know they will do that. They will just decide to flip an objective. Because why not?
Yeah. No reason not to. I mean, either you win in flashy fashion or you lose in flashy fashion. Pretty happy about either.
Yeah.
And they've lost 6 in a row. What's another?
7.
Oh. Yeah, 7.
Yeah.
That does add up, yeah. So, again, just kind of waiting for the next objective. It feels like DK were looking for angles, and now they're just not really.
Yeah, and D+ do have a gold lead. Not super significant now. It is 3 items for aiming, though, that have come through. Some big spikes. We have the Seek Arm Guard for Showmaker, a lot of value there. Obviously, Rich broke his earlier, so trying to afford the Zhonyas. No Seekers for Yukal yet. Rich is doing a good amount of damage. Shiwu scares him away. But you know, Baron and Atacon are up. And I think that makes it really difficult for teams, because it's like...
we're just ulting in on a Rich. This is going very deep for the Rumble.
Well, they got the tower.
Yeah. Zoning ult from Lucid.
Lucid's pretty low now, though. And now DRX in a difficult position. Do we want to flip Baron or do we want to flip Atacon? Looks like it's Atacon.
Flip Otacon, yeah. You know, we chunked out the jungler. We can do Otacon.
I mean,
is what they say.
Pretty far.
And they're doing a lot of damage. And Chain's gonna hit onto Yukal. He's in a lot of trouble. And they just look for that mid laner. And now it's a flip. Guess what? We're flipping objectives again. And it goes the way of DK this time. As the 50-50 goes to Lucid. And now they still have the combo. The ult saves him for just a second. And now Rich is like, well, I lost my team. I guess I'll just walk towards DK and hope to join them. Sponge.
He's trying to join the jungle camps, I guess.
He's like, those wolves are pretty strong. I should try to join them.
Look, as we talked about earlier, we gave it a little bit of a lesson on statistics. I don't know if you remember last game, but the last objective that was a flip, it was actually Sponge who won the smite. So it was now Lucid's turn to win the smite.
Yeah.
We go back and forth like this. Smite comes in, it's secured. You get that nice boost of XP and stats. But the fight was already pretty doomed. The fact that we saw Yukal got caught out in this situation, I don't think there was any real way to recover from this.
And they didn't have to flip the Otacon.
Didn't they?
No.
Didn't they?
Like, we've seen it so much today, but like on a serious note, we don't have to be like flipping objectives for no reason. They're like, oh, we chunked out Lucid. Well, he was still more than half health and he's a jungler. Like, he's Nefiri, he can ult in. You're not gonna stop him from getting into the pit. They had no vision control.
Brendan, there's a lot of things we don't have to do, but they would like to do those things, okay?
Yeah.
They wanted to flip Atacon.
Clearly, yeah, as we saw.
It's exciting, right?
It was.
Doesn't it get your blood pumping when you're like, hey, we could just throw the game right now if this goes wrong?
they are not very risk averse.
You know why they do that? Because they could have gotten the win. They could have flipped the right way.
Even if they got Otacon, there's no guarantee they win. Lazyville.
Doesn't that make it exciting?
It was very exciting. There wasn't a lot of action before that, but now there's a lot of action in favor of DK. So that's what they went for. UCal gonna get ulted here. Sponge barely surviving, but UCal not for very long, and he goes down too to aiming to sniping him, and now you're not getting away from this composition. Lucid looking to take out Lazyville. Actually gonna lose the fight.
Showmaker, he's got this, land the Q.
Oh,
that's
he's
cheating,
flashing.
that's cheating.
Yeah. Actually cheating.
You had to throw the Q.
Yep.
I'm not going to allow that one.
Either way, I think the game is just over. Just like that. One Otacon flip into Baron, into game. DK win. That's the story of this one, guys. And Andil, find a little bit of time. But yeah, he's dead.
I have to pick a POM.
Good luck with that. So yeah, DK, the favored team, they win tonight. That's what we can take away from this one. The 2-1 victory. You see there's not a lot of big smiles on their faces. More like relief on the face of Lucid. And, I mean, they got the win. They finally broke the streak. 6 in a row losses, and now they're back on the board. 6 and 7.
I think I got it. I think I got it.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Got that out of the way.
That was stressful.
Yeah.
It's when a game's as chaotic as that. I'm focused on the game, and then it gets to the end, I'm like, oh, I gotta pick one. But D+, you know, they broke the loss streak. It was a long loss streak. They finally managed to get a win. And I think they managed to do something crazy, which was they managed to break the loss streak, but not make a huge convincing case that they're going to continue winning, because I don't know, like they managed to clutch it in the end, but there's still so many things going a little bit wrong with this team. Some good performances from Lucidus, but it's good to see him kind of back on top for the most part, but it was chaotic, it was messy, it was prime D+. If you're a D+ fan, this is what you tune in for. You may not like it, you may not want to tune in for this. This is what you tune in for.
Yeah. And they got what they came for today.
And if I look forward in the schedule, the next matchups are BFX and then Bro. Who even knows?
Yeah, I think that match against BNK could go either way. I think against Bro, they should be able to take him down. But
yeah, but they also shouldn't have been on a 6 loss streak, so...
Yeah, it's hard to say. You know, I think it might just come down to if they're...
You know what I think...
Are they healed?
You know what I think the chances are?
50-50.
50-50, baby.
Yeah.
They either win or they don't. Kings of the coin flips. D+. We didn't get an Elder flip in this game, which is a little disappointing, but it did end with a flip.
We flipped the Otacon.
Yeah, you know, I'll take it.
They were like, you know what? It's getting late. Let's just flip this.
It's on theme, I think, is the main takeaway. Some messier skirmishes early in the game. I think there were a lot of things in the draft from DRX that made sense. But I feel like the Camille Galio, some cool combos like this. She would get a lot of value on this Camille pick as well. But it was kind of just very chaotic at every moment. And then DRX said, hey, let's just do Otacon. And D+ said bet.
That's exactly what they said.
They just walk in and just steal it away and then win the fight as well. Yeah. I think they got it mixed up because last game, it was the human smite, the walking smite, sorry. That was the objective. This game was a little different, and I think they got a little bit mixed up. They were trying to do the objective from the last mission.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's easy to get mixed up with games like these.
Yeah. Nice little snipe from aiming there.
Yeah.
And then Lucid losing the 1v1. Lazy feel.
You could see his reaction there. He wasn't very happy.
Yeah.
I think you're thinking about your POM.
I am thinking a lot about my POM.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's a hard POM.
Yeah, Lucid got 3 kills in the beginning.
And he also, like, game 1 and 2, he was mostly there. Oh, I don't know, man. Is there any POM you can really feel good about?
He didn't hit a lot of Sejuani ults, I'll say that.
There was zoning ults. Look,
He hit some.
It was a tough POM, right? Don't judge me. We are going to see
Well,
it.
it is going to be him. It's Lucid, so you're saved this time, Onks. Or you're with, you know, Soup and TTJ.
Oh, God. What if
I
I'm...
all voted for the same guy?
What if I corrupted it? I mean, the way I see it is like, who else would it have been? Okay? I think Shiwu could have been a shout, but like...
It wasn't Showmaker.
The Gwen game was rough from Shiwu. The Jace game was okay, but the Sion was more impactful than his Jace.
I don't think it was Barrel either.
It definitely wasn't.
I think it only could be Lucid.
It's like, who is the least guilty? I think that's what it sometimes feels like.
And it was Lucid, but Showmaker is going to be interviewed on the space as well, so you guys will want to tune in for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. But guys, it seems like we do have the translation ready for the interview right now, so I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the interview.
네, 오늘 정말 중요한 경기였습니다.
Thank you so much, you guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Lucid on the side of D plus Kia.
POM을 받은 루시드 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations. Thank you.
와, 오늘 팬분들께서도 정말 뜨거운 환호 보내주셨어요.
Wow, the fans are so rowdy today for you guys. How do you feel after that victory? You know, we always get so much support and energy from the fans, and you know, the match got lengthened out. It was pretty rough, but I think the energy that our fans sent us helped us a lot.
어떤 점이 필요하다라고 판단하셨을까요?
So what was necessary to turn the team spirit around? I think we had a lot of feedback and review, and we just made sure that the team wasn't too depressed. So did that give you a meaningful result? Yeah, of course.
맞습니다. 이제부터 분위기 반전하면서 연승을 이어나가야 할 텐데요. 오늘 경기를 한번 돌아보겠습니다. 1세트부터
And so let's talk about the games. From game 1, we got a Fiddle pocket pick with Barrel locking him in. Fiddlesticks appeared for the first time after 2,280 days, and since it's not a traditional support, you had to consider some risks. So how was it on stage? Yeah, it's not a pick that you see often, but Barrel actually suggested that he wanted to play, so we just trusted him. We just let him pick it.
그래서 또 승리를 가져가셨습니다. 2세트에서 루시드 선수의 선택은 리신이었습니다.
And looking at game 2, your pick was Lee Sin. And against the enemies in Zhao, Sion, and Talia, it felt pretty tricky for Lee Sin to do something proactive. So what made you lock him in? I think even in practice, I did play Lee Sin a couple times, and I think we saw very good results. So I think today I wanted to show some good Lee Sin gameplay after a while. So that's why I made that choice today. And although you lost this game, the Lee Sin piloted by Lucid was unlike other. And in game 3, you took Nefuri as the B1 pick, so why was she prioritized over Varus? I think it's because of our jungle picks getting banned in games 1 and 2, and just we had to keep our options open. And for game 3, from the early to mid and late game, there was so much back and forth. What was the win condition for game 3? I can't remember too much, but there were a lot of times that we got killed from the top dive from the enemy, but I think we just decided, hey, we should just try to play it out slowly and more calmly. And with the new patch, it feels like the game's tempo is a lot slower. So how does it feel for the players? I feel like with the Void Grub changes, I feel like the game has been going a lot slower and the laning phase is a lot longer as well. So I think that's why we keep seeing Nexus blow up a lot later. And since you're able to break your loss streak, can you please give us a victory ceremony? 1, 2, 3.
정말 루시드 선수의 이 세레머니 팬분들 너무너무 보고 싶으셨을 것 같습니다.
You know, all your fans must really miss you doing this ceremony. And to keep continuing this winning streak, what is your resolution? You know, our fans have been waiting so long for this victory, and I hope that we're able to continue working hard to give you guys more wins. Let's give it up for Lucid one more time. And back to the space. Thank you.
All right, thank you, dear as it is the longest losing streak in Showmaker's career. Finally over. D+ Kia get it done the hard way in 3 games. 2-1 over DRX. And a nice little POM here by Lucid.
Yeah, I thought he had a pretty phenomenal performance. Not surprised to see that pretty much everybody agreed.
John is strong.
I thought he had a good performance as well.
John is strong.
Well, it's, I mean,
I gotta find the other sign. I gotta find the other sign. Okay.
I think that's fine.
Shout outs to John is strong.
He was soaking a lot of pressure this time around, right? Yeah, I think he deserves it.
Yeah.
I mean, he sacrifices himself to get the objectives, so I respect that.
He had a phenomenal Lisa in game, even though they ended up losing game 2. I thought that was the biggest standout performance from him across all 3 games, but got the smite on the Autocon in the 50-50 in the end. And the Luwawa howls loudly and proudly.
All caps.
Yeah.
Like it.
The Luwawa, a Korean meme, well known and well respected for the young man in the jungle. What'd you have?
Finally, our superhero is here. I'm glad he's back. I'm glad DK's back. It's start of the DK hype train again. I'm a big fan of DK, as you might know. I mean, I just want to see them having fun on stage in Rift.
1 game winning streak. That's a streak in the positive way. Let's see what Ox had to say after that long one.
Dog!
Yes, it was another Neferi performance with the pop-off ending there on the hot dog. Thank you, Ox, for that one. Let's see what our Korean side had to say. A single homegrown talent sparked the team's rise. Go. Getting a little philosophical there on us. And then Lucid, yes, you finally realized, yes, you have to carry.
I think he always knew.
Only just calling it like it is. And here's our final one here by Prince. May 14th, it's the Luaha Day.
Yeah. Luwawa.
Luwawa
like
Day.
Chihuahua, but Luwawa.
Yeah, it's because on the 14th of every month, there's usually some sort of holiday. This month, it's Rose Day. You're supposed to give your loved one a rose. But Prince saying it's Luwawa Day.
I mean, he smote the Autocon and then got all the roses, all the petals, right?
That is true.
So,
that
I
is
mean,
true.
I guess he's locking it in.
Yeah. Well, no more Luwawa Day because joining us is the world champion, the man that makes D+ run. It is Showmaker. Thank you so much, Showmaker Sonsu, for joining us. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Thank you for joining us. So, you just broke the longest losing streak in your career. How are you feeling right now about your current form?
본인의 이제 커리어에 있어서 정말 길고도 길었던 그런 연패가 드디어 끝났습니다. 지금 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
이제 연패를 드디어 끊게 되어서 너무 기쁘고요. 네, 앞으로는 이제 연승을 많이 하면 좋을 것 같습니다.
I'm so happy that I finally break that losing streak. I hope we can win starting from today.
Was he aware that that was the longest losing streak of his career?
혹시 그 본인 커리어 사상 좀 가장 긴 연패 기간이었다는 걸 본인이 좀 인지하고 있었나요?
이제 뭐 제가 인지를 하기보다는 이제 경기하기 전에 이제 프리뷰로 막 이런 기록 같은 걸 보여주잖아요. 근데 D+ 기아가 창단 첫 뭐 6연패다. 이래서 제가 또 D+ 기아에 오래 있었기 때문에 그때 알게 된 것 같습니다.
So I really didn't know that, but in the pre-show they show a lot of graphics, right? And I saw when D+ having a longest losing streak in their team, I just realized that at that moment.
Well, he still battled through it. And now, Showmaker, we are now moving to Fearless Draft. And that also means practice is moving to the Fearless format as well. Does that affect the quality of practice? Because it was very common to spend an entire day playing the same champion to get true mastery of it. But now with the Fearless system, how does that affect mastery of different champions?
이거는 이제 좀 디테일적인 부분인데 피어리스 드래프트로 바뀌면서 이제 연습 과정도 피어리스로 진행하는 걸로 알고 있거든요. 그게 연습의 퀄리티에 영향을 주고 있나요? 그러니까 뭐 예전에는 뭐 아지르를 연습하고 싶다고 하면 아지르를 그냥 하루 종일 뭐 하면서 좀 챔피언의 숙련도를 끌어올린다던가 좀 그런 게 가능했었는데 이젠 연습도 피어리스로 하잖아요. 좀 그런 부분에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요? 좀 그런 게 영향이 실제로 좀 있는 것 같나요?
네, 확실히 이제 이전에는 뭐 어떤 챔프를 하고 싶으면은 뭐 그 챔프만 뭐 이제 하루에 6게임 할 때 6판 그냥 한다든지 뭐 하고 싶은 조합이 있으면은 이렇게 뭐 구성해서 해본다든지 그런 시도가 가능했는데 이제는 또 피어리스로 연습도 진행하다 보니까 전보다는 좀 다양한 픽들을 많이 연습하게 되는 것 같아요.
So before we could play one specific champion or team comp, so we could have some good masteries on it. But right now we are having more different kind of champions and team comps. So yeah, we get to experience more various team comps. So it's kind of new to us as well.
Well, something you've been very bravely vocal about is burnout. I kind of wanted to know, how do you manage it when you're in it, and how do you refuel to compete at the highest and most competitive league in the world?
과거의 번아웃에 대해서 이제 솔직하게 이야기해 주신 적이 엄청 많았었잖아요. 이제 막상 그런 상황에 처했을 때는 좀 어떻게 대처하시나요? 그리고 이제 어떻게 보면 LCK가 세계에서 가장 경쟁적인 리그 중 하나인데 좀 다시 본인을 재충전하기 위해서, 그런 스트레스를 극복하기 위해서 좀 어떻게 그런 부분들을 본인 스스로 노력하시나요?
이제 제가 애초에 좀 프로게이머를 데뷔하기 전부터도 제가 프로게이머를 빨리 성공해서 이제 프로게이머로 빨리 월드 우승을 하고 좋은 커리어들을 많이 쌓고 이제 빨리 은퇴해야겠다 이런 마인드로 했었는데, 이제 또 사랑해주시는 팬분들이 너무 많다 보니까 좀 그렇게 힘든 상황이 왔을 때는 좀 팬분들 생각하면서 힘내게 되는 것 같습니다.
So even before I decide to become a pro player, I was thinking that I want to become a world champion as soon as possible, and then I retire after that. But right now, I'm having so many fans supporting me, with me. So whenever I struggle on my plays or career, I always think about my fans supporting me. So that helps a lot to bounce back, and that's my energy.
Speaking of energy, you often do kind of like a football ceremony. You've emulated a lot of the famous ceremonies we've seen from some of our most famous football stars. So which one was your favorite so far? And do you have a lot more you haven't shown us yet?
쇼메이커 선수 이제 축구 엄청 좋아하시잖아요. 네. 축구 세레모니를 정말 많이 하시는데 좀 본인이 생각하기에 가장 마음에 들었던 그런 축구 세레모니 뭐가 있을까요?
일단 뭐 세레모니를 워낙 다양하게 해서
네.
되게 재밌는 순간들이 많았던 것 같은데, 이제 그 중에서는 제가 리오넬 메시 선수를 정말 좋아해가지고 이제 아마 제 기억상 그때 한화생명전을 또 이제 엄청난 강팀인데 이기기도 했고 해서 그때 메시 세레모니 한 게 제일 기억에 남는 것 같습니다.
So do you have more than that? 혹시 그거보다 혹시 더 많은 세레모니가 준비되어 있나요?
최대한 이제 중복 없이 여러 가지 선수들 세레모니 하고 싶은데 이제 좀 고갈돼가지고 앞으로 더 많은 걸 해보겠습니다.
What did you do it today? 오늘 하신 건 뭔가요?
오늘은 이제 레반도프스키 오늘 바르셀로나에 있는 레반도프스키 선수 세레모니였습니다.
Alright, so I have tried so many ceremonies, and the most memorable memory is that when I play against HLE, my favorite player is Lionel Messi. So it was the moment where I remember the most when I did the Messi ceremony. For today, I tried the Lewandowski the ceremony. So yeah, I mean, I'm preparing more than that.
I shouldn't be surprised, but Showmaker knows game. Like these are crazy good call outs. Now every week we have to vote for I guess every match we have to vote for player of the match. Who was your player of the match today, and what comment would you leave?
오늘 본인이 생각하는 우리 팀의 POM, 그리고 또 코멘트를 한마디 남겨주신다면.
일단은 오늘 경기 제 생각에는 루시드 선수가 POM인 것 같고,
네.
코멘트는 이게 코멘트 짜는 게 되게 어렵네요.
맞아요. 저희도 힘들어요.
너무 대단하신 것 같아요.
It's hard to think about, right? Yeah.
This is what we feel too.
Yeah, right.
We have to do it every time.
루시드 파이팅.
Lucid fighting. Nice. And then finally, you're a world champion. You're well loved not only here in Korea and in the LCK, but around the world. You have many fans also here watching and seeing pictures. What do you have to say to the fans?
이제 한국 말고도 글로벌적으로도 쇼메이커 선수를 사랑해 주시는 많은 팬분들이 계신데 혹시 이제 그런 팬분들을 대해서 하시고 싶은 말씀 있으시다면 여기 밖에도 또 많은 분들이 봐주고 계시거든요.
네. Hello LCK global fans. Thank you for watching our game, and I was Showmaker fighting. 디플러스가
Showmaker
fighting.
와우! 대박 진짜. Alright, Showmaker 선수 감사합니다. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
And best of luck for the rest of the season. All right, let's take a look at the standings here as it is D+ moving on in to those top standings and solidifying their spot there at 5th and trying to hold on to that Legends group despite how hard DRX fought. They weren't able to get over the hump here.
The difference between 5th place and 6th and 7th is just that single win that D+ picked up today. Had they lost today, they'd still be on 5-8 with KT sitting at 5-7, BNK sitting at 5-8. It was a narrow victory, to be totally frank. But again, the standings don't care about how close it was. They only care about you got that W on the board.
Yeah.
So D+ should be insanely relieved, even though there's a lot to work on here.
It doesn't matter. Like when you're having a losing streak, all you need is just win, and after that, it's gonna fix naturally.
Yeah, again, these matches, when you're this late into the season, you've had the bumps in the road, it's about surviving and advancing. That's what KT is going to try to do tomorrow against Hanwha Life Esports. And the Bros as well against T1, trying to repeat their same upset success as last time those two teams met. Yes, I know, they did beat them. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for those matches. It has been a heck of a way to kick off week number 7. And we're not done yet. We're just getting started. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Bye-bye.
이무기가 용이 되기에 필요한 여유주가 레이지필이었나요?
가자.
아우 레이지필!
DRX의 7연패가 이렇게 끊깁니다.
저 농심 레드포스의 로고에 있는 저 백박이 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 뛰고 있습니다.
농심은 강팀입니다.
And to kill for the jungler of Nongshim, and there it is!
아니 쳤어요. 담장을 넘겼어요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.